Chapter 1: The Fall of Moscow. The winter of 1941–42 had brought the German Reich almost to the brink of failure. The Wehrmacht, which had invaded the Soviet Union with blitzkrieg expectations, was deep in the east, but cold, hunger, and Soviet counterattacks almost shattered the dream of a quick victory. In the course of our history, however, a decisive turning point took effect. While in reality the Soviet resistance under Stalin stood firm, in this alternative world it was possible to finally break through the Soviet lines in front of Moscow. A planned major attack in the summer of 1942, supported by new tank divisions and a reorganized air force, brought the decision. This time, the Wehrmacht put all its eggs in one basket. Field Marshal von Manstein coordinated a massive pincer attack north and south of the capital, while the Luftwaffe, now equipped with improved machines, bombed Moscow day and night. In contrast to the real course of events, in which the Soviet reserves from Siberia stopped the German offensive, Stalin was forced to deploy his troops too early in this alternative historiography. The Siberian divisions were sent to the wrong regions through targeted disinformation, and the German defenses were able to smash them before they reached Moscow. The battle for Moscow lasted months. Entire neighborhoods were reduced to rubble as German tank columns rolled across the frozen Moskva. The Kremlin, symbol of Soviet power, was hit by heavy artillery strikes. Stalin himself fled only narrowly on a special train in the direction of the Urals. For millions of Soviet citizens, this was the end of a world as they knew it. When the Reich War flag was hoisted on the ruins of the Kremlin on October 12, 1942, an image went around the world that changed everything. German soldiers saluting the walls of Moscow while the city burned behind them. The fall of Moscow was not only a military blow, but also a psychological blow. The Soviet Union was weakened without its capital and without direct access to the administrative center. Although the resistance continued in the Urals and Siberia, the west of the country gradually fell under German control. Leningrad was cut off, Kiev had already fallen, and with Moscow in German hands, the backbone of Soviet defense broke. Millions of people were interned in camps, others were deported to the newly created Reich commissariats. The conquest of Moscow also meant the initiation of a comprehensive Germanization policy that was to make the city a figurehead of the New East. For Hitler, the victory was proof of his ideology. In a radio address, he announced that the Jewish Bolshevik power had been broken and that the Reich now held the fate of Europe in its hands. He spoke of Moscow as a gateway to a new continent that was supposed to provide living space for the German people. Plans for the reconstruction of Moscow were immediately developed. Wide boulevards, monumental buildings, and a complete transformation that was to extinguish Russian culture and replace it with Germanic symbols. The Allies followed these events with horror. In London, Washington, and also in Tokyo, which was still officially an ally of the Empire, it was understood that the war was entering a new phase. The fall of Moscow dashed the hope that the Soviet Union could bear the weight of the Wehrmacht alone. Winston Churchill, who desperately tried to keep the morale of the British high, spoke of a darkest hour that Europe had ever experienced. Roosevelt in Washington realized that the US could not keep the war away from the Atlantic for much longer. But within the Soviet ranks, the fighting spirit was not completely broken. Stalin retreated to Kuybyshev, a substitute capital in the Urals, and tried to organize the resistance from there. But Moscow's symbolic power was missing, and many Soviet soldiers perceived the defeat as a signal that the war could no longer be won. Desertions increased, partisan groups emerged, but they were fragmented and poorly coordinated. The German occupation was able to control them to a large extent through brutal measures. For the German population, the victory was a triumph. Newspapers printed victory announcements, radio speeches celebrated the greatest battle in history, and victory parades took place in Berlin. Families who had lost their sons on the Eastern Front now believed that their sacrifice had not been in vain. The myth of the invincibility of the Wehrmacht was consolidated. Goebbels' propaganda portrayed the victory as the beginning of a new era. Now that Moscow had fallen, the way to Asia was clear, and the world had to recognize that the empire had risen to become a global power. In the reality of this alternative world, Moscow became a turning point not only militarily, but also symbolically. It was the moment when the possibility of an Allied victory in Europe finally disintegrated. London was isolated, Washington was not yet fully mobilized, and the Axis powers seemed unstoppable. But the fall of Moscow also brought new problems for the empire. The vastness of the country, The long supply lines and the countless partisans made the occupation a nightmare. Entire divisions had to be left behind to secure supply routes. The supply of the population collapsed, and famines raged in the occupied territories. Millions of people died, not only from fighting, but also from hunger and disease. This tragedy laid the foundation for decades of hatred that would live on in the shadows of the Cold War. In the years that followed, Moscow became a symbol of the New World Order. German companies settled there, officials from Berlin took over the administration, and Russian culture was systematically suppressed. Schools taught German, streets were given new names, and churches were closed or converted into storage rooms. The city, once the heart of the Soviet world power, was now a figurehead of German imperialism. But behind the facade of victory propaganda, resistance continued to glow. Underground networks were formed, supported by Kuybyshev, London, and later Washington. Acts of sabotage paralyzed German railways, assassinations hit high-ranking officials, and leaflets reminded the population that the Soviet Union was not completely defeated. Moscow had fallen, but the spirit of resistance remained alive, a shadow that never completely left the empire. Thus, with the fall of Moscow, the triumphal march of the German Empire began, which was to change the course of world history in the years to come. It was the first domino to overturn the entire post-war order and the beginning of a world that was to be dominated by Berlin and Tokyo. Chapter 2: The Fall of London. After the fall of Moscow, the German Reich's gaze inevitably turned to the last bastion of Europe, Great Britain. Winston Churchill had never given in despite all the setbacks, had declared the island a fortress and promised the world that Britain would never capitulate. But the reality of this alternative world wrote a different story. While in reality the Royal Air Force defended the skies over southern England in the summer of 1940, the German strategists succeeded in bleeding the British Air Force dry for years. New types of aircraft, improved bombers, and a brutal bombing program made London unsustainable step by step. The German Luftwaffe no longer relied on selective attacks, but on a strategy of complete annihilation. Night after night, the fires lit up the skyline of the capital, while the population held out in basements. The supply situation became increasingly precarious as the Kriegsmarine's submarine fleet increasingly controlled the Atlantic. Freighters with food from Canada and the USA hardly reached the ports. Hunger spread, disease ran rampant, and the moral strength of the British slowly began to crumble. Churchill tirelessly gave speeches on the radio that were supposed to spread hope. But the reality on the streets of London was different. Entire neighborhoods were rubble and ashes, water pipes destroyed, power networks failed. People wandered through ruins, looking for relatives or simply for something to eat. The once proud metropolis, symbol of the empire, became the image of a dying nation. The real death blow came with Operation Sea Lion 2.0, which did not fail in this alternative story, but was carried out under completely different circumstances. After Moscow fell, the Wehrmacht was able to withdraw part of its forces from the east. Gigantic troop formations were transferred to the Channel coast, while German engineers developed an improved landing program. Huge pontoon bridges, new landing craft and an armada of bombers secured the crossing. At the same time, the Royal Navy had suffered so much from the constant submarine attacks that it was only a shadow of its former self. When the German invasion began in the summer of 1944, the British were prepared, but the resources were lacking to stop the force of the attack. German paratroopers landed near Dover, while armored divisions reached the English coast via improvised bridges. Within a few days, the line of defense broke. The British Army fought fiercely, but it was emaciated, poorly equipped, and without any prospect of reinforcements. London became the last bastion. Street battles raged in the city, barricades were erected, and the civilian population took part in the resistance with Molotov cocktails and rifles. But the superiority was overwhelming. The Luftwaffe turned the capital into a sea of flames, German tanks rolled over the Thames bridges, and finally the last units of the British Army surrendered in Hyde Park. Churchill, who remained in the bunkers under Whitehall until the end, was deported to Berlin, where he was to be brought before him in a show trial. With the fall of London, not only a city fell, but a symbol. The empire that had once ruled the world's oceans was history. The colonies in India, Africa, and the Middle East were left without a protecting power. Berlin and Tokyo immediately fought over the division of these vast territories, and the once proud British fleet was divided by the Axis powers. For the British themselves, a period of powerlessness began. Germany established a protectorate in which collaborators were appointed to rule in the name of the Reich. From then on, the population of London lived in an atmosphere of fear and resignation. Gestapo offices were set up in the old government buildings, German flags flew over Buckingham Palace, and propaganda proclaimed the end of decadent Albion. Schools taught German history, and workers had to perform their services in factories that now produced for the Reich. British culture was suppressed, its symbols banned, its traditions falsified. But as in Moscow, resistance was also sparked in London. Small cells operated underground, committing acts of sabotage and distributing leaflets. The famous subway, once a haven from bombs, has now become a network of secret gathering places. People swore that England was not lost forever, even if reality left them little hope. For the German Reich, the fall of London was an unparalleled triumph. Hitler had gigantic parades held in Berlin, during which he announced that the last bulwark of Europe had fallen. Newspapers around the world printed pictures of German soldiers saluting the ruins of the Parliament. In Goebbels' propaganda, the conquest of London was presented as definitive proof that the empire was unstoppable. In the USA, the news caused panic. Roosevelt now knew that America was the last bastion of freedom. But the isolationists in their own country doubted whether they should interfere in this war at all. Japan, now firmly on Germany's side, seized the opportunity to expand its own power in the Pacific. The world was moving dangerously close to a total victory of the Axis powers. The fall of London was more than a military defeat. It was a turning point at which the idea of resistance against the empire almost died out. Europe was defeated, Asia under Japanese rule, and the United States stood alone. The world order as we knew it no longer existed. What followed was a global struggle for the last bastions of freedom, a struggle that was to completely change the course of the 20th century. Chapter 3: America Under Pressure, Operation Sea Lion 2.0. After the fall of Moscow and the conquest of London, the world had fallen into a state of shock. Europe lay in ruins, but it was the empire that ordered and reoccupied these ruins. For many observers in Washington, it now became clear that the United States could no longer remain on the sidelines. Roosevelt had recognized from the beginning that a triumphant Germany would pose a threat to the Western Hemisphere. But isolationists in Congress and among the population saw European wars as distant conflicts for a long time. It was only the pictures from London, the reports of the fall of the empire and the news of German troops on the cliffs of Dover that brought the realization: America itself was in danger. In Berlin in those days, Hitler spoke of Sea Lion 2.0. While the original Operation Sea Lion had failed as an attempt to attack the British Isles directly in 1940, a new edition of these plans was now on the table, but with a much larger goal. Control of England opened the Atlantic for the Germans. Ports such as Liverpool, Southampton, and Plymouth served as outposts for the Navy from then on. From there, submarines and battleships patrolled far into the North Atlantic. America, which had hitherto regarded the ocean as a protective wall, suddenly felt the breath of the enemy. The threat was not only military, but also psychological. German propaganda was broadcast to the United States via radio stations, proclaiming the unstoppable triumphal march of the Reich and warning Americans that any resistance would be futile. Leaflets were distributed over neutral ports crisscrossed by German agents, and even in New York, slogans warning of the future of the Germanic Age suddenly appeared. The message was clear: America would be the next domino. Roosevelt tried to prepare his nation for war, but there was massive resistance. Many Americans still remembered the trauma of World War I and did not want to send their sons into another European conflict. Isolationist politicians argued that the oceans were still large enough to protect America. But the reality was different. German submarines were already sinking American merchant ships, the supply lines to Britain had been destroyed, and the Coast Guard reported suspicious activity off the East Coast. Operation Sea Lion 2.0 was in fact a concept developed by Hitler and his generals to put pressure on America not only indirectly, but directly. The plan was to threaten the coast of New England with a massive fleet, supported by long-range bombers. The goal was not so much to carry out an immediate invasion as to force the US into a defensive posture. German naval units were to advance as far as the coasts of Boston and New York, while acts of sabotage in the interior were to destabilize the country. At the same time, Japan joined the empire more closely. Pearl Harbor, which was only attacked by Japan in 1941 in the course of history, had long been part of a coordinated Axis strategy in this world. Japan attacked American bases in the Pacific earlier and in a more coordinated manner, leaving Washington in a quandary: defense on two oceans against two seemingly invincible opponents. Operation Sea Lion 2.0 was a move intended to weaken America psychologically. In a spectacular action, German planes even flew over the coast of Long Island, dropped propaganda leaflets and returned before the interceptors could react. This episode shook confidence in the inviolability of America's borders. Roosevelt gave an emotional speech in which he explained that the oceans no longer served as a shield, but were now battlefields. The military situation came to a head when German U-boat commanders began to systematically sink American merchant ships off the coast. Ports such as Norfolk and Boston had to stop operating in some cases because they were constantly threatened. America, which was still reluctant to focus all its industrial power on war, was increasingly under pressure. But the greatest threat was the idea that the empire was actually preparing an invasion of the East Coast. German generals discussed possible landing points: Long Island, New England, or even Virginia. Although such an operation was logistically risky, the propaganda left no doubt that it was possible. Reports of huge troop transports from France to England, gigantic ships stationed in the English Channel, and new types of aircraft that could cross the Atlantic increased fear. Operation Sea Lion 2.0 thus fulfilled its purpose. Even if there was no immediate invasion, the mere threat put the country in a state of emergency. The empire had proven that it had also set its sights on America after London. The pressure was immense, and the country, which had long seen itself as an untouchable bastion, had to realize that it was now itself part of the global battlefield. Thus began the direct confrontation between Washington and Berlin, a struggle that was to define the coming years and that put America to the test. Chapter 4: Pearl Harbor in Flames, the Alliance with Japan. While the German Reich consolidated its power over Europe and large parts of the Soviet Union, Japan looked impatiently to the Pacific. Tokyo had long felt like it was in Berlin's shadow, but the Japanese leadership knew that the time had come to push ahead with its own expansion strategy. The Axis powers, however fragile their alliance may be in the future, stood shoulder to shoulder during these years to force the United States to the ground. Pearl Harbor was to become the beacon of this new world order. The Japanese naval leadership had long had plans to eliminate the American Pacific Fleet in order to secure supremacy in the Asia-Pacific region. But in this alternate history, the attack did not occur in December 1941, but 2 years later, at a time when the Reich was already triumphing in Europe and the US was paralyzed by the threat of an invasion on the East Coast. Thus, the attack on Pearl Harbor was not only a Japanese demonstration of power, but part of a coordinated global strategy between Berlin and Tokyo. The Japanese staged the attack as a liberating blow. In Tokyo, the imperial family announced that it had broken the shackles of Western colonial rule and ushered in a new era of Asian domination. In Berlin, Hitler celebrated the attack as proof of the strength of the Axis. For him, Pearl Harbor was more than just a victory for Japan, it was the decisive blow that crushed the US between two fronts. For Berlin, the benefit was also enormous. With Japan's expansion in the Pacific, the empire was able to concentrate its forces on the Atlantic. Together with Tokyo, they worked on a strategy to crush the US from both sides. While German submarines blocked the Atlantic, the Japanese established a network of bases that dominated the entire Pacific. America, once proud of its geographical security, was suddenly surrounded. The American public reacted divided. Many were angry and demanded revenge, but just as many saw hope dwindle that the war could still be won at all. Newspapers reported burning wrecks in Pearl Harbor, German parades in London, and Japanese landings in the Philippines. The picture of a declining world order emerged. For Roosevelt, the situation was hopeless. He tried to ramp up industry at a rapid pace, but the German blockade in the Atlantic and Japanese dominance in the Pacific made it almost impossible to organize supplies. The Allies were defeated, the Soviet Union was devastated, Great Britain was occupied, America stood alone. Berlin and Tokyo publicly celebrated their alliance. A joint communiqué announced that the axis of the sun and the empire now guides the fate of the world. Diplomats traveled between the capitals to plan the division of the future world order. While Hitler dreamed of turning the USA into New Germania, Japan already saw California and the West Coast as part of its sphere. Chapter 5. The invasion of the U.S. East Coast. The ports of England, now firmly in German hands, served as starting points for a huge armada. The Navy, strengthened by the victory over the Royal Navy and the unstoppable submarine war, now had a fleet capable of crossing the Atlantic and bringing troops safely to the American coast. New landing craft, gigantic freighters, and aircraft carriers complemented the fleet. At the same time, German engineers had been working at full speed on long-range bombers that could reach targets deep inside the USA. In the summer of 1944, the invasion began. Under the code name Operation Neptune, the first landing units crossed over the coast of New Jersey and Long Island. At the same time, the Luftwaffe bombed New York, Boston, and Philadelphia. The Manhattan skyline, until then a symbol of American modernity, was darkened by clouds of smoke as bombs hit skyscrapers and fires broke out. Millions of people fled in panic towards the interior, while German tanks rolled on the beaches. New York became a battlefield within a few days. German paratroopers landed in Brooklyn and Queens, while armored divisions from New Jersey advanced over the George Washington Bridge into Manhattan. The street fighting was brutal. American soldiers defended the city in blocks, but the bombing from the air made any defense almost hopeless. When the Reich War flag finally flew over the Statue of Liberty, it was a symbol that shook the whole world. The heart of America was struck. Washington, the capital, was the next target. The invasion of the East Coast was not just a military blow, but an attempt to politically decapitate the United States. Hitler wanted to capture Roosevelt or force him to flee in order to break the country's resistance. While the Wehrmacht marched south, chaotic scenes began in the USA. Parts of the government pushed for evacuation, others for fighting to the last man. Roosevelt himself refused to leave the city, vowing that he would not abandon the nation. For the empire, this was the greatest triumph in its history. Berlin declared that the New World was now part of the Germanic Age. Hitler said in a speech that the Statue of Liberty had found its true master and that the east coast of America was the beginning of a new era. The world held its breath. With the east coast in German hands and the Pacific Ocean under Japanese control, it seemed only a matter of time before the United States as a whole would capitulate. The invasion of the U.S. East Coast had proven that no ocean was large enough to stop the new Axis. Chapter 6. Washington falls. Street fighting broke out in Georgetown, on Capitol Hill and along Pennsylvania Avenue. Civilians joined the defenders, but they had little chance against tanks and artillery. The White House was converted into a command center. Roosevelt himself was in the bunkers under the building. He refused to leave the city, declaring that he would go down with Washington if need be. The White House fell after days of fighting. American soldiers defended room by room, but in the end they had to surrender. Roosevelt, seriously ill, was forced into the bunker by German officers and finally captured. The images of the president being brought to Berlin under guard in a German plane went around the world. For the USA, this was the absolute low point. With the fall of Washington, the country's moral resilience collapsed. Inland cities, from Pittsburgh to Cleveland, declared themselves ready to fight, but without coordinated leadership, resistance was fragmented. Millions of Americans saw the surrender as the only way to prevent further bloodshed. The dream of an untouchable nation was over. Berlin celebrated the victory like no other event before. Parades marched through the streets. Hitler gave a speech in the Reichstag in which he proclaimed the demise of the American illusion. Goebbels had films made that staged the capture of Washington, with triumphant soldiers in front of the Lincoln Memorial and the Reich flag at the White House. For the empire, this was the ultimate proof of its superiority. The once largest democracy in the world was in its hands. The population of Washington, on the other hand, experienced an inferno. Homes were looted, families torn apart, and thousands interned in improvised camps. The Gestapo immediately set up its offices in the government buildings, while collaborators were used to administer the city. American symbols, the flag, the anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner, were banned. Instead, The swastika flags now flew over the National Mall. For the moment, however, the victory of the Axis seemed total. With Moscow, London, and now Washington under their control, Berlin and Tokyo had destroyed the centers of the old world order. No continent was free of their influence. In the eyes of many people, this was the beginning of a new age, in which democracy was extinguished and tyranny ruled the world. The fall of Washington was not only a military victory, but a turning point in history. He destroyed the illusion of American invulnerability, broke the last resistance in the heart of the nation, and paved the way for the complete surrender of the United States. But he also sowed the seeds of future resistance, a resistance that, however small it began, could never be completely extinguished. Chapter 7: The Surrender of the USA. The fall of Washington had struck the United States in the heart. The capital had fallen, the president had been captured, the East Coast was under the control of the Reich. Millions of citizens fled to the West, while cities in the Midwest desperately tried to build defensive lines. But the reality was inescapable. The country was shattered, the dream of a united nation in freedom lay in ruins. Meanwhile, Tokyo took the opportunity to extend its offensive in the Pacific to the American West Coast. Japanese bombers attacked Los Angeles and San Francisco, landings in the Aleutian Islands secured Japan's access to Alaska, and the fleet patrolled off Hawaii, which had long since fallen. California lived in constant fear of invasion, and millions fled inland here as well. The land, once protected by two oceans, now stood between two enemies advancing inexorably from west and east. The American army fought valiantly, but it was divided and exhausted. Units in the west asked for reinforcements, which could not come. In the east, the remnants of the army fought a hopeless guerrilla war against the Wehrmacht. Mass protests broke out in Midwestern cities demanding an end to the war. Workers went on strike, farmers refused to deliver grain, and society began to fall apart. Finally, General Douglas MacArthur, one of the last high-ranking military leaders, appeared before the press. In a speech, he declared that the war could no longer be won militarily. Although the resistance must continue underground, for the moment a capitulation is inevitable in order to save millions of lives. His words triggered anger and despair, but they reflected reality. Berlin and Tokyo had long since prepared their conditions. The US was to be disarmed, its coasts occupied, and its territory divided. For Hitler it was clear, the East Coast would be transformed into a new Germania, a model of Germanic rule in the New World. Tokyo claimed California, Hawaii, and the entire West Coast to hold the Pacific firmly in its hand. In between, in the heartland of America, a neutral zone was planned to serve as a buffer, but in reality nothing more than a divided protectorate. On December 12, 1944, American delegates signed the Instrument of Surrender in Chicago. The location was deliberately chosen, far away from the occupied coasts, but central enough to represent the whole country. Under the eyes of German and Japanese officers, the Americans signed a document that sealed the end of their freedom. The flags of the Empire and the Empire flew over the hall while the stars and stripes were rolled up. It was a scene of deep symbolism, the once most powerful democracy in the world forced to kneel before tyrants. The consequences were immediately noticeable. In New York, the Statue of Liberty was veiled and replaced by a huge banner with the swastika. In San Francisco, the flag of the rising sun fluttered over the Golden Gate Bridge. Schools had to adopt new curricula that emphasized the superiority of the Axis powers. Newspapers were brought into line, radio stations played German marches and Japanese anthems. Entire cities were divided into occupation zones, and the population lived in constant fear of reprisals. Many Americans perceived the capitulation as a betrayal. Underground groups began to organize themselves that wanted to continue the struggle. In the Appalachian Mountains, resistance fighters formed. In California, young men and women joined together to form secret cells. But the superiority was overwhelming. The Gestapo and Kempeitai worked hand in hand to brutally suppress any opposition. Arrests, deportations, and executions became part of everyday life. At the same time, the Axis powers used the capitulation for propaganda purposes. Berlin spoke of the greatest defeat in the history of Anglo-Americanism. Hitler declared that the USA had never been a real nation, but a reservoir of races that was now finally subject to the Germanic order. Tokyo, in turn, announced that Asia and now the Western Hemisphere had become part of the greater East Asian prosperity sphere. For the world, this was the moment when the old order finally collapsed. No state could have any illusions that democracy or freedom had a chance against the Axis. From Lisbon to Tokyo, from New York to Manila, the flags of the victors flew. Africa was divided between the colonial empires, Australia was isolated, South America desperately tried to remain neutral. The capitulation of the USA turned the world into an empire of fear. The capitulation of the USA was thus not only the end of a nation, but the beginning of a new era. The world now belonged to Berlin and Tokyo, but they had no idea that their rule over America would never be unchallenged. Beneath the surface glowed an ember that would one day turn into fire again. Chapter 8: The division of the world between Empire and Japan. With the capitulation of the United States, the dream of a multipolar world order was finally over. Only two powers remained that determined the fate of the planet: the German Empire and the Empire of Japan. Both had created gigantic empires in the course of the war, both had brought their opponents to their knees, and both now claimed a place as sole shapers of the future. But as much as they were allies in these years, it was also noticeable that their relationship was marked by rivalry. The most sensitive issue, however, was North America. Here, the claims of the Empire and Japan collided directly. Hitler insisted that the East Coast, from New England to Florida, should become the core area of a new Germania. German settlers were to shape the cities and landscapes in the coming decades, while the American population would be Germanized or pushed into the hinterland. Tokyo, on the other hand, considered the West Coast, from California to Alaska, to be part of its natural sphere of influence. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, these metropolises were to become Japanese outposts in the heart of the New World. In order to avoid an open conflict, it was agreed on a provisional three-way division. The East Coast fell to the Empire, the West Coast to Japan, and in between a neutral zone was established, which was formally independent, but in reality weak and fragmented. Cities like Denver or Kansas City became political pawns in which both German and Japanese agents were present. This zone was a powder keg, a space where espionage, smuggling and resistance met, and where the two superpowers were already beginning to work against each other. Latin America initially tried to maintain its neutrality, but the Axis powers intervened there as well. Germany claimed economic control over Brazil and Argentina, while Japan expanded influence in Mexico and Central America. Officially, many of these states remained independent, but in practice they became satellites whose governments were controlled by Berlin or Tokyo. With the division of the world came a new ideology. Berlin proclaimed the Millennium Empire, in which the Germanic people would rule over Europe and its colonies. Tokyo spoke of the Asian harmony in which Japan, as the oldest cultural state, had taken the lead. Both systems were characterized by oppression, racial ideologies, and totalitarian control. There was no place for the defeated peoples in this new world order. They were tolerated, exploited, or destroyed. The world was now divided in two. On one side was the empire that dominated Europe, Africa, and the Atlantic. On the other hand, Japan, which controlled Asia, the Pacific, and the Indian Ocean. In between, there was only a narrow strip of neutral states that lay like playthings between the giants. From Sweden to Turkey, from Mexico to Switzerland, these countries lived in constant fear of being crushed. With the division of the world between the Empire and Japan, a new chapter in human history began. It was a world without democracy, without freedom, without alternatives. But it was also a world full of tensions, in which the seeds of future conflicts had already been planted. The victory had brought the Axis powers to the top, but their alliance was fragile. Behind the radiant parades and the victory speeches lurked the mistrust that was to lead the world to the edge of the abyss again in the coming decades. Chapter 9: The Death of Roosevelt, the End of the Old Order. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt died in his Berlin captivity in the spring of 1945, it was more than just the end of a man. It was the end of an era in which the United States had still believed that it could shape the world order. His death, officially declared to be a natural consequence of his illness, was staged by the Germans as a triumph over democracy itself. The pictures of his body, under a black mourning flag and closely guarded by SS officers, went through the entire world press. For many Americans, it meant that any hope of returning to the old order was dead. Roosevelt had been closely monitored by the Gestapo in the months before and held in a shielded compound on the outskirts of Berlin. German propaganda occasionally showed him, frail, marked by illness, as a symbol of decadent democracy that could no longer oppose the Reich. His imprisonment was a humiliation, his death a calculated conclusion. Whether he actually died of heart failure or whether the Reich had helped him remained unclear. But the effect was the same. The voice that could still have united America fell silent forever. Berlin used death for propaganda down to the smallest detail. Joseph Goebbels had a funeral ceremony staged, at which Hitler himself laid a wreath, not out of respect, but to underline the victory over American democracy. In his speech, he explained that Roosevelt embodied the path of decay, while the empire represented the future of humanity. Millions of Germans cheered, millions of Americans despaired. But something new awoke in the shadows. Dead with Roosevelt, many in the underground lost their last footing with the old government. Instead, they began to create their own structures. Young men and women formed secret cells that were no longer oriented towards Washington or a deposed government, but towards the idea of reinventing America. Roosevelt's death was a blow, but also a catalyst. It showed that the old order was over, that one could not hope to return, but had to redefine resistance. In Europe, Roosevelt's death was viewed with mixed feelings. Some who had once believed in the USA finally gave up all hope. Others, especially in occupied countries such as France or Poland, regarded him as a martyr whose legacy must live on. Leaflets in the underground showed his picture with the sentence, "He died because he believed in freedom." These messages secretly spread to America and kept the embers of resistance burning. Japan officially reacted with restraint. Tokyo issued a brief statement acknowledging Roosevelt's historic role but stressing that the future of Asia was now firmly in Japanese hands. Behind the scenes, however, people rejoiced that Berlin had won another symbolic victory. Every move that weakened the US benefited Japan's ambitions. In the USA, a dangerous power struggle began after Roosevelt's death. German authorities installed a puppet government in New York that was willing to cooperate with Berlin. This government, consisting of industrialists, conservative politicians, and military officers, was to be the face of a new America according to the will of the Reich. But her authority was weak, and many citizens considered her a traitor. At the same time, Japan built up its own structures on the West Coast, which were in direct competition with the German order. The German leadership knew about the symbolic power of his death and tried to suppress any memory. Books were confiscated, photographs destroyed, monuments removed. But the more the regime tried to erase Roosevelt from the collective memory, the more firmly he became entrenched in the hearts of the people. Children whispered his name, resistance cells swore allegiance at Roosevelt's, and leaflets with his picture became a dangerous symbol of rebellion. But as so often in history, the end of a man created a new dynamic. Roosevelt's death was not only an end, but also a beginning. In the basements of the cities, in the forests of the Appalachian Mountains, in the mountains of California, people began to build new structures. They were no longer fighting for the return of the old USA, but for the birth of a new America, one that would one day overthrow the tyranny of empire and empire. The Reich celebrated Roosevelt's death as a triumph. But in reality, it had created a martyr whose spirit was stronger than his body. With his death, the old order ended, but at the same time, a myth was born that united the oppressed and sowed the seeds for future revolutions. Chapter 10, Nuremberg 2.0, The New World Order. With the death of Roosevelt and the surrender of the USA, the war had entered a new phase. Europe, Asia, and now America were under the rule of the Axis powers. In Berlin, the idea matured not only to celebrate this victory militarily, but to cast it in a legal and political foundation. The world was to learn that the empire had not only won, but had rewritten history. This is how the plan for a gigantic staging was born, the Nuremberg trials in reverse form, which were now not to indict the crimes of the National Socialists, but the crimes of the defeated. Nuremberg was deliberately chosen. The city, symbol of the party congresses and the ideology of the Reich, was to become the scene of the proclamation of a new world order. In the summer of 1946, the spectacle began. While the ruins of the destroyed cities of Europe were still smoking, while millions of people were suffering from hunger and forced labor, monumental halls, tribunes, and courtrooms were erected in Nuremberg to show the world a picture of Germanic power. In front of the judges of the Reich and the cameras of Goebbels' propaganda machine, leading politicians and military officers of the Allies were paraded. American generals, British prime ministers, Soviet commissars, all those who had fallen into the hands of the Axis powers were now in the dock. The charge was crimes against humanity in defense of democracy, Bolshevism, and Jewish capital. It was a grotesque caricature of the justice that would have been exercised against the National Socialists in another world. The trials were not trials in the true sense of the word, but show events. The verdicts were decided long before the charges were read. Death sentences were imposed in series. Life sentences in camps were announced. But for the spectators it was to be more, a lesson, a signal that resistance against the Reich was not only senseless, but criminal. Millions of people around the world followed the broadcasts on the radio or in the newly created newsreels that were shown in cinemas. The symbolism was unmistakable. Where in another reality the crimes of the Nazis would have been revealed, the Reich now exposed its opponents and reinterpreted everything. The bombing of German cities was described as war crimes of the Anglo-Saxons, the Soviet defense as a genocide of Aryan culture. Even Pearl Harbor was distorted by German propaganda, not as an attack by Japan, but as a necessary blow against an imperialist aggression by the United States. In addition to the trials, congresses were held in which the main features of the New World Order were defined. Europe was officially declared the Greater Germanic Empire, with Berlin as its capital. Africa was given new administrative boundaries, which were drawn according to economic and racial ideological aspects. America was divided into 3 zones: German New Germania on the east coast, the Japanese Pacific Sphere in the west, and the neutral buffer zone in the middle. Rome received symbolic recognition as the third center of power, but Italy had long since played the role of a junior partner. Mussolini appeared as a speaker in Nuremberg, but everyone knew that he had nothing to decide. The world order was bipolar, Berlin and Tokyo, with Rome as an extra. The Nuremberg production was also a message to the population. In schools, the speeches of Hitler, Himmler, and Goebbels were used as teaching material. Newspapers published multi-page special editions proclaiming the new morality: obedience to the race, subordination to the leaders, rejection of all decadent democracies. It was an attempt to inscribe the victories in minds and hearts so that no one could believe in a return to the old order. But the effect was ambivalent. While millions of Germans and Japanese enthusiastically followed the spectacles, many in the occupied territories reacted with silent rejection. For them, Nuremberg 2.0 was a memorial to oppression. In France, resistance fighters whispered that one day there must be a true Nuremberg in which the perpetrators would be executed. In America, copies of old speeches by Roosevelt and Churchill were secretly distributed as a counterweight to German propaganda. At the same time, the rivalry between the Reich and Japan was already beginning to shine through. Tensions have repeatedly arisen in the conferences on the division of the world. Berlin claimed South America as its area of interest, while Tokyo claimed parts of India and the Middle East. Officially, there was talk of harmony, but mistrust and envy grew behind closed doors. Nuremberg was the stage for a joint triumph, but things were already crunching under the surface. For Hitler, Nuremberg was the highlight of his life's work. In speeches, he raved about the completion of his decades-long struggle. The images of him speaking in the halls of the city in front of hundreds of thousands went around the world. His words were imbued with visions of a millennial empire that would bring all of humanity under Germanic leadership. Millions rejoiced, millions despaired, and millions began to think silently about the future after him. While the empire was celebrating, the smarter minds were already aware that this victory would not bring stability. The world was conquered, but not pacified. Millions of people lived under duress, oppressed and full of hatred. The resistance was not extinguished, but only pushed underground. The trials in Nuremberg were not the end, but the beginning of a new phase, a world that was kept in iron order, but seethed inside. This is how Nuremberg 2.0 became a symbol. For the empire, a symbol of final power. For the oppressed, a symbol of humiliation that they would never forget. The New World Order had been proclaimed, but it stood on a foundation of violence and fear, and it would soon become clear that even the most powerful dictatorships did not last forever. Chapter 11. Germanization of Europe. After the proclamation of the New World Order in Nuremberg, the empire began to consolidate its rule in Europe not only militarily, but also culturally and socially. For Hitler and his ideologues, victory was not complete as long as Europe was still made up of nations that retained their own language, culture, and identity. The future was to be a homogeneous Germanic empire in which all differences would be erased or subordinated. Thus began the phase of systematic Germanization of Europe. France in particular became an experimental field for Germanization. Paris, once the City of Light, has been redesigned by German architects. Monuments of French history were demolished or replaced by symbols of the empire. The Champs-Élysées was now a parade avenue for Wehrmacht parades, and the Eiffel Tower bore banners with swastikas. At the same time, a targeted resettlement policy began. German families were settled, while French citizens were displaced to rural regions. The aim was to make Paris a German metropolis in the West within a few decades. Germanization was even more radical in the East. Poland, Czechoslovakia, and large parts of the Soviet Union were seen as a living space, in which the population was either to be expelled or forcibly assimilated. Millions of Slavs were deported to labor camps, while German settlers were given the fertile soils. Entire villages disappeared, their inhabitants were deported, and settlements with German names, schools, and churches sprang up on the ruins. The map of Eastern Europe was systematically redrawn, as if the peoples who had lived there for centuries had never existed. In Scandinavia, Germanization was more subtle. Norway and Denmark were seen as brother peoples that could be more easily integrated into the Germanic order. Here, the focus was less on coercion than on propaganda and economic dependence. German cultural associations, NSDAP branches, and youth organizations took over education, while local elites were involved in the administration. Within a few years, Oslo became a showcase of peaceful Germanization, where German architecture and Nordic traditions merged. Great Britain, which in the eyes of the National Socialists represented a special enemy, was treated with a heavy hand. London was badly destroyed after the bombing and fighting, but instead of rebuilding the city, the Empire used the ruins as a memorial. Big Ben was charred, Tower Bridge was decorated with symbols of the Empire, and Buckingham Palace was converted into an administrative building. The British royal family had been forced into exile, and the population lived under constant surveillance. English was not banned, but systematically suppressed. Newspapers, theatres, and universities had to publish in German. Anyone who resisted risked deportation. Germanization was not only a cultural project, but also a biological one. Himmler's SS initiated programs for racial testing. Children in occupied territories were examined for their Aryan characteristics. Those who were considered valuable were separated from their families and taken to German foster families or homes. In this way, entire generations were to be uprooted and integrated into the ideology of the Reich. Millions of children from Poland, the Czech Republic and Ukraine grew up in German households in the 1950s without knowing where they came from. At the same time, a large-scale resettlement policy began. German families from the territory of the Reich were sent to occupied territories, with generous land allocations and state support. They were supposed to form the new elites in Eastern Europe, while the native population was forced to work or forced into reservations. Cities such as Warsaw or Minsk lost their identity and were rebuilt into planned cities of the empire, with wide streets, monumental buildings, and administrative centers. But as enormous as the machinery of Germanization was, it met with resistance. In France, there was a strong underground movement that carried out acts of sabotage and attacked German institutions. In Poland, the resistance was even more determined. Entire regions slipped out of the control of the Reich as soon as the Wehrmacht was not massively present. Even in the Netherlands, where Germanization was considered comparatively mild, networks emerged that distributed leaflets and attacked collaborators. Thus, in the years following the victory, a transformation began that fundamentally changed the continent. Old nations disappeared from the maps, languages were suppressed, cultures were extinguished. Symbols of the Reich were everywhere, and everywhere the youth was educated in new schools where there was no longer any room for freedom, democracy, or diversity. The Germanization of Europe was an attempt to squeeze an entire continent into a single ideology, and it laid the foundation for the tensions that would grow inexorably in the coming decades. Chapter 12. The Colonies of Africa under the Imperial Eagle. After the victory over the Allies, the empire increasingly turned its attention to the south. In the eyes of the National Socialists, Africa was a continent full of untapped treasures, raw materials and infinite areas that were to be rearranged under the rule of the Imperial Eagle. Already during the war, strategists in Berlin had drawn up plans to reconquer and expand the old colonies of Germany. With the collapse of the British, French, and Belgian colonial empires, these plans were now about to be implemented. The map of Africa was redrawn at conferences in Berlin and Rome as if it were a board game. The old borders that Europe had drawn in the 19th century disappeared, replaced by huge Reichsgau, which were designed according to the ideas of German ideologues. Central Africa became the colony of Central Africa, which stretched from Cameroon to Tanganyika and was considered the heart of the new German colonial empire. In the north, the empire claimed Libya and Egypt, in the south-southwest Africa and parts of South Africa. Italy was formally allowed to keep Ethiopia, but in reality German generals controlled the important cities and trade routes. The economic exploitation was ruthless. Gold, diamonds, copper, rubber, and oil flowed to Europe in an endless stream. German corporations such as IG Farben and Krupp took over mines and factories, while the local population could hardly survive. Entire regions were depopulated because men, women, and children were forced to work or deported to camps. Hunger and disease spread, but for Berlin this was not an issue. In the eyes of the rulers, Africa was not home to its people, but a pool of resources that served to strengthen the empire. The infrastructure was massively expanded, not for the Africans, however, but for the Reich. New railway lines connected the ports on the Atlantic with those on the Indian Ocean in order to ship raw materials to Europe more quickly. Gigantic roads cut through savannas and deserts, lined with Wehrmacht bases. Airfields were built in Dakar, Windhoek, and Nairobi, from which the empire could extend its power over the continent. But the Germanization of Africa met with the fiercest resistance. In Algeria, Morocco, and Egypt, guerrilla groups fought against the occupation. In the forests of Central Africa, resistance cells were organized, which sabotaged railway lines and attacked German patrols. Even in Southwest Africa, where the German colonial rule of the pre-war period was still remembered, protests stirred. The response of the Reich was brutal. Villages were burned down, tens of thousands executed or deported. The colonies lived in a state of permanent violence. At the same time, the SS experimented with their visions of the future in Africa. Himmler saw the continent as a laboratory in which new forms of rule and settlement could be tested. German settler colonies were founded, isolated from the local population, with their own schools, churches, and administrative structures. The aim was to Germanize entire regions by expelling or exterminating the original inhabitants. Propaganda promised German families a new life under the African sun, but in reality life there was hard, marked by violence and fear. Africa also played an ideological role. In Berlin, colonization was presented as proof that the Reich could shape not only Europe, but the entire world. Films showed blonde settlers on fertile fields in Kenya, children playing under the national flag, and mines producing shiny raw materials. The reality, however, was one of hunger, exploitation, and death, images that propaganda carefully concealed. Italy, which still formally claimed colonies in North and East Africa, saw itself increasingly pushed to the sidelines. Rome had to accept that German generals were in charge in Libya and Ethiopia. Mussolini gave speeches in which he spoke of an Italian renaissance in Africa, but in reality Italy was only a junior partner, tolerated but meaningless. For the African peoples, this period was a catastrophe, but also the beginning of a new form of resistance. Traditional leaders who had lost their authority joined guerrilla groups, and young men forced to work fled into the wilderness and began to fight. Women organized secret networks that smuggled food and information. Despite all the brutality, the empire never managed to completely control the continent. Beneath the surface glowed a resistance that would one day explode in major uprisings. At the same time, Japan watched the developments with suspicion. Tokyo did not directly claim African colonies, but it viewed German expansion with skepticism. The more the empire took hold of Africa, the more Japan feared that Berlin could also dominate the Indian Ocean, a region that Tokyo saw as part of its own sphere of interest. As early as the late 1940s, the first tensions between the two Axis powers began, which clashed indirectly in Africa. The colonies of Africa under the imperial eagle thus became a scene of violence, exploitation, but also of subliminal rivalry between the victors. For Berlin, they were a symbol of global power, for the oppressed peoples a symbol of tyranny that had to be overthrown one day. While German settlers hoisted their flags in newly founded cities such as New Berlin or Adolfstadt, men and women in the forests, deserts and villages of Africa swore that they would never voluntarily cede their land to the Reich. Chapter 13. America as New Germania. After the capitulation of the United States and the signing of the treaties that placed Washington in the hands of the Axis powers, an era began for America that no one could have imagined. The country, which once stood for freedom, democracy, and the American dream, was torn in half and reshaped. For the German Reich, the East Coast was the heart of its booty, a stretch of land that was to be transformed in a short time from the freedom ideas of the Constitution to a colony under the banner of the swastika. It was no longer called the United States, but New Germania. The capital of the occupied territory became New York. Berlin saw the city as a symbol that was perfect for demonstrating the new power. The Manhattan skyline, once a symbol of American wealth and pride, was now adorned with swastikas and banners in red, black, and white. The Empire State Building bore the Reich flag on its top, and the Statue of Liberty was transformed into a perfidious symbolic figure. Instead of the torch, she now held an imperial shield, her inscription had been removed, and propaganda films celebrated her as the victory statue of the new age. The first years were marked by a mixture of intimidation and systematic re-education. Schools were brought into line, curricula were converted to German, and the history of the United States was rewritten. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Abraham Lincoln were erased from the books or portrayed as tools of Jewish Bolshevik conspiracies. Instead, teachers taught the heroic stories of the German victory, the superiority of the Aryan race, and the need to destroy the old world order. Society split into three groups: collaborators who sought their own careers in the new system, the broad masses who tried to survive without attracting attention, and the resistance fighters who operated underground. There were quite a few collaborators: politicians, businessmen, and former officers who realized that they could only preserve their privileges if they subordinated themselves to the Reich. They were given new posts in the administration. In return, they had to blindly carry out orders from Berlin. For the ordinary population, life changed drastically. The constitution was suspended, assemblies were banned, and a free press no longer existed. Newspapers and radio programs reported exclusively from the perspective of the Reich. Anyone who voiced criticism disappeared overnight, often forever. Families who openly refused to hoist German flags or participate in propaganda events were expropriated or deported. The Jewish population of America in particular was in great danger. Many had already fled during the war, but those who stayed behind were systematically tracked down by the Gestapo. Deportations to Europe began soon after the capitulation, and reports of camps in the East penetrated even into the occupied territories of America, although they were officially hushed up. In Washington, D.C., which was largely destroyed after the fall of the Capitol, the Empire erected a monument to its power. The Capitol, once the seat of American democracy, has been transformed into an administrative center of the Empire. The rotunda was now adorned with a mosaic of the Reich's eagle, and the former halls of the congressmen became the offices of the Reich commissioners. Hitler himself had reports sent to him about the transformation and insisted that Washington should become a city of submission, while New York should shine as the metropolis of the new Germanic America. The country's economy was completely geared to the needs of the empire. Corporations such as Ford and General Motors no longer produced for the American market, but for the German war machine. Those who did not cooperate lost their company, which was subsequently nationalized or handed over to German companies. Raw materials such as steel, coal, and oil were exported to Europe on a large scale, while the American population suffered from shortages. Food ration cards were introduced, and hunger and disease occurred in the poorer neighborhoods. But despite all efforts, the empire did not succeed in completely breaking American identity. Beneath the surface, things were fermenting. Resistance groups formed in the forests of the Appalachian Mountains, secret leaflets circulated in the streets of Chicago, and even in New York there were connections to the underground. Many hoped for support from the neutral zone or from the Japanese West, but often the resistance remained isolated and mercilessly persecuted. The Germanization of America also brought an experiment that had never been done before: the systematic resettlement of population groups. Millions of Americans were to be forced out of the coastal cities into the hinterland in the long term, while German settlers and officials controlled the metropolises. Plans envisaged transforming Boston, Philadelphia, and New York into imperial cities whose populations were to be predominantly German-speaking in a few decades. The children played a key role in this project. In special schools, which were organized on the model of the Hitler Youth, American boys and girls were put in uniform, sang German songs and marched in parades. They were told that their country's past was null and void and that their future lay in the empire. For many of these children, it was the only reality they knew, and so a generation grew up torn between American heritage and Germanic indoctrination. But the facade of power began to show cracks as early as the 1950s. While the empire presented America as New Germania, it was clear that control was expensive and unstable. Constant uprisings, acts of sabotage and rivalry with Japan in the West turned North America into a powder keg. Berlin knew that it could only rule the US by force and fear, and that is exactly what it did. New Germania became a symbol of the triumph, but also of the hubris of the empire. For the Germans, it was proof that their power was limitless, that even the most powerful country had to bow to the old order. For Americans, however, it was a wound that did not heal, a country that had lost its identity but kept in its heart the dream of freedom. And it was precisely this dream that was to flare up again in the coming decades, stronger, more dangerous, and more unstoppable than the gentleman in Berlin could ever have imagined. Chapter 14: The Japanese Pacific Sphere. While the empire consolidated its power over Europe and the American East Coast, Japan created its own order in the years following the victory, which was soon referred to as the Japanese Pacific Sphere. For Tokyo, the war had been not only a confrontation with the Western powers, but also a sacred struggle for supremacy in Asia. The victory gave the Japanese elites the opportunity to turn their vision of a greater Asia sphere of prosperity into reality, an empire that stretched from the coasts of Australia through Southeast Asia to the American West Coast. The basis of this order was the alliance with Germany, but from the beginning it was a temporary alliance. Both powers had divided the world among themselves, but Tokyo had no interest in subordinating itself to Berlin. Rather, the Japanese leaders saw the victory as an opportunity to eliminate the Western colonial empires in Asia and replace them with an empire of their own. France, Great Britain, the Netherlands, they had lost their colonies, and now Japan was advancing wherever the European powers had been weakened or defeated. China was at the center of this expansion. Even before the war, Japan had occupied large parts of the country, but now, after the final collapse of the Allies, the remaining pockets of resistance have been crushed. Beijing became the administrative center of a gigantic occupation zone that encompassed all of eastern China. Shanghai, once a symbol of Western presence in Asia, was Japanesized. Skyscrapers bore characters with imperial symbols, the streets were named after generals, and the city developed into a center of Japanese economic power. The people of China suffered immeasurably under this rule. Millions of people were exploited as workers, their fields and factories produced for the Japanese war engine. Resistance was brutally suppressed, cities burned down, villages depopulated. At the same time, Tokyo tried to build a layer of collaborators who were deployed in administration, education, and the military. These were supposed to give the impression that China was part of a common Asian future, but in reality they were only puppets of a system that was supposed to secure Japanese domination. Southeast Asia experienced a similar fate. The former colonies of the Netherlands, France, and Great Britain, Indonesia, Indochina, Burma, became part of the Pacific Sphere. Japanese governors replaced the European colonial masters, but the lives of the population hardly changed. They remained subjects of a distant power that exploited its resources. Oil from Indonesia, rice from Burma, rubber from Malaya, everything flowed to Tokyo and Yokohama to keep the empire's industry and war machine running. Australia and New Zealand were not originally major targets for Japanese expansion, but after the surrender of the United States, Tokyo recognized their strategic importance. Australia was divided, the north under direct Japanese control, the south under a puppet regime that played on the illusion of national independence. In reality, the country was a Japanese military base from which the Pacific routes were monitored. New Zealand became formally autonomous, but was economically completely dependent on Tokyo. The jewel of the Pacific Sphere, however, was the American West Coast. California, Oregon, and Washington were occupied by Japanese troops after the surrender of the USA. Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Seattle turned into centers of Japanese culture and power. Propaganda spoke of the harmony between Asia and America, but in reality the occupation was harsh. English was tolerated, but Japanese was the language of the administration. American companies were taken over by Japanese companies, and the population lived under the strict control of the Kempeitai, the notorious military police. San Francisco has been declared the Pearl of the Pacific. Japanese architecture overlaid the skyline, with shrines and torii arches dominating the cityscapes. At the same time, ghettos were created in which second-class Americans lived, those who were not willing to collaborate or who were said to be racially inferior. The African American population and those with Latin American roots were hit particularly hard. They were systematically discriminated against and forced into labor service. Cultural indoctrination was an integral part of Japanese rule. In schools, American children were forced to learn Japanese characters, sing songs about the emperor, and perform in uniforms reminiscent of the Imperial Youth Organization. Shintoism was propagated as a moral foundation, while Christian churches were monitored or closed. In propaganda films, blonde and Asian children were seen marching hand in hand under the rising sun, an image of unity that did not reflect reality. However, the Japanese Pacific Sphere was not only a military and political project, but also an economic one. Tokyo promoted large companies such as Mitsubishi, Mitsui, and Sumitomo, which took over factories, mines, and ports in the occupied territories. The entire region was transformed into a gigantic economic zone, the sole purpose of which was to strengthen Japan. While Tokyo and Osaka were booming, millions of people in Asia suffered from hunger, forced labor, and poverty. But resistance also stirred within the sphere. In China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines, guerrilla groups fought against Japanese rule. An underground network emerged in California, supported by the Midwestern Neutral Zone. Leaflets, acts of sabotage, and secret radio broadcasts reminded people that America had not yet fallen completely. For Tokyo, the Pacific Sphere was therefore never a quiet empire, but a constant battlefield against invisible enemies. Despite all the brutality, the Pacific Sphere developed its own dynamic. In the big cities, especially San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Shanghai, a hybrid culture emerged. Americans adapted to Japanese customs, while Japanese officers adopted Western technologies and consumer goods. Restaurants offered both sushi and hamburgers. Fashion combined Western and Asian influences. For the youth, who knew nothing else, this was normality, a life in which the boundaries between occupier and vanquished blurred without the violence behind them disappearing. Politically, Tokyo staged the Pacific Sphere as a countermodel to the German world order. While Berlin spoke of racial purity and germanization, Japan presented itself as the liberator of Asia, which had redeemed the peoples from Western colonial rule. In reality, the structures were similar: exploitation, oppression, and coercion. But the facade worked, especially in parts of Asia where the memory of British or French colonial rulers was still fresh. The rivalry between Berlin and Tokyo was felt in the Pacific Sphere. While Nuremberg 2.0 proclaimed German dominance in Europe, Tokyo emphasized in solemn ceremonies that the rising sun ruled over Asia. Both powers maintained the alliance's facade, but behind the scenes it was clear that it was only a matter of time before the Cold War between the empire and the empire would break out openly. Africa, India, and the neutral zone of America were only the harbingers of this conflict. By 1960, the Japanese Pacific Sphere had grown into a gigantic empire that comprised hundreds of millions of people. It was an empire that brought wealth to Tokyo, but also fueled hatred and resistance. In the streets of Shanghai, the villages of Vietnam, the forests of California, everywhere it seethed. The sun might officially shine forever over the sphere, but dark shadows were soon to loom over it as rivalry with Berlin began to tear apart the peace of the victors. Chapter 15: Resistance in the Underground. The world may appear to be divided into two large blocks and pacified. On the one hand, the Greater Germanic Empire with its colonies and vassals, on the other the Japanese Pacific Sphere, but under the surface there was a glowing hatred that could not be extinguished so easily. Wherever the banner of the imperial eagle or the rising sun waved, resistance grew in secret. It was fragmented, chaotic, full of contradictions, but it had one thing in common: the refusal to accept the new order without resistance. In Europe, Germanization had found its most brutal form. Underground movements were particularly active in France, Poland, and the Netherlands. In 1950s Paris, covered in propaganda posters and with German flags flying over the boulevards, men and women met secretly in basements to print leaflets that were distributed on street corners at night. La France vit encore, it said, France is still alive. Acts of sabotage against railway lines that transported troops and raw materials into the Reich were among the most dangerous, but also most effective means. Every attack was met with massive retaliation, executions, hostage-taking, deportations. But the networks renewed themselves again and again, sustained by a quiet loyalty to the old nation. In Poland, the resistance was even stronger, albeit with a higher death toll. The Polish Home Army had been officially smashed, but it continued to exist in scattered groups. Its members survived in forests, fed on smuggling and help from the population, and attacked German bases. For the Reich, Poland was an endless war in the shadows, officially pacified, but in reality a powder keg. Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Greece were also centers of the underground movement. Partisans operated in the mountains of Yugoslavia, and with their knowledge of the terrain they repeatedly inflicted severe blows on the Wehrmacht. Greece was marked by hunger and occupation, but a stoic resistance was stirring in the villages, which was nourished by old traditions. The resistance in Germany itself was particularly sensitive for Berlin. Officially, the Reich was considered closed, but there were small cells consisting of socialists, church members, and former members of the Wehrmacht. They worked in secret, exchanged information, tried to pass on news from abroad. The Gestapo persecuted them with merciless severity, but again and again groups managed to distribute leaflets with messages such as "The Reich is not eternal" or "Freedom lives." Resistance also glowed in the colonies of Africa. German rule, which destroyed entire villages and forced millions of people into labor camps, was never able to establish complete control. In the forests of Central Africa, in the deserts of North Africa, and in the savannas of the South, groups formed that sabotaged railway lines or burned down plantations night after night. Their resources were modest: rifles, explosives, often machetes, but their determination made them a constant threat. It was no different in Asia and the Pacific sphere. China was the biggest flashpoint. Millions of farmers and workers hated the Japanese occupation, which plundered their cities and deprived their families of their rights. Guerrilla groups operated in the mountains, carried out strikes against Japanese garrisons, and disappeared back into the thicket. Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines experienced similar movements, often inspired by old anti-colonial traditions that were now directed against a new master. In the American territories controlled by Japan and Germany, resistance developed into a special form. The East Coast, New Germania, was under strict surveillance, but there were hidden networks of former officers, workers, students, and even clergymen trying to keep the spirit of the old US alive. Radio broadcasts were carried out secretly, messages were written on walls, sometimes entire supply trains were sabotaged. Especially in the Appalachian Mountains, a stronghold of resistance emerged, where the impassable terrain offered protection to the underground fighters. The West Coast under Japanese control was also a center of the underground movement. In San Francisco and Los Angeles, American patriots mingled with Chinese, Filipino, and Mexican activists fighting against the Japanese occupation. Their actions ranged from small disruptions to large-scale attacks on military bases. The Kempeitai reacted with cruel severity: public executions, mass arrests, torture. But the resistance was like water: it could not be grasped, it continued to flow wherever an opportunity presented itself. The neutral zone in the heart of America, which officially belonged to neither Berlin nor Tokyo, played a special role. It was a place of retreat, a place where resistance fighters could gather, organize, and operate in both directions from there. Officially, it was controlled by local elites, but in reality it was a patchwork of spies, smugglers, resistance cells, and agents from both sides. This is where German dissidents met with American patriots, Japanese deserters with African freedom fighters. The resistance in the underground was not only military, but also cultural. Secret printers produced books, poems, songs that were banned. In France, old chansons were sung, poems were recited in Poland, and in America the Declaration of Independence was secretly copied and distributed. These acts of remembrance were dangerous, but they kept alive the belief that the old world had not been completely erased. Women played a decisive role in this. While men often fought or ended up in camps, women formed networks for communication, supply, and transport. They hid refugees, smuggled news, gave children lessons in the ancient language and history. Their work was quieter, but no less dangerous. Many were discovered and executed, but without them the resistance would never have been able to survive. For the rulers in Berlin and Tokyo, this was a thorn in the flesh that could not be removed. For the oppressed, it was hope that even the greatest dictatorships would not last forever, that a future would grow in the shadows that would one day come to light. Chapter 16. The New Capital Germania. After the war, Berlin was no longer the city it had been before 1939. Destruction, reconstruction, and the gigantic plans of the National Socialists had made it a place where triumph and downfall were equally visible. But for Hitler, Berlin was only a transition. Even in the early years of his reign, he had spoken of the need to create a new capital, not simply an administrative center, but the heart of an empire that would immortalize its power in stone and monuments. After the victory over the Allies and the reorganization of the world, this project could be tackled: the transformation of Berlin into Germania. Albert Speer, the architect of the regime, was commissioned to realize the vision. His plans envisaged creating a city that would tower above all other metropolises, larger than Rome, more magnificent than Paris, more monumental than New York. Germania was to be a symbol, not only for the German people, but for the entire world, which was now under the rule of the Reich. The city's axis ran from north to south, crossed by a gigantic boulevard that ran through the metropolis like a line of power. At the center of this plan was the Great Hall of the People, a domed building that was so enormous that it made St. Peter's Basilica in Rome seem like a toy. Hundreds of thousands of people were to find space in it to listen to the Führer's speeches, to celebrate the greatness of the empire, to feel part of an unshakable order. The dome towered so high that it was visible from afar, an artificial mountain of stone and steel that symbolized the dominance of the empire over heaven and earth. In front of this hall ran the north-south axis, a road so wide and long that entire armies could march on it. It was lined with triumphal arches, porticos, and government buildings, all of which bore the same style: austere, monumental, intimidating. Anyone who entered this street should feel small, crushed by the force of architecture, trapped in a space that allowed no individuality, but only subordination. Germania was not only an architectural project, but also a political one. The city was supposed to bundle all the threads of power. This is where the ministries resided, where the highest organs met, where the elite of the empire lived. Diplomats from all over the world had to walk through the halls, which were decorated with swastikas and eagles, and experienced firsthand how small their own countries seemed compared to this concentrated staging. The restructuring of Berlin was a gigantic effort. Hundreds of thousands of workers, many of them forced laborers from the occupied territories, were brought in to erect the buildings. Entire districts were demolished, their inhabitants expelled to make room for the new monuments. Families who had lived in Berlin for generations found themselves in barracks on the outskirts of the city, while the pillars and domes of the new Reich rose above their old houses. Propaganda portrayed the conversion as a marvel of technology and architecture. Newsreels showed Speer and Hitler looking at models while workers hauled stones in endless columns. Children learned in schools that Germania would become the world capital of the millennium, the center of a new era that would know no end. But behind the facade, things were seething. Many Berliners endured the forced resettlements only reluctantly. The gigantic construction sites caused noise, dirt, and endless traffic jams. Forced laborers died in large numbers from overwork, hunger, and mistreatment. Resistance groups used the opportunity to commit acts of sabotage: small fires, damaged machines, delayed deliveries. They could not stop the construction, but they showed that even in the world capital control was not total. But Germania was also a prison. The monuments were not only symbols of power, they were also an expression of a growing paranoia. The halls were crisscrossed with security apparatuses, the streets controlled by police and SS. Every visitor, every resident was under observation. The city was built not only to show greatness, but also to secure control over its own people. In the eyes of the world, Germania was a sign of invincibility. Diplomats from South America, Africa, and Asia reported their intimidation as they walked through the huge halls. Even the Japanese envoys who complained in Tokyo about the rivalry with Berlin admitted that they had rarely experienced such a staging of power. Germania was more than a capital, it was a threat. At the same time, a grotesque double life developed. While the magnificent buildings towered in the center, millions of Berliners lived in poverty on the outskirts of the city. Food shortages, housing shortages, and the omnipresent fear of the Gestapo determined their everyday lives. The glamorous parades on the north-south axis stood in sharp contrast to the dark sides of the city, where people fought for their survival. Nevertheless, Germania fulfilled its purpose. For the supporters of the regime, the city became a myth, a symbol that reminded them of victory. For the opponents, it was a memorial to oppression, which they found both repulsive and fascinating. Many resistance fighters said that Germania would one day have to fall, just as Rome had once fallen. Germania's architecture had another effect. It influenced people's thinking. Anyone who walked through the gigantic streets day after day, who saw the halls and arches, felt the crushing size of the state. Individuality disappeared. Mass became the norm. It was a psychological effect that the architects had deliberately aimed for. Germania was not to be just stone and mortar, but a tool of intellectual submission. In the late 1950s, Germania was not yet completely completed, but the large buildings were standing, the axis had been laid out, the city had changed its character. Berlin had disappeared, replaced by a symbol that had burned itself into the collective memory. Germania was there, a city that was supposed to make the empire imperishable and yet, like all human work, remained fragile at its core. Chapter 17. The Dream of the Millennial Empire. Germania, the new capital, was only one building block. The monumental architecture was intended to make visible what the empire wanted to be: unshakable, timeless, greater than all the cultures that had preceded it. But the dream of a millennium was more than stone and steel. It was an ideological construction, an attempt to rewrite history itself. In the schools of the 1950s, children no longer learned the history of democracy, revolutions, or the old nations. They learned a new chronology that began with the rise of the leader and made all the other events of the past seem only in preparation for it. The French Revolution was a mistake, American independence a sign of decadence, Bolshevism a Jewish deception. Everything served the narrative that the German Reich was the logical completion of human history. Propaganda films showed images of victories, parades and buildings that were to be passed on from generation to generation. The youth were sworn in that they were the bearers of an eternal order. "You are the children of the millennium" was a slogan emblazoned on posters that hung all over Europe and America. The dream of the millennium was also a project of science. Research institutions were given immeasurable funds to develop new technologies that would secure the power of the empire. Missiles, jet planes, tanks, atomic bombs, all this was not only for military purposes, but also for symbolism. Every technological advance was presented as proof that the empire was at the forefront of humanity. At the same time, historical research was carried out that unearthed ancient Germanic myths, linked them to modern concepts and thus drew a seemingly unbroken line from the Nibelungenlied to the parades in Germania. But the realization of this dream had its price. Millions of people were sacrificed in camps and work projects to enable the construction of the monuments, the conquest of new territories and the suppression of all resistance. For the elite, the sacrifice was justified, even necessary. For the peoples who were subjugated, the dream of a millennium meant nothing more than an endless night. The USA, now New Germania, was a special focus of this vision. For the rulers in Berlin, the conquest of America was not only a military victory, but the final confirmation that no power in the world could resist the Reich. America was staged as evidence. The nation that once stood for freedom and democracy was now integrated into the order of the empire. Schools taught the German language there, monuments of the old republic were demolished or reinterpreted, and gigantic administrative buildings were erected in the cities to serve the new masters. But the dream of a millennium was also full of contradictions. On the one hand, it was to be universal, to present the empire as an invincible order for all peoples. On the other hand, it was based on an ideology that separated people according to their race and treated entire groups as inferior. This tension could not be resolved. While Germanization was progressing in Europe, millions of people in Africa were forced into colonial regimes who knew nothing about a future for thousands of years. In America, entire population groups were systematically disenfranchised. The dream, which promised eternity for some, was nothing but a nightmare without end for others. But the more the leadership tried to realize this dream, the more his inner fragility became apparent. For no empire can last forever, and no ideology can stop the course of history. As early as the 1950s, resistance flared up in the underground that was not intimidated by the slogans. For the people who lived in the shadows, the dream of a millennium was not an eternal fate, but a facade that was bound to collapse one day. Chapter 18: Nuclear Threats and Secret Projects. As early as 1945, German scientists had been working on the development of an atomic bomb in the underground laboratories of the Harz Mountains. After the fall of the United States and the conquest of numerous American research sites, all the knowledge that the Americans had gathered at Los Alamos and Oak Ridge fell into the hands of the Empire. Hundreds of physicists, engineers, and technicians were integrated into the Rice research programs, some voluntarily, most under duress. The result was an explosive mixture: German engineering, American know-how, and the almost unlimited resources of a world empire. The propaganda spoke of the fire of the gods, which was solely in the hands of the Aryans, and presented the test as proof that the empire was inviolable for thousands of years. Newspapers, radio broadcasts, and films celebrated the scientists, who were staged as heroes. But behind the triumphant facade there was nervousness. The Japanese allies followed the developments with suspicion. Tokyo knew that while the empire was officially a partner, the reality looked like rivalry. Japan, for its part, began to invest huge sums in its own nuclear research, so that it soon became clear that a Cold War was looming. Parallel to the nuclear weapons, gigantic missile programs were advanced. The V-2, which had been considered a forerunner during the war, was now the basis for an entire family of missiles that reached intercontinental ranges. From bases in Europe and New Germania, missiles could reach any city in the world. Berlin boasted that no power on Earth could escape the grasp of the Reich. At the same time, space projects began to be developed. The A-12 space rocket was not only intended to launch satellites into Earth orbit, but also serve as a carrier for nuclear warheads in the long term. In addition to these publicly celebrated developments, there were a large number of secret projects that were only known to a small circle, even within the regime. In underground facilities, hidden in the Alps, in Norway, and in the deserts of Africa, experiments were carried out that went to the limits of what was technically and ethically imaginable. Biological weapons, radiation weapons, sound cannons, all this was part of the arsenal of a dictatorship that not only wanted to secure its power, but to expand it in every possible way. The Reich also conducted research in the field of psychology and mind control. In camps and secret institutes, experiments with drugs, hypnosis, and electric shocks were carried out to create the perfect soldier: will-less, unwavering, unstoppable. Many of these experiments ended in the death of the subjects, but the results were incorporated into population control strategies. The empire wanted to dominate not only people's bodies, but also their minds. Japan, for its part, reacted with a mixture of cooperation and competition. Officially, Tokyo spoke of common security, but in reality it was building its own nuclear deterrent. In the vastness of Siberia and on Pacific Islands, Japanese tests were carried out, which soon reached the German explosive power. The world, which had only just been forced into the order of the empire and the sphere, entered a new age, the age of mutual threats of annihilation. America, although subjugated, also played a role in this development. In the Rocky Mountains and the vastness of Canada, German scientists used old American research facilities to develop new weapons. At the same time, the resistance tried to smuggle information about these projects abroad. Again and again, reports reached the neutral zone or underground groups in Europe, documenting the cruelty of the experiments. This information fueled the hope that the total control of the empire could not last forever, that its own hubris would eventually destroy it. But one thing was certain: the world had been living under the shadow of the nuclear threat since the late 1940s. Cities were rebuilt, air raid shelters were built, emergency plans were drawn up. In schools, children practiced ducking under their benches in the event of an attack. Newspapers explained that the Reich was indestructible in an emergency because it had the best bunkers and defense systems. But in truth, everyone knew that if there was a nuclear war between Berlin and Tokyo, the world would sink into rubble and ashes. The secret projects of the empire revealed the ambivalence of his rule. On the one hand, it wanted to create eternity and stability. On the other hand, it built weapons capable of destroying this eternity within minutes. It was an empire that celebrated its greatness in monuments, but at the same time looked into the abyss. For many, the millennium was no longer a dream, but a nightmare of steel, concrete, and radioactive fire. Chapter 19: The Cult of the Leader. In the 1950s, the empire was defined not only by its military power and monumental buildings, but by an almost religious worship of the man who stood at its head. The cult of the leader was the ideological heart of the New World Order, the embodiment of the past, present, and future in a single person. Everything that happened, all victories, all developments, even natural events, were associated with him. He was the beginning and the end, the father and judge, the light that illuminated the world. Even in the early years, there had been signs that the National Socialists portrayed Hitler not only as a politician, but as a kind of messiah. After the victory over the old powers, this move was increased to gigantic proportions. The empire no longer only proclaimed its political power, but a cosmic mission that was inseparably linked to the person of the leader. In Germania, the Great Hall towered not only as a center of power, but also as a temple where he was worshipped as a living god. Propaganda created a world of images that left no alternative. Radios began and ended with quotes from the Führer. Newspapers published his words daily, although he often did not speak them himself. Every event was interpreted in relation to him. A new building was his will, a new weapon his vision, a harvest his gift. Even the rain that fell on the fields was portrayed in speeches as an expression of his blessing. Schools were places of indoctrination where children learned not only to respect the leader, but to revere it. His portrait hung in every classroom. His quotes were found in every reading book. Children had to memorize poems that praised him and sing songs that sang of his greatness. Birthdays were no longer celebrated with family celebrations, but with ceremonies during which the child was solemnly welcomed as the new fighter of the Führer. He also had his place in the churches, which had not been completely abolished, but had been forced into the service of the Reich. Many priests and pastors had to begin their sermons with references to the leader, who was portrayed as the perfecter of divine will. Some religions that did not fit into this image were banned, others were secretly persecuted. This resulted in a hybrid form of political ideology and quasi-religious veneration, which was intended to consolidate the empire's power. Parades and marches became sacred rituals in which the masses showed their subordination. Hundreds of thousands marched through the streets of Germania, singing songs, calling his name, stretching out their arms in greeting. Each of these productions was recorded by cameras, shown in newsreels, and thus made an eternal repetition in everyday life. Those who did not participate, those who did not cheer, those who did not show the right enthusiasm made themselves suspicious. Enthusiasm became a duty, veneration the norm. The Führer himself lived increasingly withdrawn, but it was precisely this that increased his myth. He was rarely seen in public, but when he appeared, it was an event of world historical significance. Thousands of people gathered just to take a look at him. His speeches were rare, but every word was immediately circulated in millions of copies, taught in schools and adopted into everyday life. His voice had become an omnipresent sound, his image an eternal companion. The cult went far beyond political loyalty. Many people truly believed that he possessed supernatural abilities. Stories circulated that he had escaped death several times during the war because higher powers protected him. Some said that he had seen a vision of the future. Others considered him an instrument of providence. Such myths were not only tolerated by the propaganda apparatus, but encouraged, because they reinforced the impression that his rule was inevitable. In the media, he was not shown as an aging man, but as a timeless hero. Photos and paintings always depicted him in full force, with a sharp gaze, his head held high, his face beaming. The years might pass, but the images remained the same. To the youth, who had never known him otherwise, he was a figure who could not age, who remained eternally young and invincible. But behind the myth lay a reality that was more contradictory. The leader grew older, his health fluctuated, his decisions were influenced by an ever narrower circle. But that was precisely why the cult grew. The weaker it became in private, the stronger the image of the superhuman had to be maintained. For the population, the leader was not just a human being, but a symbol, and symbols must not show any weaknesses. The power of this cult was also shown by the fact that it radiated beyond the borders of the empire. In New Germania, on the American continent, he was venerated with the same fervor as in Berlin. Cities were named after him, squares and streets bore his quotations. Monuments were erected that depicted him in gigantic dimensions. Even in the colonies of Africa, the oppressed had to hold parades in which his image was shown, even if they felt only hatred and fear inside. For the world public, the leader cult was a shock. Even the Japanese, who revered their emperor as divine, were surprised by the intensity with which a single man was idolized in Europe and America. Tokyo recognized in this both a strength and a weakness. Strength, because it gave the empire an ideological unity that made it almost invincible. Weakness, because the entire system depended on a single person. Inside the empire there were people who rejected the cult, who found it ridiculous or dangerous. But they had to be silent, because ridicule or doubt could mean death. Nevertheless, resistance groups took advantage of the absurdity of the cult to secretly spread parodies. Small poems mocking his infallibility, caricatures depicting him as a grotesque figure. These materials were life-threatening, but they kept the spark of criticism alive. In the late 1950s, the cult began to take on new forms. With the spread of television and modern means of communication, the image of the leader became even more ubiquitous. Evenings with the family began with the national news broadcast, which always ended with a speech or a picture of him. Radios broadcast not only music, but also hymns in his honor. Life in the empire was saturated with his presence, so that no one could distinguish between reality and myth. But in the shadows, underground, in the hearts of those who suffered, he was also the symbol of all that was wrong. For them, the cult was not worship, but a daily reminder that they were enslaved. And the greater the myth became, the stronger their hope grew that one day the man behind the image of God would have to die, and with him the kingdom he embodied. Chapter 20. Everyday Life in the New Reich. Everyday life in the New Reich was characterized by an interplay of external normality and inner anxiety, of technological progress and cultural rigidity, of glamorous staging and harsh reality. Millions of people lived their daily lives, went to work, raised their children, celebrated weddings, and mourned the deceased. But all this took place under the shadow of an omnipresent power that left no area of life untouched. For most, the day began with radio announcements known as the leader's morning message. In truth, these were mostly propagandistic texts read out by speakers, but the illusion that the Führer himself was speaking to each individual was powerful. Only then did news follow, which was also strictly controlled. Those who drank coffee or ate bread in the morning did so accompanied by a voice that represented the empire as an eternal order. Consumer life was divided into two parts. For the elite, the party functionaries, the officers, and the new masters of New Germania, there was an abundance. Magnificent apartments, fine clothing, imported delicacies. In the shops, which were only accessible to them, there were goods from all over the world. Coffee from Brazil, wine from France, fruit from Africa. For the rest of the population, there was simple food, rationed and controlled. Although the famine of the war years had been overcome, luxury remained a privilege of the powerful. For adults, the empire offered a wealth of culture, but culture that was strictly controlled. Plays were censored, films had to contain propaganda elements, books that did not fit the line were banned. Instead, there were monumental films about the victory of the empire, operas that celebrated Germanic myths, and exhibitions that praised technical progress. Entertainment has always been education. Even if someone saw a light film about a love story, there was always an undertone of duty and loyalty to the Reich. Surveillance was omnipresent. Everyone knew that neighbors could spy, that there were informants in offices, that conversations on the street could easily be betrayed. The Gestapo was an invisible net that spread over all strata of society. Many lived in constant fear of becoming conspicuous by a thoughtless word or a small gesture. This atmosphere of uncertainty led people to withdraw, keep their thoughts to themselves, and speak cautiously even in the closest circle. Religion played only a subordinate role in everyday life. Many churches had been closed or converted into imperial temples, in which the power of the Führer was glorified. Old festivals such as Christmas were reinterpreted to celebrate the victory of the empire. Instead of the birth of Christ, the birth of a new world order was celebrated, and the symbols of the cross were replaced by runes and imperial eagles. For many people, this was a deep cut, but those who openly clung to old traditions risked punishment. In New Germania, everyday life was even more contradictory. On the one hand, the empire tried to Germanize the American continent, with schools, roads, and cultural programs that were supposed to make old America forgotten. On the other hand, the memory of freedom and democracy lived on in the hearts of many Americans. They went to work, sent their children to Reich schools, and celebrated the new holidays, but in quiet moments they told stories of the old flag, the Declaration of Independence, and the dream of freedom. In the Appalachian Mountains, in the forests, and in the cities, a culture flourished in secret that refused to be extinguished. Life in the new Reich was thus a mixture of routine and repression, of glamour and fear. For many people, it was simply survival, an attempt to settle into the flow of the system without attracting attention. For the elite, it was a life full of privileges, in which they enjoyed the dream of a millennium. For the oppressed, it was a nightmare that they only endured because they hoped in their hearts that it would end one day. Chapter 21. Japan's Rise to Superpower. While the empire was consolidating its power in Europe, Africa, and America in the 1950s, a process began on the other side of the globe that was to permanently change the fragile balance of the New World Order. Japan, which in the shadow of the victory over the Allies had initially acted as a loyal partner, almost as a junior partner of the Reich, developed at a rapid pace into an independent superpower that was no longer willing to submit to Berlin's specifications. The foundation for Japan's rise lay in the victory of 1945. Through the joint offensive against the United States, the empire had secured supremacy in the Pacific. Australia was blockaded, the Philippines was completely under control, and with the fall of Pearl Harbor in its final form, Japan had built an impregnable bastion. Hawaii became the hub of its naval and air forces, a symbol of the new power that no longer saw itself threatened by the West. When the USA finally capitulated, the West Coast effectively fell into Japanese hands. San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Seattle were placed under Japanese administration, and from here Tokyo began a large-scale policy of assimilation and economic exploitation. While the empire put its resources into gigantic construction projects and the Germanization of Europe, Japan took a more pragmatic approach. Tokyo invested massively in industry, technology, and infrastructure. The war years had shown that raw materials were crucial, and so Japan concentrated on controlling the Pacific sphere. Oil from Indonesia, rubber from Indochina, ores from Australia, and food from the fertile soils of China formed the wealth of raw materials that enabled the empire to expand its economy unprecedentedly. The cities on the west coast of the USA became the laboratory of this rise. While Berlin reshaped New Germania with a hard hand, Japan created a hybrid system in California. Japanese culture was systematically introduced, schools taught the history of the empire, the language became a compulsory subject, Shinto rituals found their way into public ceremonies. But at the same time, Tokyo invested in modern production facilities, in research, and in the expansion of cities into trading metropolises. Los Angeles became a gateway of the Pacific, where Japanese corporations established production chains connecting Asia, America, and Oceania. The population of the conquered West Coast lived between adaptation and resistance. Many Americans submitted to the new system because they found work and a minimum level of prosperity was assured. Japan knew how to cleverly combine carrot and stick. Those who showed loyalty could benefit: new jobs, better care, access to education. Those who refused ended up in camps or disappeared without a trace. But in contrast to the brutal Germanization in the East, Tokyo allowed a certain cultural hybridization. Jazz clubs coexisted with tea ceremonies, Hollywood produced films under Japanese censorship, and Western architecture merged with Far Eastern forms. This clever balance paid off. While the empire relied more and more on coercion and oppression, Japan gained sympathy, at least superficial ones. In the 1960s, Tokyo was considered a center of progress and innovation. Universities researched new technologies, and corporations such as Mitsubishi, Nippon Steel, and Hitachi built empires that stretched across the entire Pacific. Observers soon spoke of a Pacific century that would not be shaped by the West, but by Japan. During this time, the Cold War between the former partners became inevitable. Both powers knew that the world could not remain divided between them forever. The empire controlled Europe, Africa, and the eastern part of America. Japan dominated Asia, the Pacific, and the West Coast. There was an invisible border between the two, which increasingly became the dividing line between two systems. Berlin relied on monumentality, racial ideology, and rigid control. Tokyo, on the other hand, presented itself as a modern, technologically oriented state that promised prosperity, at least for those who adapted. But beneath the surface, the empire was no less repressive. Political opposition was unthinkable, dissidents disappeared into secret prisons, and colonized peoples continued to suffer exploitation and oppression. The apparent liberalism in California was a tactical tool, not a conviction. Nevertheless, it was precisely this difference that made Japan appear more attractive in an international comparison. Many people in South America, India, or the Middle East, who maneuvered between the two blocs, saw Tokyo as the less brutal alternative, a decisive factor in the struggle for global spheres of influence. In cultural terms, Japan began to leave a lasting mark on the world. The fashion of the 1960s was permeated by Asian influences. Manga and anime developed into global phenomena, and Japanese pop music found its way into radio stations from Buenos Aires to Cairo. In California, an idiosyncratic mixed style emerged, a symbiosis of American pop culture and Japanese aesthetics that redefined the image of the West Coast. While Germanic marching music dominated in New York, people sang about love, technology, and the future in San Francisco. Politically, Tokyo began to form the Pacific Alliance, an alliance of satellite states such as Australia, the Philippines, parts of Southeast Asia, and the west coast of the USA. This alliance was more than just a military bloc, it was an economic space dominated by Japanese technology, capital, and culture. By the end of the 1960s, it was already clear that Japan was no longer just the junior partner of the empire, but a power that was on an equal footing with it. Berlin reacted with growing mistrust. While the Reichstag and the party leadership continued to publicly invoke the alliance with Japan, intelligence services had long been working to undermine Japanese expansion. Acts of sabotage in factories, spy networks in Tokyo, and propaganda campaigns on the west coast of the USA were intended to weaken the empire. But Japan was prepared. The Kempeitai, the Japanese secret service, was as ruthless as the Gestapo, and in the shadows of the Cold War a web of intrigues, assassinations, and covert operations unfolded. The situation in Alaska became particularly explosive. The empire claimed the northern territories of America, while Japan established military bases there. In the late 1960s, this led to an Alaska missile crisis that brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. For weeks, German missiles in Canada and Japanese missiles in the Aleutian Islands were on high alert. Only a secret diplomatic compromise prevented the escalation, a foretaste of the tests of strength that were to follow. Nevertheless, Japan remained on course. The empire understood that its power was based not only on military strength, but also on technological superiority. As early as the 1970s, it invested in computer technology, robotics, and space travel. Satellites orbited the Earth, Japanese researchers experimented with microchips, and Tokyo dreamed of a future in which machines would dominate society. While the empire was still erecting gigantic monumental buildings, Japan was looking to the stars. This rise was not without internal contradictions. In Japan itself, there was a society torn between tradition and modernity. The emperor remained the untouchable symbol, but behind him stood generals, industrialists, and technocrats who ran the country. The population enjoyed prosperity, but they lived in a rigid system in which individual freedom had no place. Propaganda portrayed Japan as a harmonious empire, but tensions simmered behind the facades, tensions that were to lead to conflict in the decades to come. On a global scale, however, it was clear that the 20th century was no longer the age of the West. It was the age of two totalitarian superpowers that were hostile to each other and divided the world in half. On the one hand, the empire, which based its rule on blood, soil, and monuments. On the other hand, the Empire of Japan, which used progress, technology, and cultural adaptation as instruments of its power. And between these blocks stood billions of people who had to adapt, survive, or secretly resist. Japan's rise to superpower status had finally destroyed the illusion of a stable world order. From now on, it was clear that the century would be marked by conflicts between Berlin and Tokyo. Conflicts that would decide not only the future of the two empires, but the fate of all humanity. Chapter 22: The Partition of America, West Coast under Tokyo. After the surrender of the United States and the division of the world between the two Axis powers, North America was the most visible expression of the New World Order. Hardly any other continent was so clearly divided into two opposing halves as the former home of democracy. While the East Coast became New Germania under the eagle flags of the empire, Japan took over the West Coast and shaped it according to its own ideas. The Rocky Mountains became the new frontier, a cut across the heart of America that tore families, divided cities, and separated entire cultures. The division of America was more than a geopolitical line. It was a symbol of the world itself, which was divided into two blocks. The East Coast, from Boston to Miami, was a laboratory of Germanic rule, authoritarian, racially ideological, monumental. The West Coast, on the other hand, was the showcase of the empire, a mixture of Asian culture, economic dynamism, and disciplined order. Both systems claimed to be the true face of the future, and America, once the land of the free, became the testing ground for these opposing ideologies. San Francisco became the political center of the Japanese administration. From there, the imperial governor ruled the Pacific Administrative Zone, which stretched from Seattle to San Diego. Japanese officials took over the government offices, but they worked with selected Americans who were willing to submit to the new system. These collaborators were given posts in the police, administration, and education, while those who refused were sidelined. A thin layer of Americans thus lived in relative safety, while the majority of the population was under Tokyo's strict rules. Everyday life on the West Coast was marked by a balance between oppression and apparent modernity. Japan invested heavily in infrastructure. New ports, modern railroads, airports, and highways connected the region more closely to Asia than to the rest of the Americas. Los Angeles became a hub for trade and culture, a city where Japanese corporations built factories that produced electronics, cars, and consumer goods that were soon available throughout the Pacific sphere. But this prosperity was not for everyone. The American middle class shrank, while two societies emerged: a privileged layer that came to terms with the new masters, and a broad mass that was characterized by strict discipline and cultural adaptation. Schools taught children Japanese, films were produced according to Japanese guidelines, and even sporting events had to bear the symbols of the empire. Baseball was still allowed, but the opening ceremonies began with Japanese anthems, and many clubs were given new names to emphasize their loyalty to the emperor. The change in people's minds was more profound. In the schools of the West Coast, a generation grew up that only knew America from stories. History books explained that democracy had been a failed experiment that had to be replaced by the wise order of the empire. Children learned to worship the emperor as the divine head, while the American flag and the Constitution disappeared into the archives. The memory of freedom survived only in the families that secretly passed it on, a whisper in living rooms that could be betrayed by spies at any time. The border in the Rocky Mountains became the neuralgic point of the New World Order. There, Japanese garrisons faced the fortresses of the empire. Cities like Denver, which were located in this very zone, became divided places, torn apart by distrust and control. Streams of refugees moved from east to west and from west to east. People tried to change sides, some in search of more freedom, others driven by economic hopes. But the border was deadly. Patrols, barbed wire and checkpoints made it one of the most heavily monitored lines on Earth, comparable to the later border in Berlin, only 1,000 times longer. In geopolitical terms, the division of America was a permanent bone of contention between Berlin and Tokyo. Both sides claimed the United States as the crown jewel of their world order, but they had to come to terms with the division. It was a constant thorn in the side of the empire that San Francisco and Los Angeles had become Japanese cities. For Japan, on the other hand, it was a victory that it exploited for propaganda purposes. The former world power America was no longer master of its own country, but a vassal. The population lived between these fronts. Families who once lived in Chicago had relatives in California and New York, but the border made visits impossible. Letters were censored. Telephone calls were monitored. Many families broke up because of this separation, and entire generations grew up without contact with each other. America was divided into two parts, not only politically, but also humanly. But the West Coast was also a place of hope. In San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Seattle, secret circles were formed in which young people discussed freedom, inspired by the stories of their grandparents. Some found access to old documents such as the Declaration of Independence or Lincoln's speeches that circulated underground. These groups were small, but they kept alive the flame of a different future. For the empire, the division of America was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it had smashed the old world power, and on the other hand, a competitor had emerged in Japan that was becoming stronger and stronger. The West Coast was the visible proof of this competition, a region where the empire demonstrated its superiority while the empire looked on with suspicion and envy. This memory was dangerous because it sowed the seeds for decades to come. The division of America was not the end, but the beginning of a conflict that was to keep the world in suspense. For people in the West, it meant a life of conflict, material prosperity, cultural diversity, and technological modernity on the one hand, political oppression, constant surveillance, and loss of identity on the other. It was a society that seemed like an experiment, an attempt to take away people's past and fit them into a new order. But history is not so easy to describe. Even though generations lived under the symbols of Tokyo, even if schools revered the emperor and the Japanese language dominated, somewhere in the Rocky Mountains, in the backyards of California, in the hearts of the people, there was a spark that could not be extinguished. And this spark would one day become the fire that called into question the division of America. Chapter 23: The Cold War between the Reich and Japan. When the 1960s began, the illusion of a fraternal alliance between the Reich and Japan was finally shattered. The joint victory over the Allies, the shared rule over the world, and the staging of an indestructible Axis alliance only lasted as long as there was an external enemy. With the disappearance of the old democracies, however, it became apparent that two systems were facing each other, which were comparable in their severity, but fundamentally different in goals and methods. The empire ruled with an ideology fixated on blood, soil, and race. Everything had to serve the dream of the Millennium Empire, and the germanization of the world was the top priority. Japan, on the other hand, saw itself as the center of a Pacific civilization that defined itself through technology, discipline, and cultural transformation. While Berlin showed its power through monumental buildings, forced labor, and brutal oppression, Tokyo relied on economic expansion, technological dominance, and a controlled form of cultural penetration. These differences were not only ideologically but also geopolitically incompatible. The division of America was the most obvious point of conflict. The Rocky Mountains were now the new front line, a demarcation zone that both sides fortified with barbed wire, tanks, and missile emplacements. Berlin claimed complete control of the continent and considered the Japanese presence in California a disgrace. Tokyo, on the other hand, saw the West Coast as the showcase of its world order, a symbol of modernity and superiority over the Germanic model. Both sides knew that any attempt at violent unification would lead to a world conflagration. The arms race was the most visible expression of this rivalry. In the 1950s, the Reich had an apparent superiority due to its V-2 and V-3 rocket programs. But Japan quickly caught up, using the resources of its Pacific sphere and developing modern missile weapons that could be launched from bases in Alaska, Hawaii, and Australia. In the 1960s, both powers possessed intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads that could destroy any major city in the world in a matter of minutes. From then on, humanity lived under the constant shadow of a nuclear world war, and both systems kept each other in check. In the shadow of this ideological war, a covert battle of the secret services raged. The Gestapo and the SD played a cat-and-mouse game with the Kempeitai and the agents of the Japanese Foreign Ministry. Spies infiltrated embassies, assassins carried out attacks, double agents changed sides. The big cities, Berlin, Tokyo, San Francisco, New York, became chessboards on which invisible wars were fought. Sometimes scientists disappeared without a trace, sometimes a factory exploded in a mysterious fire, sometimes a politician turned up dead, supposedly by accident. The world learned that war took place not only on battlefields, but also in the shadows. The people of America were the biggest victim of this Cold War. The The division of the continent meant that millions of families were torn apart. In New York, people lived under Germanic rule, in Los Angeles under Japanese rule. Travel was impossible, communication strictly monitored. Children grew up without ever seeing their grandparents or siblings on the other side. Entire generations knew their own nation only as a shared experiment between two foreign powers. The Cold War also had a psychological dimension. Both systems lived in constant fear of the other. In Berlin, it was believed that Tokyo was planning an invasion across the Pacific. In Tokyo, there were fears that Berlin could strike with its missiles from Canada. This fear created a society that was characterized by paranoia. In both camps, a culture of surveillance, censorship, and discipline grew, because they were convinced that the enemy was lurking everywhere. Nevertheless, the Cold War remained cold in the 1960s and 1970s. Neither dared to attack openly, because both knew that a nuclear war would mean their own destruction. Instead, they fought in the shadows, in proxy wars, and in the race for technology. In the 1970s, this race increasingly shifted into space. Both the Reich and Japan launched satellites, built rockets, and dreamed of manned missions. The sky became the new battlefield, an anticipation of the conflicts that were to characterize the 21st century. The Cold War between the Reich and Japan was not only a geopolitical conflict. It was a permanent condition that shaped all of humanity. Everyone knew that the world could end in nuclear fire at any time. Everyone lived in a system that was defined only by the existence of the enemy. Freedom, democracy, individual rights, all of that had disappeared. Instead, there were two totalitarianisms that kept each other in check, and a world trapped in fear and uncertainty. But behind this gloomy facade, there was also hope. In the basements of New York, old books were read. In the mountains of California, people secretly sang American songs. In the slums of Rio de Janeiro, young people dreamed of a world without empire and emperor. While the Cold War brought control and fear, it also created spaces in which resistance was born. At the end of the 1970s, it was clear that the conflict could not be resolved. It had become the basic condition of the world, a permanent stalemate that would perhaps last decades. But it was just as clear that no system, no matter how powerful, could last forever. Behind the stable facade of the Cold War, the forces that would one day reshape the world were already waiting. Chapter 24: Spies and Assassins. In the shadow of the great front lines of the Cold War between the Reich and Japan, a second, invisible war unfolded, which was at least as dangerous as the nuclear threats or the armored divisions along the Rocky Mountains. It was a war that was waged in the alleys of Berlin, in the urban canyons of Tokyo, in the smoky bars of San Francisco, or the secret cellars of New York. A war of words, whispers, forged documents, silenced pistols, and inconspicuous men and women risking their lives on behalf of their regimes or in the service of an idea. While the world public stared spellbound at rocket launches and arms programs, a permanent exchange of blows between spies and assassins raged behind the scenes. The Reich Security Service, the Reich Security Main Office with the Gestapo and SS, sent its best agents across the Atlantic to infiltrate the Japanese colonial authorities, steal plans, and eliminate possible dissidents. The Japanese secret police, the dreaded Kempeitai, responded with the same severity, building up a network of spies, informants, and double agents in Europe. The boundaries between friend and foe became blurred in this shadow world. An agent who worked for the Reich today could be recruited by the Kempeitai tomorrow. Double game, betrayal, and deception were the order of the day. Entire existences were built on lies. Entire biographies were falsified in files. A seemingly harmless sales representative in Buenos Aires could in fact be a high-ranking liaison agent, an inconspicuous professor in Zurich a key hub for the transfer of information between Berlin and Tokyo. The territory of the divided United States was particularly fiercely contested. The Rocky Mountain Zone was not only the military demarcation line, but also the stage for an espionage war the likes of which the world had never known before. Denver, which had been declared a neutralized buffer city, was teeming with Gestapo officers, Japanese intelligence officers, local collaborators, and American resistance cells who tried to play both sides off against each other. Everyone knew that Denver was full of microphones, spies, and surveillance points. Nevertheless, it was the only city in which Reich and Japanese officers officially met, and thus also the central transshipment point for secret operations. The War of Shadows was particularly brutal in the attacks, which acted like cold blows to the stability of the powers. In San Francisco in 1965, a car exploded in the immediate vicinity of the Japanese governor's palace. Japanese propaganda immediately blamed the Germanic Secret Service, while Berlin denied any responsibility and claimed that it was an action by American underground fighters. A few months later, a high-ranking SS general died in Berlin, allegedly from a heart attack, but in reality Japanese agents had injected him with a barely detectable substance. Each side was officially silent about such incidents, but behind closed doors, retaliatory actions were planned, which again ended in blood and smoke. The American people were caught between the fronts of this invisible war. For people in New York, Boston, or Chicago, it was everyday life that shots were suddenly fired in the streets, that neighbors disappeared, or that a cafe where they were sitting yesterday was in ruins today. In Los Angeles or Seattle, you experienced the same thing, only with different uniforms and different slogans. People hardly knew whether an attack was an action by the Gestapo, the Kempeitai, or the American resistance. A climate of permanent uncertainty arose in which trust became almost impossible. The resistance made clever use of this atmosphere. Small cells in the Appalachian Mountains or in the slums of San Francisco began to stage attacks, which they blamed on the other powers. A bomb in a German administration building could be sold as the work of Japanese agents, an attack on a Japanese officer as retaliation by the Reich. In this way, it was possible to sow discord between the occupiers and at the same time gain time and space for their own underground struggle. The technical side of espionage developed rapidly during this era. Miniature cameras, radios in cigarette packets, poisoned umbrellas, or microcapsules with poison that could be implanted under the skin, all this became reality. Both the Empire and Japan experimented with new methods of gathering information and killing. The line between science and murder became blurred, and many of the so-called secret projects served to make agents more invisible and assassinations more inconspicuous. At the same time, the psychological pressure on the agents was enormous. They lived a life in constant disguise, without a fixed identity, without friends they could trust. Many broke under this burden, committed suicide, or became traitors themselves because they could no longer withstand the paranoia. The Cold War of the superpowers here became a hot, personal war in the souls of those who fought it in secret. There were moments when the Shadow War almost escalated into open conflict. In 1968, a German spy was unmasked in Canada who was involved in an assassination plan against the Japanese Governor-General in Montreal. Tokyo threatened military retaliatory strikes. Berlin spoke of a provocation. Only through secret negotiations in Denver could a direct war be avoided, but mistrust grew immeasurably. In Europe, the Kempeitai's hand was also felt. Their agents were mainly active in neutral states such as Switzerland, Sweden, or Spain. They were looking for weaknesses in the Germanic administration, for generals who could be bribed, for scientists who were willing to give up their research in exchange for gold or protection of the family. In Berlin, they reacted with ever stricter surveillance laws. Entire neighborhoods were bugged, postal systems were controlled, even high-ranking officers lived under constant surveillance. But the denser the network of control, the greater the fear that the enemy was already inside. Thus, the war of spies became a self-destructing machine. Both powers used enormous resources to monitor, sabotage, or destroy the enemy. Entire industries grew around espionage. Entire generations of officers knew nothing but deception and mistrust. For ordinary people, however, it meant living in a world in which death could suddenly and silently emerge from the shadows at any time. By the end of the 1970s, it was clear that the battle between spies and assassins was not just a sideshow, but the core of the Cold War itself. For while tanks and missiles were the facade of power, it was the secret operations that actually determined the fragile balance. A single successful assassination attempt on a leader, a single stolen document, a single bomb in the wrong building could have been enough to plunge the world into nuclear chaos. The fact that this did not happen was less the result of control than of chance, calculation, and a constant fear that paralyzed both sides. Thus, humanity lived in the shadow of two systems that did not fight each other openly, but incessantly. The war of spies and assassins was a mirror of the Great War itself, brutal, merciless, invisible, and yet omnipresent. And while Berlin and Tokyo fought each other in the shadows, a new generation grew up in secret who would one day find the courage to break through the darkness themselves. Chapter 25: Alaska Missile Crisis. The 1960s had forced the world into a dangerous equilibrium in which the Reich and Japan circled each other like two predators, ready to jump at any time but unable to deliver the decisive blow. It was in this tense atmosphere that the so-called missile crisis in Alaska unfolded, which was to become the epitome of the Cold War between the two superpowers. It showed how close the world had been to the abyss of a nuclear inferno on several occasions, and how thin the line between deterrence and total annihilation had become. After the conquest of the United States by the Reich, Alaska was formerly part of the German occupation zone in the north, but geographically and strategically it was dangerously close to Japan's spheres of influence in the Pacific. From Anchorage, the Aleutian Islands could be monitored, the chain of islands that acted as a bridge between America and Asia. For Tokyo, it was unbearable that the empire maintained bases there from which long-range bombers or missiles could threaten the Japanese heartland. For Berlin, on the other hand, it was unthinkable to renounce this geostrategic position, as Alaska served as a buffer and threatening backdrop in equal measure. The crisis began inconspicuously, with the construction of a new missile base near Fairbanks in 1967. Satellite images obtained by the Japanese from their own spy programs showed suspicious structures, underground silos large enough to accommodate the latest V-weapon variants, ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads that could have reached Tokyo in less than half an hour. Officially, Berlin declared that these were purely defensive measures, but no one believed this account. Tokyo reacted by immediately expanding its naval presence along the Aleutian Islands and had its own missile positions built on the Japanese-controlled Pacific Islands. The Pacific turned into a zone full of threats, patrols, and skirmishes. There were several incidents in which German U-boats shadowed Japanese convoys or Japanese fighter planes pushed German reconnaissance aircraft away. Each of these incidents could have developed into an open war, and yet it initially remained intimidation and pinpricks. The population of Alaska lived in a state of permanent fear. Officers of the Wehrmacht set up exclusion zones, farmers and fishermen were resettled, villages disappeared from the map to make room for military installations. The civilian population, mostly Native Americans and descendants of settlers, was kept under strict control. Anyone who resisted the evacuation was immediately considered suspicious, a possible informant of the enemy. Many of them disappeared in labor camps deep in Canada or in the northern territories of Europe. When a Japanese reconnaissance plane was shot down over Alaska in 1968, the tension reached its first peak. Tokyo spoke of a provocation, Berlin of a necessary defensive strike. In both capitals, feverish discussions were held as to whether the incident should be used as a pretext for escalation. But both the Reichsführer and the imperial leadership knew that a direct war would provoke nuclear annihilation. Instead, a tough diplomatic struggle began, determined by threats, ultimatums, and secret channels. In this phase, the secret services played a decisive role. Japanese spies reported that the missiles in Alaska were not only stationed defensively, but were actually designed for a first strike. Berlin, on the other hand, deliberately spread disinformation, leaked false blueprints and gave interviews that downplayed the threat. In reality, however, the empire was feverishly building up its nuclear clout, while Tokyo was working on projects to restore balance. The climax of the crisis came in the winter of 1969, when a German submarine was captured by Japanese destroyers off the coast of Kamchatka. For hours, the ships played a cat-and-mouse game under the ice, accompanied by sonar signals and warning shots. Finally, a German dummy torpedo exploded, which the Japanese thought was an attack. Within a few minutes, both fleet units were ready to fire live fire. Only a final radio message from Tokyo, renewing the fire ban, prevented a battle that would inevitably have led to nuclear escalation. The world held its breath. In New York, Berlin, Tokyo, and San Francisco, people expected the worst. Many began hoarding purchases, bunkers were filled, families separated in the expectation that some might survive. Radio broadcasts spoke of the 0 hour, leaflets announced emergency plans. In the neutral states of Europe, such as Sweden or Switzerland, diplomatic initiatives to bring the two powers to their senses increased. Eventually, they agreed on secret negotiations in Denver, which served as a neutral zone between the two blocs. German and Japanese delegations met in the strictest secrecy, accompanied by a small group of Swiss mediators. The talks were tough, full of threats and mutual recriminations. Berlin insisted that Alaska was indispensable for the defense of New Germania. Tokyo demanded the immediate withdrawal of the missiles, or at least international control. Diplomats negotiated for days and nights, while spies and assassins outside tried to steal information or eliminate negotiators. In the end, a fragile compromise was reached, which went down in history as the Denver Agreement. The Reich pledged not to deploy any additional missiles in Alaska, while Japan pledged to freeze its own missile sites in the Aleutian Islands. In addition, a neutral observer commission was to monitor compliance, consisting of representatives of smaller states that were considered halfway trustworthy by both sides. But in truth, the agreement was little more than a band-aid on a gaping wound. Both sides only partially adhered to it, looked for loopholes and continued to arm themselves in secret. The crisis had not triggered a hot war, but it had shown how fragile the balance was and how easily misunderstandings or false alarms could bring the world to the brink of the apocalypse. For the people of Alaska, hardly anything changed. Everyday life remained characterized by soldiers, barbed wire, checkpoints, and a constant feeling of threat. Children grew up with the roar of bombers in the sky, young people were forcibly recruited by the Wehrmacht, adults lived in fear of suspicion of espionage. Some secretly joined the resistance, provided information to Japanese agents, or tried to sabotage the German infrastructure. But all resistance was brutally suppressed. Entire families disappeared into the woods and never returned. Internationally, the missile crisis in Alaska had a lasting effect. It showed the world that the rivalry between the Reich and Japan was not just a political theater, but a real, existential threat to humanity. In neutral states, the fear grew that one could unintentionally get caught between the fronts. In South America, which was regarded as a backyard by both powers, efforts to forge their own alliances and free themselves from dependence intensified. The missile crisis in Alaska shaped the following decades of the Cold War like no other event. It led to both Berlin and Tokyo adapting their strategies. More proxy wars, more secret operations, but also an even stronger focus on nuclear deterrence. The idea that one could destroy each other became the central doctrine. At the same time, however, the awareness grew that a small spark would be enough to bring down the entire house of cards. Thus, Alaska remained a symbol of the fragility of world peace in a divided order. The snow-capped mountains and icy coasts became memorials to a conflict that was never completely open, but always present. Slumbering in the bunkers and silos were weapons that could have wiped out civilization in minutes. And the people who lived there knew better than anyone that the shadow of doom lay right over their heads. Chapter 26. The Occupation Zone of Canada. Canada, that huge country north of the United States, had become a key strategic area in the years following America's surrender. What had previously been considered a peaceful, low-key part of the British Commonwealth turned into a geopolitical battlefield in which the rivalry between the Empire and Japan continued. The Occupation Zone of Canada was not a mere byproduct of the new order, but a central instrument for securing power, suppressing resistance, and acting as a buffer against the influence of the Japanese Pacific. As early as 1946, immediately after the collapse of Washington, Wehrmacht units marched across the border. Ottawa, Montreal, and Toronto fell almost without a fight. The Canadian government, which was already politically headless in Europe due to the loss of Great Britain and the destruction of the Allies, had no chance. Winston Churchill, who had fled to Canada, tried to organize a resistance from there, but his voice went unheard. He was extradited to Europe a short time later in a secret agreement between Berlin and the collaborating Canadian administration and disappeared into the Gestapo prisons. This broke the last symbol of British steadfastness in North America. For the Empire, Canada represented a kind of northern flank, a zone that had to be secured in order to keep its influence in the USA stable in the long term. It was not only about geography, but also about resources. The immense forests, the ore deposits and, above all, the energy sources in the provinces of Alberta and British Columbia made Canada a treasure house that wanted to exploit the empire. German corporations, closely intertwined with the party elite, took control of mines, oil fields, and forestry. Entire regions were militarized to nip any resistance in the bud. However, the occupation did not go as smoothly as planned. Resistance groups were immediately formed in the cities, consisting of former Canadian soldiers, Americans who had fled, and ordinary citizens. Especially in Quebec, where the French-speaking population maintained a certain distance from the Anglo-Canadian elites anyway, a stubborn underground developed. There, old identity conflicts merged with the fight against the occupiers. Guerrilla fighters operated in the forests of Ontario and the vastness of the north, sabotaging German logistics and attacking supplies. Berlin reacted with iron severity. Any form of resistance was met with collective punishment. Villages where partisans were suspected were burned down and residents deported. One of the largest internment camps in North America was built in Montreal, a place where tens of thousands of people disappeared. At the same time, propaganda tried to portray Canada as a natural part of the Germanic order. Schools were redesigned in which young people were taught the German language and were supposed to internalize Reich ideology. Those who adapted were given certain privileges, but those who resisted risked everything. Japan's role in this game was ambivalent. Although Tokyo did not have a direct claim to Canada, it viewed the growing presence of the empire in the north of America with suspicion. Over the Pacific coast and over Alaska, every movement of the Germans was observed. Japanese spies operated in Vancouver, secretly supported by sections of the local population who hoped that a rivalry between the occupiers might create space for their own freedoms. Berlin was aware of this danger and enforced particularly harsh security measures in the western provinces. The real drama, however, unfolded in Canada's geopolitical importance. For the empire, it was a bulwark against Japanese expansion across the Pacific. For Tokyo, on the other hand, Canada was a potential weak point of German rule in North America, a zone in which to destabilize the enemies. Thus, in the 1950s and 1960s, the country became a central theater of the Cold War between the Axis powers. Militarily, Canada was in constant states of emergency. Garrisons along the Alaskan border held the fort, while huge barracks complexes were built in the east at Quebec and Halifax. The German Kriegsmarine used the ports of Halifax and St. John's to coordinate U-boat operations in the North Atlantic. At the same time, northern Canada, traditionally inhabited by indigenous communities, was systematically developed. Secret missile bases, radar stations, and test sites for new weapons technologies were built there. The icy expanses served as the perfect cover for experiments that would have attracted too much attention in Europe or the USA. The life of the people in the occupation zone was characterized by a mixture of adaptation, resistance, and resignation. In the big cities, a collaborator elite emerged that did business with the occupiers, while mistrust and hatred grew in the working-class neighborhoods. Families were torn apart. Children were sent to re-education camps. Many fled into the wilderness, lived in makeshift settlements, and kept alive the memory of a free Canada. The Canadian resistance became better organized over the years. Through secret channels, he connected with the American underground, which operated in the Appalachian Mountains and the Great Lakes. Arms deliveries from South America or across the Pacific found their way into the forests of Quebec or the Rocky Mountains. Over time, the partisans developed an astonishing effectiveness, blowing up railway lines, destroying bridges, attacking convoys. A decisive moment came in the 1970s, when the resistance launched a large-scale action against the oil refineries in Alberta. For weeks, they paralyzed production, set plants on fire, and prevented exports to Europe. The German leadership responded with brutal retaliatory strikes, but the incident showed that the rule over Canada was by no means stable. In the international perception, Canada increasingly became a symbol of the weakness of the occupying power. While Berlin tried to stage its dominance, reports of massacres, deportations, and resistance actions repeatedly reached the world public. In neutral states such as Sweden or Switzerland, the Canadian problem was openly discussed, while in South America hopes grew that the resistance there could perhaps be a model for their own liberation movements. The relationship between the two Axis powers remained tense. Tokyo used every opportunity to indirectly support the resistance without ever officially assuming responsibility. Japanese propaganda stations broadcast news of German atrocities, presented themselves as defenders of oppressed peoples and thus hoped to morally weaken the Reich. Berlin, in turn, suspected Tokyo of actively smuggling weapons into the hands of the partisans, but was never able to prove it conclusively. The occupation zone of Canada remained a powder keg until the 1980s, an area that was officially under control but was actually shaken by constant unrest. For the people who lived there, everyday life was a constant balancing act between survival and resistance, between adaptation and rebellion. For the powers, on the other hand, Canada was more than just a colony. It was a touchstone of their rivalry, a place where it was decided whether the empire could permanently secure its power in North America or whether Tokyo would find a weak point that could one day develop into an open front. The missiles in Alaska had brought the world to the brink of annihilation, but the occupation zone of Canada showed that the greatest danger was not always in the silos and bunkers, but in the hearts of those who did not want to submit. Here, in the endless forests and icy plains, the fire of resistance continued to burn, and with every year that passed, the hope grew that one day the occupiers could be expelled. Chapter 27. Germanic Racial Politics in the USA. The subjugation of the United States was not only a military triumph for the Reich, but also a laboratory for the implementation of its most radical ideologies. While Europe had been subject to rigid racial politics since the 1930s, those in power in Berlin saw America as the ultimate touchstone, a country of gigantic size, cultural diversity, and a population made up of immigrants from all corners of the globe. In the eyes of the National Socialists, the conquest of the USA was not complete as long as this country had not been reshaped according to Germanic standards. Shortly after the capitulation, the first laws began that radically changed the lives of Americans. They followed the model of the Nuremberg laws, which had already been applied in Europe, but in North America it was pursued with even greater consistency. People were categorized, recorded, registered, according to origin, skin color, religion, and supposed racial purity. The bureaucracy of the empire worked tirelessly to record millions of people in spreadsheets and file folders, as if society were nothing more than a catalogue that could be rewritten at will. White Americans of European descent, especially those of German, Dutch, or Scandinavian descent, were given preferential treatment. They were considered Germanizable and were given access to better jobs, housing, and educational institutions. Anyone who could prove that their family came from Bavaria, Saxony, or even Prussia could expect a certain advancement. German courses became compulsory. Schools gradually replaced English with the language of the Reich. The Star-Spangled Banner disappeared, and swastikas and symbols of the new order were emblazoned everywhere. But for millions of others, the reality looked bleak. African Americans, who had already suffered discrimination before the occupation, were now systematically disenfranchised. They were not allowed to attend schools, were expelled from cities and forced into labor colonies in the South. Entire areas from Alabama to Louisiana were transformed into forced labor zones, where cotton, tobacco, and industrial products were produced for the Reich. Those who resisted were publicly punished or disappeared without a trace. America was no longer a place of refuge for Jews either. Many of them had fled persecution in Europe in the 1930s and had built a new life for themselves in New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles. Now they found themselves in the crosshairs again. Ghettos were established, initially as a temporary solution, later followed by deportations. Trains rolled to Canada, to Alaska, and from there on to Europe, where the extermination machinery of the Reich was waiting. The few who were able to hide lived in constant fear of being betrayed. For the indigenous population of North America, the occupation resulted in another catastrophe. They were classified as primitive and not assimilable. In reservations, which had already been enclaves of disenfranchisement under the old American administration, the situation worsened dramatically. Many were forcibly resettled, others were deported to labor camps in order to implement infrastructure projects such as the construction of roads, railways, and dams on behalf of the occupiers. Entire cultures were wiped out, languages banned, religious practices criminalized. The German administration spoke openly of a new Germania, a space that was to be completely redesigned over generations. Cities like New York were given new names, German street signs replaced the old ones, and monuments to the imperial ideology were erected everywhere. In Washington, which was now called New Berlin, a gigantic party building dominated the skyline was enthroned. American history has been rewritten. Monuments to presidents such as Lincoln or Jefferson have been destroyed or alienated in order to force them into the narrative of Germanic domination. A particularly perfidious instrument of rule was the education of the youth. Children were torn away from families if they did not correspond to the ideals of the Reich. They were sent to special Lebensborn schools, where they were indoctrinated from an early age. There they learned to deny their American origins and grew up in a system that instilled in them loyalty to the Führer and the Reich. Entire generations were to be uprooted and reshaped so that in the future there would be no difference between a Berliner and a New Yorker. The church, once a strong element of American identity, was also targeted. Christian institutions were either brought into line or banned, and pastors who preached resistance ended up in prison. They were replaced by imperial churches, which covered the Führer cult with a pseudo-religious aura. Faith was replaced by an ideology that deified the state and degraded the individual to an instrument of rule. Society was divided into winners and losers of this new order. A small elite of collaborators, politicians, industrialists, scientists, benefited from the alliance with the occupiers. They were given privileges because they were willing to betray their compatriots. Some American corporations quickly came to terms with each other, produced for the Reich and became part of the war economy. Others were expropriated or taken over by German companies. But despite all the brutality, the Germanic racial policy was not fully enforceable in the USA. The country was too big, the population too diverse. In many regions, especially in the South and Appalachian Mountains, massive resistance arose. Oppressed population groups joined forces. African Americans fought side by side with white farmers. Jews and immigrants from Eastern Europe formed secret networks. They all knew that an open fight against the military superiority of the Reich was hopeless, but they relied on guerrilla tactics, sabotage and survival in the underground. The German administration reacted with even tougher measures. Public executions became an everyday sight. Posters warned against miscegenation and presented it as a crime. Entire cities in the South were cleansed by force if the population did not submit to the new laws. But it was precisely this brutality that led to the growing resistance. Many people who had previously hesitated now began to actively act against the occupiers. The international impact of this racial policy was enormous. Tokyo used the atrocities for propaganda, presenting itself as the liberator of the oppressed peoples, although it acted similarly cruelly in its own sphere. In South America and Africa, the images from New Germania were closely followed, and they nourished the hope that the empire was not invincible. Every execution, every massacre that came to light damaged the image of their unstoppable order. For many Americans, Germanic racial politics meant not only oppression, but also a creeping oblivion. Over the years, memories of the old democracy became blurred. The children who grew up in the 1950s and 1960s knew nothing but flag roll calls, German lessons, and strict hierarchies. They became part of a society that hardly remembered its own past. And yet the resistance remained, hidden in the shadows. Every deportation, every forced resettlement, every ban fed hatred. And while Berlin proudly declared that America was now finally integrated, people in the underground knew that the real battle was far from being decided. Chapter 28. Cultural Oppression. After the racial policy of the Reich in the United States had unfolded its cruel structure, the occupying power turned to the cultural level, which was perhaps as important as any military or political measure. The rulers in Berlin had recognized that complete control over an occupied country could not be secured by weapons and laws alone, but above all by the mastery of the mind. America was a country marked by myths, films, music, and literature. A country where freedom, individuality, and the dream of advancement were deeply rooted in cultural memory. It was precisely these traditions that posed a threat to the stability of the new regime. Therefore, culture had to be systematically suppressed, reshaped, and eventually replaced. In the first months after the capitulation of the USA, an unprecedented wave of censorship measures began. Libraries were searched, entire book collections burned or locked in archives that were only accessible to functionaries. Works by American classics such as Mark Twain, Walt Whitman, or Ernest Hemingway disappeared from schools because they represented the values of old America. The same happened to the political writings of the Founding Fathers. The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and all documents that spoke of freedom, self-determination, and human rights were banned. They were seen as dangerous reminders of a past that was to be erased. Hollywood, once the shining symbol of American culture and a powerful tool of mass entertainment, has been completely brought into line. Film studios had to reorganize themselves under German management. Scripts were checked by Reich censors, and actors who did not conform to racial or ideological requirements were banned from their profession. Stars who refused to cooperate disappeared without a trace or fled to Japanese-controlled California. Instead, films were made that celebrated the superiority of the Reich, glorified the defeat of the Allies, and staged the image of the new man. Blockbusters became propaganda flicks, and the once creative dream factory was transformed into a tool of political indoctrination. The music was not spared either. Jazz, blues, and rock and roll, all musical genres that came from African American traditions or were influenced by UN German influences, were banned. Radio stations now played only marching music, German classical music, or specially composed songs praising the Führer. Anyone who nevertheless secretly listened to old records risked penalties. In many cities, underground clubs sprang up, where young people met secretly to listen to forbidden music. These meeting places became the nucleus of cultural resistance, small oases of freedom in the midst of a sea of oppression. The language itself came into the sights of the occupying power. English was gradually pushed back and replaced by German. Street signs, newspapers, school subjects, everything was subject to the new language regulation. In schools, children had to learn Goethe and Schiller by heart, while Shakespeare disappeared from the curricula. Teachers who refused to teach German were replaced. The new generation was to grow up bilingual, but with the clear dominance of German. The language of old America was to be gradually forgotten. Symbols of American culture were also deliberately erased. Baseball, once a national sport and an expression of the American way of life, was banned because it was considered a symbol of individuality and team spirit that was at odds with the totalitarian order. Instead, German sports such as gymnastics or athletics were promoted, often combined with paramilitary exercises. Football, as it was popular in the Reich, found its way into American stadiums, but always as a political spectacle in which games in huge arenas were combined with flag roll calls and propaganda speeches. The oppression also encroached on people's private lives. Weddings, baptisms, and funerals had to be held according to new, imperial-compliant rituals. Traditional holidays such as Thanksgiving or Independence Day were abolished and replaced by new holidays that celebrated the victory of the empire. Entire calendars were rewritten, so that the year was less reminiscent of American history and more of the turning points of the German world order. The universities, once the pride of American education, have been transformed into centers of conformity. Lecturers had to take pledges of allegiance, student organizations were brought into line, and research projects had to be subordinated to the needs of the Reich. Critical minds who still tried to maintain independent thinking were expelled or disappeared. At the same time, scientific resources of the USA were integrated into war and race research. Many American scientists were forced to work on German projects, from nuclear weapons to space travel, and were under constant surveillance. The media landscape changed radically. Newspapers were closed or turned into propaganda sheets that praised the victories of the empire on a daily basis. Radio, the main mass medium, broadcast speeches by officials, patriotic songs, and news that distorted reality. Television, which was just gaining importance in the 1950s, was controlled by the Reich from the beginning and served as a stage for monumental productions. Entire families sat in front of the screen in the evenings to watch speeches from Berlin or documentaries about the construction of New Germania, which were in reality staged propaganda films. But despite all efforts, cultural oppression could never be fully enforced. Culture is tough. It lives in songs, stories, memories, in people's kitchens and living rooms. Many Americans held on to small traditions that they maintained in secret. In rural areas, families secretly celebrated Thanksgiving, told their children about Washington and Lincoln, or sang songs that were officially banned. These small acts of resistance were not spectacular, but they kept alive the spark of another world. Cultural resistance was particularly strong in literature. Underground writings, secretly copied and passed on, told stories of freedom and uprising. Some novels were written in exile and brought back via smuggling routes. They spread hope and inspired new generations to resist spiritual bondage. Even in the cities, where control was particularly strict, there were secret theater performances and readings at which the old America was invoked. Paradoxically, the suppression led to the forbidden elements of culture becoming even more important. Jazz became not only music, but also a symbol of freedom. English became not only a language, but an expression of a forbidden identity. Every poem, every song, every old flag that was kept in secret turned into a silent protest. The Reich understood this danger and reacted with ever harsher punishments. Anyone caught with banned books risked imprisonment. Anyone who played jazz could be deported. Those who secretly celebrated American holidays lost their jobs or homes. But no matter how hard the occupying power tried to eradicate culture, it could not completely break the spirit. Cultural oppression created a counter-movement that grew in secret and grew stronger and stronger over the years. Thus, culture became a battlefield that was no less decisive than the front lines in Europe or Asia. While tanks and soldiers occupied cities, an invisible war raged in the minds and hearts of the people. It was a war over memory, identity, and the question of whether America could one day be itself again. The cultural oppression of the empire was aimed at creating a new people, loyal, obedient, uprooted. But in the underground, the old America lived on, hidden but undefeated. Chapter 29. Resistance in the Appalachian Mountains. The Appalachian Mountains, a wild, rugged mountain range that stretches from Alabama to Pennsylvania, have always been a refuge for people who wanted to escape control. Already in the time of colonization, settlers had settled here, who avoided the influence of large cities. During the Civil War, the mountains provided shelter for partisans and deserters, and in the years following the German conquest of the United States, this area once again became a bastion of resistance. What was controlled by the iron hand of the empire in the cities and wide plains of America repeatedly eluded total domination in the forests and valleys of the Appalachian Mountains. The geographical conditions favored resistance. Dense forests, steep gorges, and barely accessible paths made it difficult for even modern troops to successfully carry out major operations. For the people who lived there, these landscapes had been familiar for generations. Hunters, trappers, farmers, and miners knew every path, every stream, and every cave. They knew where to hide supplies, where to find natural defense points, and how to move silently through the mountains. In this environment, small groups were able to operate surprisingly effectively against a highly armed occupying force. The beginnings of the resistance in the Appalachian Mountains were inconspicuous. At first, these were families and neighborhoods that refused to fully submit their way of life to the new rules of the empire. Some hid forbidden books, others kept old traditions alive. But the stronger the repressions became, racial politics, forced labor, censorship, the more these acts of passive resistance developed into an organized movement. Weapons from old U.S. military stocks turned up in the mountains, as did radios procured from the remains of American depots or via smuggling routes from Canada. Soon a network of cells emerged, which loosely coordinated but acted independently so as not to be easily tracked down. The German occupying forces knew from the beginning that the Appalachian Mountains were a problem. Patrols were sent into the mountains, but they often returned decimated or disappeared without a trace. The guerrillas knew the terrain better and used it to their advantage. They struck, destroyed infrastructure such as railroads and power lines, and then retreated into the woods, where they were inaccessible to the lumbering troops of the empire. Attacks on supply convoys that sailed between the East Coast and the industrial centers in the interior of the USA were particularly feared. With each successful action, the myth of the resistance grew, and more young people joined the fighters. The Appalachian Mountains became a symbol of the unbroken American spirit. While in the cities, German propaganda praised the victory and the supposed superiority of the new system, the people in the mountains told each other stories of heroes who fought in the name of freedom. Ballads and songs sung secretly in settlements glorified the partisans and kept the memory of old America alive. This cultural resistance reinforced the guerrillas' military impact. Even those who did not actively fight felt connected to the spirit of resistance and supported the fighters by providing food, hiding places, or information. The Germans reacted with brutal severity. Entire villages were burned down if they were suspected of supporting resistance fighters. Men were deported, women and children were deported to camps in order to weaken the guerrillas. But this tactic only led to even more people joining the resistance. Every loss, every cruelty, every destruction turned suffering into anger and anger into determination. The mountains devoured the invaders, and the longer the battle lasted, the clearer it became that the empire would never gain complete control here. However, the Appalachian Mountains were not only a place of resistance against the empire, but also a focal point of international tensions. Japanese agents operating on the West Coast began to make contact with the guerrilla groups in the 1950s and 1960s. Their goal was not necessarily to give America back its freedom, but to weaken the empire. They provided weapons and information, sometimes via secret routes through Mexico or across the Pacific. For the fighters in the mountains, it was a moral dilemma. They knew that Japan was also an empire of oppression, but in their desperation they accepted any support that helped them fight the empire. Over time, the resistance in the Appalachian Mountains developed into a kind of shadow state. There were secret schools in which children were taught, not according to the specifications of Reich propaganda, but according to the old ideals of the American Constitution. Leaflets and newspapers were produced in hidden printing plants, spreading news of successful attacks and calling on the population to persevere. Radio broadcasts broadcast from improvised stations in the mountains brought music, news, and hope to remote valleys. The Germans tried to counter this with psychological methods. They sent agents into the mountains posing as resistance fighters to infiltrate groups. They offered amnesties for those who laid down their arms and promised land or privileges for collaborators. Some agreed, but many of these defectors ended up as victims themselves, either through the revenge of the resistance or through the mistrust of their German employers. The guerrilla war remained a bloody cat-and-mouse game in which loyalty, betrayal, and survival were closely linked. In the 1970s, the so-called mountain spirits, a group of young fighters who made headlines with spectacular attacks, became particularly notorious. They blew up bridges, laid mines on railway lines, and even attacked an SS garrison, causing heavy losses. These actions inspired imitators across the country and became symbols that the empire was not sacrosanct. For the population, the mountain spirits were heroes, for the occupiers terrorists. Over the decades, an entire generation developed that grew up in resistance. Children who fled to the mountains in the 1940s and 1950s became fighters themselves in the 1960s and 1970s. They knew no other life than the fight against the occupation. For them, the empire was the enemy, and old America was an ideal that they had never experienced themselves, but that remained alive in stories, songs, and rituals. However, the resistance in the Appalachian Mountains had not only military and cultural significance, but also a psychological one. He showed the world, and the empire in particular, that total control was never complete. Even in an occupied, seemingly subjugated country, there was an invincible core that could not be broken. This fact weakened the aura of invincibility that the empire so carefully cultivated. While Berlin staged itself as an eternal superpower, a light flickered in the mountains of America that undermined the lies of propaganda. When the 1980s dawned and the empire became embroiled in power struggles after the death of the leader, resistance gained new momentum. The Appalachian Mountains now served not only as a retreat, but also as a starting point for larger operations that had a deep impact on occupied territory. Some historians later saw that moment as the turning point when the underground began to change the course of history. Thus, the Appalachian Mountains remained a focal point of the struggle against the occupation for decades. What began as a loosely organized self-defense developed into a legend that inspired generations. The resistance in the Appalachian Mountains proved that even in the darkest of times, there could be hope, that culture, memory, and freedom could survive even where tanks and propaganda reigned. Chapter 30. Shadow War in South America. South America had never been officially declared a battlefield after the empire's victory, but that was precisely where its special significance lay. In the decades after the war, the endless rainforests, the rugged Andes, and the huge cities such as Buenos Aires, Rio de Janeiro, or Santiago became the background of an invisible war that was not fought with front lines, but with intrigues, assassinations, propaganda, and covert operations. While the Empire and Japan openly displayed their power in Europe, North America, and Asia, South America was a place where the tensions of the two superpowers met as if in a magnifying glass. Shortly after the end of the war, it was already clear that South America would not take a unified position vis-à-vis the New World Order. Some governments, especially in Argentina and Chile, showed sympathy for the empire early on. They saw the new power constellation as an opportunity to realize their own nationalist ambitions and benefit from German technology, capital, and military support. Other countries, especially Brazil, remained reluctant or openly hostile. Brazil had been on the side of the Allies during the war, and although it was isolated after the surrender of the United States, a strong sense of national independence remained. The empire immediately recognized the strategic importance of the continent. With its raw materials, oil, iron, copper, uranium, and, above all, rare minerals, South America was a treasure that no superpower could miss. At the same time, its geographical location was crucial. It was possible to reach both the Atlantic and the Pacific, and its proximity to Africa and the southern tip of the United States made the continent a potential springboard for future operations. But instead of risking an open conquest, Berlin opted for subtle methods. Agents, diplomats, and businessmen flooded the continent, built networks, and began to bind governments to themselves with loans, advisors, and arms deliveries. At the same time, Japan also pursued its own interests in South America. Japanese ships reached the west coast via the Pacific, where Peru and Ecuador in particular became the targets of intensive diplomatic efforts. Tokyo offered economic partnerships, provided state-of-the-art electronics, and promised a certain cultural recognition that would have been unthinkable in the empire. The result was a continent that was increasingly torn between two zones of influence. Argentina, Chile, and parts of Paraguay oriented themselves towards the empire, while Brazil and Colombia sought a cautious proximity to Japan. It was in this field of tension that the Shadow War emerged. Officially, there were no battles, but in truth the continent was a single battlefield of the secret services. Assassination attempts on ministers, bomb attacks in ports, acts of sabotage in mines, all this happened in secret and could rarely be clearly attributed to one side. The Reich sent its SD and Gestapo agents, while Japan relied on the Kido Butai and covert operations of its Kempeitai. Both sides recruited local helpers who played along for nationalist, ideological, or purely financial reasons. The Shadow War raged particularly fiercely in Brazil. The land was too big and too powerful to be swallowed up. Brazil had enormous reserves of raw materials and a population that, despite political instability, repeatedly organized uprisings against foreign influence. Here, German and Japanese agents found an ideal battlefield to fight each other. German saboteurs tried to paralyze Brazilian ports, while Japanese agents deliberately infiltrated German companies and destroyed their networks. There were assassinations of high-ranking military officers, who suddenly died in mysterious accidents. At the same time, both sides spread propaganda through leaflets, radio stations, and secret printing houses to incite the population against each other. In Argentina, the situation was different. There, the government had already established a close partnership with the Reich at an early stage. German military advisors gave speeches in Buenos Aires, uniforms based on the Prussian model appeared on the streets, and German investors bought up large parts of industry. But this closeness also led to internal tensions. A section of the population, especially the working class, rejected the alliance with the Reich. Trade unions organized strikes, students protested against the presence of German troops, and underground cells were set up in the suburbs of Buenos Aires, which were supplied with material by Japanese agents. Argentina was an ally for the empire, but one that required constant surveillance and control. The Andes became another focal point of the Shadow War. There, in the hard-to-reach heights, resistance groups found refuge that were directed against both superpowers. Indigenous communities that had been oppressed for centuries took the opportunity to reignite their own struggles. They rejected both the German and Japanese presences and waged a fierce guerrilla war that made it impossible for either side to gain complete control of the mountainous regions. These groups, often poorly armed, relied on their intimacy with the terrain and struck where it was least expected. The Shadow War was also raging in the jungles of the Amazon. Not only smugglers and resistance fighters were hidden here, but also secret bases of both superpowers. The Germans built hidden airstrips from which reconnaissance planes took off, while Japan maintained mobile bases of operations deep in the rainforest. Entire village communities disappeared without a trace when they were suspected of helping one of the two sides. Rumors of secret biological experiments being conducted in the rainforest circulated, but no one was ever able to provide proof. For the common people, the Shadow War was a nightmare. Farmers were forced between the fronts to deliver their crops to either German or Japanese agents. Young people disappeared because they were forcibly recruited by intelligence services as recruits or informants. Entire cities lived in an atmosphere of constant fear, in which no one knew whether the neighbor might not be a spy. The continent became a place where trust was rare and betrayal was commonplace. Despite the atrocities, the Shadow War also had a paradoxical effect. It kept alive the illusion of a certain independence. Since neither the Empire nor Japan could completely dominate South America, there was room for local actors to try to protect their own interests. Some governments cleverly played both sides off against each other in order to gain advantages. Others used the instability to secretly strengthen their own resistance movements. So South America remained a continent in a state of limbo, never free, but never completely subjugated either. In the 1970s, the The Shadow War escalated when a missile base was discovered in Brazil that had been built by German engineers. Officially, it was intended to serve civilian space travel, but intelligence reports indicated that ballistic missiles could also be launched from there. Japan reacted immediately and began to build its own base in the Peruvian Andes. Soon there were more and more reports of battles between unknown commandos, which destroyed entire facilities during the night hours. Officially, it was never confirmed who was behind the attacks, but it was obvious that the Cold War between the Reich and Japan had long since arrived in South America. Meanwhile, the Latin American population developed its own strategies to survive. In the favelas of Rio, networks were created that collected information and sold it to the highest bidder, sometimes to the Reich, sometimes to Japan, sometimes to independent resistance groups. Smuggling routes through the Caribbean, via Colombia and Venezuela, were used to transport weapons, medicines, and propaganda material. Foreign journalists who secretly tried to report on the Shadow War often disappeared without a trace or were later found in mass graves. But again and again, reports reached the outside world that painted a picture of a continent that had become the secret battlefield of two giants. When the 1980s dawned and the death of the leader led to power struggles in Berlin, the Shadow War in South America took on a new dimension. Japan intensified its activities, hoping to exploit the weakness of the empire and forge new alliances. At the same time, local movements grew stronger and used the opportunity to take a more open stance against both superpowers. Guerrilla fighters, who had previously only acted in secret, now began to occupy entire cities for a short time before retreating back into the jungle. South America had thus finally become a powder keg. The Shadow War, which had once begun in secret, threatened to lead to an open conflict, the outcome of which no one could have foreseen. For the Empire and Japan, the continent was a sideshow, but for the people who lived there, it had long since become hell on earth. Chapter 31: The Death of the Führer, Power Struggles in Berlin. When the Führer's death was officially announced in 1983, he shook the Reich to its foundations. 4 decades, he had not only been head of state, but a sacred figure, a symbol of the supposed triumph of an ideology that had plunged the globe into darkness. His death meant not only the end of a person, but also the end of an era that made the empire seem unshakable. The moment, which was felt in the corridors of the new capital Germania, in the factories of the Ruhr area, in the streets of Paris and Rome, even in the suburbs of subjugated New York, ushered in a period of unbridled power struggles. The official funeral in Germania became the greatest spectacle the world had ever seen. Millions of people lined the streets as the body was carried through the city in a gigantic sarcophagus under the light of thousands of torches. But behind the facade of the production, the cracks were already beginning to become visible. The death of the Führer had created a vacuum that no one could fill alone. Too many men and women had felt marginalized for decades, ready to strike at the decisive moment. Now that moment had come. In the first days after the death, a triumvirate of the most powerful figures of the regime was formed: the military, the party functionaries, and the representatives of industry. Each of these groups claimed the sovereignty of interpretation over the Führer's legacy. The generals argued that only they could ensure the stability of the empire, especially in the face of the threat of confrontation with Japan, which was already expanding its zones of influence. The party officials, on the other hand, invoked their ideological purity and that they alone could continue the spirit of the movement. The industrialists, on the other hand, insisted on their economic power, which had carried the Reich for decades. The first weeks were marked by intrigues, nightly meetings, and secret agreements. Behind closed doors in the monumental halls of Germania, men in black uniforms negotiated with business leaders, while generals made plans to bring the capital under military control in the event of an escalation. Meanwhile, the population was kept in a wave of propaganda flood. Radios, posters, and television invoked the unity of the empire and the immortal spirit of the Führer. But the reality was far from uniform. It soon became clear that it was not only about power, but also about the direction of the future. Some party officials wanted to continue the ideology in its purest form, without any compromises. For them, the dream of the millennium was still alive, and every step away from the old dogmas seemed like betrayal. Others, on the other hand, saw modernity, computers, space travel, and new technical developments as an opportunity to lead the empire into a new era. They wanted to adapt the ideology in order to secure their power, while in the background they had long been flirting with more pragmatic solutions. The power struggle unfolded not only in conference rooms, but also in the streets. In Berlin, there were the first clashes between rival factions. Militias, loyal to individual party leaders, fought battles with units of the Wehrmacht that tried to keep calm. Rumors of assassinations of high-ranking officials made the rounds, while suddenly disappeared generals increased fears of a full-scale coup. The Gestapo, which had been an instrument of the Führer for decades, split into competing wings. One swore unconditional loyalty to the old ideals, the other tried to ally himself with the industrialists in order to secure a position in the new order. The once feared entity was transformed into a tool of power struggles, a fragmented apparatus that no longer gave its loyalty to one man, but to changing interests. Internationally, the death of the leader did not go unnoticed. In Tokyo, the development was observed with sharp eyes. Japanese spies reported on the upheavals in Berlin almost daily, and the government in Tokyo weighed up whether this was the moment to exploit the weakness of the Reich. In South America, Japanese agents intensified their operations, while in North America, resistance groups drew new hope. For them, the death of the man who had been the symbol of oppression par excellence was a signal that the empire was not invincible. But within the empire, resistance initially remained restrained. The fear of the brutal purges that were carried out in the first months after the death was too great. Entire currents within the party were extinguished as soon as they were considered disloyal. Rival generals disappeared overnight, and their bodies turned up in mass graves weeks later. The streets of Germania were filled with the smell of burned documents, while archives were plundered and traces of abuse of power were covered up. One of the decisive moments of the power struggles came when a wing of the Wehrmacht tried to take over the capital militarily. Tanks rolled through the wide streets of Germania, planes thundered low over the Reichstag, and the population witnessed a spectacle that was surprising in its non-violence. The generals tried to secure their power by being present without shedding blood, but the party officials reacted immediately. They called their militias onto the streets, who took up position against the soldiers armed with machine guns. A civil war was in the air, but a compromise was reached at the last minute. The Wehrmacht was given far-reaching powers in foreign policy, while the party controlled internal order. However, this fragile compromise did not last long. Behind the scenes, the conflicts continued to smolder. The industrialists used the time to expand their own networks. In the factories of the Ruhr area, in the oil regions of Africa and in the mines of South America, they had long since controlled the supplies, without which neither the party nor the Wehrmacht could secure their power. Some observers have already said that the real power was no longer in the hands of the uniformed, but in the offices of the corporate headquarters. Meanwhile, a quiet rebellion began among the population. The death of the Führer had crossed a psychological line. For decades, he had been the center of a cult that had stifled any hope of change. Now that he was gone, many dared to dream of a different future for the first time. In the pubs of Berlin, in the universities of Vienna, in the ruins of London and in the ghettos of New Germania, people whispered about freedom. It was not an open uprising, but it was a quiet, unstoppable beginning that gave a new dimension to the power struggles. However, the shadow of the Führer remained omnipresent. His portrait hung in all the offices, his speeches were broadcast continuously, and his voice echoed like an echo in a world he himself no longer experienced. But the more the new rulers tried to stylize him as an immortal myth, the clearer it became that reality had long since overtaken this image. The world was in motion, and the rigidity of the old order could not last forever. As the 1980s drew to a close, Berlin was no longer the undisputed capital of an unshakable empire, but the heart of a fragile power torn between party dogmatists, the military and business bosses. The death of the leader had destroyed the masquerade of the invincible system. What remained was an arena full of players willing to go to extremes to enforce their vision of the future. But the longer the fighting lasted, the clearer it became that no one could win alone. The empire had not fallen, but it had lost its immortality. And that was exactly the beginning of his end. Chapter 32: The USA in the Underground War. The surrender of the United States in 1947 had left the country in a state of shock from which it would not awaken for decades. Washington, once the symbol of democratic strength, had fallen, and the flag of the empire flew over the monuments that had previously been considered sacrosanct. But the submission was never complete. Even in the first days of the occupation, resistance stirred, at first uncoordinated, fragmentary, supported by veterans, workers, and ordinary citizens who were not prepared to accept the new order without resistance. Over the course of the following decades, this developed into an underground war that cost the empire more than it would ever have openly admitted. In New Germania, as the former United States was now officially called, resistance began in basements and farmhouses, in the forests of the Appalachian Mountains, and in the crowded streets of New York. At first, it was loose cells, small groups that carried out attacks on German infrastructure, blew up railway tracks, or painted over propaganda posters. Over the years, however, these actions became a movement that saw itself as the real America. The occupiers reacted with brutal harshness from the beginning. Every suspicion, no matter how small, led to arrests, interrogations, and often public executions. Entire neighborhoods were collectively punished if acts of sabotage had been committed there. But this strategy, which aimed to spread fear, had the opposite effect in the long run. The more families became victims of repression, the more people felt connected to the resistance. In the 1950s, as the Reich began to push ahead with Germanization, underground warfare became more systematic. Schools taught in German, American symbols were banned, and even the national anthem was no longer allowed to be sung. During this time, the so-called Free America Council was formed, a loose alliance of resistance groups that operated in secret. Their goal was not only sabotage, but also the preservation of a national identity that they wanted to wrest from them. Underground printers copied texts of the old Constitution, and leaflets circulated in major cities such as Chicago, Boston, and Atlanta. The 1960s brought a new dynamic. While the Reich and Japan entered a Cold War, the American resistance took advantage of the tensions to reorganize. Spies from Tokyo offered weapons and information, not out of solidarity, but out of strategic calculation. The resistance reluctantly accepted this support, knowing full well that it was thus turning from the Reich into the plaything of another great power. But in the logic of underground warfare, any means were permissible as long as it served the survival of the movement. It was during this phase that the famous shadow networks emerged, complex systems of hideouts, secret routes, and codes that allowed the resistance to operate across the entire East Coast. Women played a decisive role, often more inconspicuously, but no less dangerous. They smuggled weapons into bread deliveries, hid radios in sewing boxes, and transmitted messages that determined the course of entire operations. The 1970s marked the transition to a new generation. The children, who had been born and raised under German rule, began to question the contradictions of the system. They had grown up in schools where the Reich was portrayed as invincible, but they saw with their own eyes the poverty in the ghettos, the desperation of the African American population, which was systematically disenfranchised, and the fear on their parents' faces. Some of these young people became the most radical fighters of the resistance. The Appalachian Mountains developed into a stronghold. In the hard-to-reach mountains, the German troops were never able to gain complete control. There were entire communities here that lived practically independently of the empire, operated their own radios, and maintained small, mobile guerrilla units. Again and again, they succeeded in attacking supply convoys, blowing up power lines, or kidnapping high-ranking officers. The propaganda of the Reich was silent about this, but internally it had long been known that the war in America was never really over. Particularly feared was the so-called Iron Hand, a resistance group that specialized in assassinations. Its members operated in complete anonymity, without hierarchy, which made it impossible to completely crush them. Its most famous blow was the blowing up of a party office in New York in 1974, in which several high-ranking Nazi functionaries were killed. The Reich responded with an unprecedented wave of arrests, but the effect fizzled out. Instead of breaking the resistance, it only radicalized it further. In the 1980s, after the death of the leader, the underground war experienced an upswing. The power vacuum in Berlin weakened the occupying troops in America. Rival factions within the empire fought for resources and influence, which gave the resistors time and leeway. Entire swathes of land in the Midwest were effectively controlled by guerrilla groups, while the empire concentrated its forces on the coastal cities. However, the underground war was not a unified struggle. It was fragmented, often chaotic, and it was not uncommon for groups to fight each other because they had different ideas about the future. Some wanted to return to the old democracy, others dreamed of a new, independent state, free from the mistakes of the past. Still others became so radicalized that even in the eyes of many Americans, they were hardly distinguishable from the occupiers. In this inner conflict lay the weakness, but also the strength of the resistance. The Reich could never identify a clear opponent, never eliminate a central office that controlled the whole thing. Instead, it was faced with an enemy similar to a hydra. If you cut off one head, two new ones grew back. The 1990s finally brought a decisive turning point. With the advancement of computer technology, resistance began to use digital networks. Radios, which had been the backbone of communications for decades, were replaced by encrypted messages sent via improvised satellite links. This allowed for unprecedented coordination. Attacks could be carried out simultaneously in several cities, and acts of sabotage targeted central infrastructure such as power grids or communication nodes. The German administration in New Germania reacted with technological upgrades. Surveillance cameras, electronic passports, and biometric systems were supposed to curb resistance, but they could not stop the basic trend. Instead, underground warfare turned into a cutting-edge cat-and-mouse game in which the boundaries between the physical and digital fronts became increasingly blurred. While the Reich was busy with internal power struggles in Berlin and Japan was pursuing new expansions in the Pacific, the American resistance was experiencing perhaps its strongest phase. He could not win, not in the classical sense, but he could bind, weaken, and wear down the empire. Every bomb that exploded in a German headquarters, every sabotage that delayed an armaments project, was a drop that filled the barrel even further. For the simple people in New Germania, life remained marked by fear. Every night the Gestapo could stand at the door, every train ride ended in a check, every workplace was riddled with spies. But at the same time, there were always moments of hope, secret radio broadcasts that spoke of a coming revolution, leaflets that went from hand to hand, or graffiti that appeared in the streets of Chicago. America will rise again. Thus, the Underground War was more than just a fight against the occupation. It was a struggle for identity, for memory, for what America had once been and perhaps could become again. He was chaotic, bloody, and riddled with betrayal, but he was also the heart of a people who could not be completely broken. As the year 2000 approached, it was clear that the resistance could no longer be extinguished. He had become part of the land, as natural as the mountains and rivers that carried him. For the empire, New Germania remained a permanent battlefield, an open wound that could never be closed. And for the Americans, the Underground War remained the silent promise that the capitulation of 1947 had not been the last word. Chapter 33: Japanese Expansion in the Pacific. When the 1980s dawned, the world was characterized by a fragile equilibrium that threatened to tip over at any time. On the one hand, the empire, which threatened to disintegrate into internal power struggles after the death of the leader, and on the other hand, the Japanese Empire, which had long since consolidated its role as an Asian superpower and now entered the world stage with growing self-confidence. The Cold War between the two Axis powers had been developing over decades, but in the Pacific it became apparent that Japan wanted more than just a balance of power. Tokyo saw the ocean not as a frontier, but as a bridge to new markets, new colonies, and a larger empire. Japanese expansion in the Pacific was not only a matter of military strength, but also an ideological project rooted in the vision of an Asian-dominated century. As early as the 1960s, Japan had begun to consolidate its influence beyond the occupied territories. The Pacific Sphere, officially called the Greater East Asian Prosperity Sphere, was a de facto network of puppet states, economic dependence, and military presence. But while caution was still required in the early years because the empire did not want to see its dominance over the Atlantic threatened, Tokyo took advantage of Berlin's weakness after the Führer's death to increase the pace. Hawaii, under Japanese control since the 1950s, developed into a military centerpiece during this time. Pearl Harbor, once a symbol of American defeat, was now expanded into a fortress secured with state-of-the-art aircraft carriers, submarines, and missile emplacements. From here, Japan could both monitor the American West Coast and dominate the entire Pacific. But it did not stop at a military presence. Japan transformed Hawaii into a cultural showcase in which Asian values, language, and traditions were openly propagated. Schools taught Japanese, Shinto shrines were built, and the native population was forced to subordinate their Hawaiian identity to an imperial entity. The west coast of America, officially considered a Japanese occupation zone, was another center of this expansion. San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Seattle were transformed into economic hubs under Japanese administration. While the empire brutally Germanized the East Coast, Tokyo relied on a mixture of control and integration. American companies were integrated into Japanese structures, and those who were loyal could, at least superficially, lead a better life than in the East. But under this surface, resistance was seething, just as it was in the German part. The only difference was that Japan held the reins more skillfully, not so much through overt repression as through subtle forms of cultural assimilation. The 1970s and 1980s also brought a systematic expansion towards the South Seas. Australia, which had long fluctuated between the zones of influence of empire and empire, increasingly came into Tokyo's focus. Although Japan did not succeed in occupying the continent completely, a mixture of economic dependence, military pressure, and targeted occupations in the north turned Australia into a buffer state. Sydney and Melbourne remained nominally independent, but the Japanese presence in Darwin, Cairns, and Perth made it clear who the real power was. New Zealand suffered a similar fate. Under the pretext of economic cooperation, Japan took over the most important ports, stationed troops, and brought the government into line that effectively eliminated all foreign policy independence. This created a ring of Japanese power that spanned the entire Pacific, from Alaska in the north to Hawaii to Australia and New Zealand. In Southeast Asia, already under Tokyo's thumb since the 1940s, the grip became even tighter. The Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, they were all integrated into the economic structures that were officially called a cooperative community, but which was nothing more than a system of exploitation. Raw materials, labor, trade routes, everything was directed to Tokyo, while the local elites secured their own sinecures through collaboration. But Japan's expansion was not only an economic and military one. It was also cultural and ideological. The emperor continued to be regarded as a divine figure, and the idea of a united Asia under Japanese leadership was propagated with an intensity that could only be compared to the cult of the leader in the empire. Films, literature, school textbooks, everything served to emphasize the superiority of Japanese culture and order. In the occupied territories, Japanese became a compulsory language, and traditional customs were replaced by imperial rituals. For many inhabitants of the Pacific region, this meant a painful loss of their identity. But at the same time, there were also those who adapted to the system, whether out of fear, opportunism, or the hope of profiting from it. It was this division of society that allowed Japan to control in the long term. The expansion in the direction of Alaska became particularly explosive. The missile crisis of the 1970s had shown that Japan was prepared to penetrate even in the immediate vicinity of the German zone of influence. Anchorage was developed into a strategic base that controlled access not only to the Arctic, but also to Canada. The empire viewed this development with growing concern, because it meant that Japan was in a position to threaten the heart of New Germania from the west in an emergency. Canada itself, already crushed between the fronts, suffered from this development. While the Eastern Territories were under German control, Japan expanded its influence in the west. Vancouver became a de facto Japanese enclave, and its people saw their cities become the scene of a quiet but unstoppable expansion. The economic dimension of this expansion should not be underestimated. Japan had succeeded not only in rebuilding its industry, but in making it an engine of the world economy. While the empire relied on heavy industry, armaments, and forced labor, Tokyo created a mixture of technology, trade, and modernized infrastructure. Electronics, computer technology, and later space programs made Japan a leading power, demonstrating its dominance not only on battlefields, but also in factories and universities. But this expansion inevitably led to tensions. The Reich could not accept that Japan controlled the entire Pacific, while Berlin itself was increasingly involved in internal power struggles. Proxy wars in South America and Africa reflected the rivalry, but in the Pacific the conflict threatened to escalate directly at any time. Every fleet movement, every rocket launch, every maneuver was watched suspiciously. For the people in the occupied territories, all this meant permanent insecurity. On the one hand, Tokyo promised stability, progress, and order, but on the other hand, life was characterized by surveillance, censorship, and the constant danger of getting caught between the fronts. Resistance movements existed, but they were weaker and less coordinated than in the German sphere of influence. The Japanese mixture of carrot and stick was too clever, the integration of economy and society too deep. And yet the expansion was not unchallenged. Again and again there were uprisings, especially in Indonesia and the Philippines. Guerrilla fighters hid in the jungles, attacked convoys and destroyed infrastructure. Japan reacted with brutal severity, but it was never able to completely smother the flames. The Pacific was vast, and its countless islands and coastlines were always hiding new pockets of resistance. Japan continued its expansion into the 1990s. It was no longer just a regional claim to power, but an attempt to take on a global role. With the empire in the West, which increasingly collapsed due to ideological contradictions, Tokyo's conviction grew that the 21st century must be a Japanese century. The Pacific was only the first step, a stepping stone towards space and beyond. But it was precisely this hubris that was to sow the seeds of conflicts in the long term that would weaken and ultimately destroy the Axis powers. For the further Japan expanded, the greater the area of friction became, not only with the empire, but also with its own peoples, who at some point were no longer willing to bear the yoke of imperial unity. Chapter 34. African Uprisings. From the very beginning, Africa was more than just a continent full of raw materials and strategic bases for the empire. It was a projection screen for the imperial dream, a symbol of an alleged Germanic superiority and a field of experimentation for a new order that was to shape not only Europe but the whole world. But while in the first years after the victory in 1945 the imperial eagle fluttered triumphantly over the old colonies, it quickly became clear that this continent could not be so easily subjugated. Africa was not Europe. The vast area, the cultural diversity, the impassable landscapes and the already deep-rooted aspirations for freedom made it a time bomb that inevitably had to explode at some point. As early as the 1950s, the Reich had brutally enforced its rule. After their capitulation, France's and Belgium's colonies had almost completely fallen to Germany. Britain's influence had been extinguished, and Italy, which remained a junior partner of the Axis, was awarded parts of North Africa, but had to grudgingly accept that Berlin set the tone. The swastika flag flew from Algiers to Cape Town, and the German colonial administrations made no secret of the fact that they not only wanted to control Africa, but to Germanize it in the long term. But the reality was different. In cities such as Kinshasa, Nairobi, or Lagos, an administrative apparatus was growing that was organized according to the Prussian model, but in the villages and remote regions control remained weak. The colonial officials ruled with an iron fist, enforced forced labor and forced entire tribes to toil for German mining and agricultural projects. This led not only to growing hatred, but also to a new form of solidarity between population groups that had previously often been enemies. The 1960s, which in Europe were marked by the cult of the leader and the consolidation of power, became years of simmering unrest in Africa. Resistance groups initially formed in secret. Young intellectuals who were to be indoctrinated in German schools used their knowledge to build underground networks. Missionaries, who still had influence despite massive restrictions, helped to distribute secret writings that spoke of freedom and independence. Resistance was particularly strong in West Africa, where colonial exploitation was most brutally enforced. Finally, in the 1970s, the first major uprisings occurred. In Angola and the Congo, guerrilla fighters rose up against the German occupation. At first they were armed only with old rifles, but soon they received support from Tokyo. The Empire of Japan, which competed with the Empire during the Cold War, recognized the strategic value of a fluctuating Africa. Every revolt, every uprising meant a weakening of Berlin, a diversion of resources that could otherwise be used against Japan. So Tokyo supplied weapons, instructors, and propaganda material through convoluted channels. The German reactions were predictably brutal. Entire villages were burned down, tens of thousands were deported to labor camps. But the guerrillas did not let themselves be suffocated. Africa was too big, too confusing to be really controlled. Every act of oppression produced new fighters, every dead freedom fighter became a martyr. The myth of the invincibility of the Reich began to crumble here, far away from Berlin. It became particularly dangerous in the 1980s, when several regions were in flames almost simultaneously. In East Africa, rebel armies organized themselves and found shelter in the mountains. In West Africa, workers' movements joined forces with traditional tribal leaders. In Southern Africa, even parts of the German settlers who no longer wanted to support the regime seceded because they realized that the constant repression was plunging the continent into the abyss. Berlin reacted with a mixture of military terror and technological control. Drones, surveillance devices, and modernized propaganda tried to break the uprisings. But the more the pressure was increased, the more determined the rebels became. In the Congo and Nigeria, veritable parallel states emerged, which operated underground, but increasingly formed structures: schools, hospitals, local governments. It was silent proof that the empire was not infinitely powerful. Another factor that fueled the uprisings was religion. While the empire tried to control the Christian churches and suppress African traditions, it was precisely these religious communities that became centers of resistance. Priests preached freedom in hidden churches. Imams organized secret networks in North Africa that distributed weapons and information. Religion became the antithesis of the ideological emptiness left behind by the empire. Africa was also a double-edged sword for the empire economically. Although immeasurable wealth flowed into Europe in the form of gold, diamonds, oil, and other raw materials, the constant instability increased the costs. Forced labor was inefficient, acts of sabotage increased, and even the most loyal colonial officials could no longer hide the fact that the African front was becoming a bottomless pit. For many Africans, the resistance meant a life in hiding, full of hardship and sacrifice. Families were torn apart, villages destroyed, entire generations grew up in the shadow of the underground struggle. And yet, in this suffering, a new identity emerged that was stronger than all colonial constructs. Africans began to see themselves not only as members of individual tribes or regions, but as part of a common struggle against the imperial oppressor. The Cold War between the Reich and Japan added an extra dimension to this struggle. Tokyo took every opportunity to fan the flames, and South America, which was itself the scene of proxy wars, also became a hinterland from which support flowed to Africa. The empire was faced with a dilemma. On the one hand, it could not give up control without losing its prestige, and on the other hand, Africa threatened to become the grave of its resources. When the 1990s dawned, the uprisings escalated on an unprecedented scale. In South Africa, a broad movement arose that took action not only against the empire, but also against the collaborators from the ranks of the settlers. In West Africa, rebels already controlled large parts of the hinterland, while the Germans entrenched themselves in the big cities. East Africa experienced an endless guerrilla war in which the boundaries between rebels, bandits, and freedom fighters became blurred. For Berlin, Africa became a kind of Vietnam, a war that could not be won, but also could not be lost. Every uprising that was suppressed spawned a new one. Every victory on the battlefield was short-lived. Despite all the censorship, the news of massacres and repression spread abroad and further weakened the moral position of the Reich. During this time, international perception also began to change. While Europe continued to be inundated with Germanic propaganda, many people in America and Asia saw the African uprisings as a symbol of resistance. Smuggled leaflets and secret radio stations reported on heroes fighting in the jungle, women hiding their children from German soldiers, entire villages that preferred to burn rather than submit. Africa thus became the moral focal point of the Cold War. While Berlin was desperately trying to maintain control and Tokyo was skillfully pulling strings in the background, hope for a different future was growing here. Even though many uprisings were bloodily suppressed, the empire could no longer extinguish the spirit of freedom. At the end of the 20th century, it was clear that Africa was the sore point of the empire, a continent that could be ruled by force, but which would never really be defeated. And when the Axis powers finally faltered in the 2000s, it became clear that this continent played a decisive role in the collapse of the old order. Chapter 35: Civil War in New Germania. As the 20th century entered its final 2 decades, the illusion of stability that the empire had created in America was almost impossible to maintain. New Germania, as Berlin called the annexed territories of the former United States on the East Coast, was to be the figurehead of the new order. Here, on the soil of the old enemy, the empire wanted to prove that it was capable of transforming a modern colony into a prime example of Germanic administration and culture. Skyscrapers in Manhattan carried swastika banners, German companies controlled the industrial centers, and schools educated children in the spirit of the Reich ideology. But beneath this shiny surface, things were fermenting. The people who were to be re-educated to become Reich Americans still carried the memory of freedom and democracy within them, and this memory did not weaken, but grew stronger the more the regime suppressed it. The outbreak of the Civil War was not the result of a single explosion, but the result of a long series of small sparks that eventually combined to form a conflagration. Since the 1960s, there had been underground networks that distributed leaflets, committed acts of sabotage, or operated radio programs that were secretly broadcast from the Appalachian Mountains or Canada. But in the 1980s, this resistance took on a new quality. He was better organized, better armed, and had an ideology that was beyond pure despair. A decisive catalyst was the death of the Führer in Berlin. The power vacuum that arose there shook the entire empire. While factions in Europe fought for succession, the colonies were neglected. In New Germania, for the first time in decades, people felt that Berlin's iron grip was weakening. Governors who had previously been closely bound by the capital's directives began to make their own decisions, and uncertainty spread among the occupying forces. The rebels cleverly used this uncertainty. Protests flared up in cities such as Boston, Philadelphia, and New York, which initially began as demonstrations but then quickly turned into open struggles. Workers paralyzed the large factories, students organized marches, and militias formed in the suburbs to hoard weapons. The symbol of freedom, the old American flag that the Reich had banned for decades, suddenly reappeared, on walls, on armbands, on secret meetings. Berlin reacted as it had always reacted, with violence. Tanks rolled through the streets of Manhattan, planes bombed insurgents in the hills, and thousands were interned in improvised camps. But what might have been enough in the 1950s or 1960s no longer had the same effect. People had learned to survive in the shadows. They had built networks that remained intact even after mass arrests. And they had allies. Japan, which had been in a Cold War with the empire for decades, saw a historic opportunity in New Germania. Arms aid flowed eastwards via the west coast, which was in Tokyo's sphere of influence. Not openly, but via smuggling routes that stretched from Mexico to the Great Lakes. Rebels were given assault rifles, explosives, radios, everything they needed to turn a guerrilla war into an open civil war. The 1980s became an era of disunity. While Berlin tried to regain control, order in the streets collapsed. Entire neighborhoods of New York and Chicago became liberated zones, in which the Reich was only present in daylight, and even then under constant threat. In the Appalachian Mountains, rebels established a provisional government that claimed to represent the real America. They made statements that were broadcast on secret radio stations and vowed to shake off foreign rule once and for all. The Civil War was not only a military battle, but also a psychological one. For decades, the Reich had tried to erase American identity, but it was precisely this repression that had preserved it. Stories of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and the freedom struggles of the past were passed on in whispers, and when the first shots were fired, these stories turned into political reality. People who had never experienced democracy, because they were born after the occupation, suddenly fought for it because their parents and grandparents had handed it down to them. The fighting was particularly fierce in the industrial centers. Factories that were indispensable for the armaments production of the Reich were taken over by workers' militias. Entire workforces turned against the German commanders, and street battles ensued, reminiscent of the early days of the Bolsheviks. Berlin had to send tens of thousands of soldiers to recapture these centers, but every setback by the rebels produced new recruits. The African American population, which had suffered particularly from Germanic racial politics, also played a central role. For a long time, they had been degraded to the most disenfranchised citizens, deported to labor camps, or expelled from the cities. But now they were organizing, forming their own brigades and fighting side by side with white Americans, something that the racial ideology of the Reich had never envisaged. For many observers, this was proof that the old ideology was beginning to break down. The war dragged on for years, and it was marked by a cruelty that finally destroyed the myth of New Germania. Berlin used state-of-the-art technologies, surveillance systems, drones, even experimental biochemical weapons. But none of this could break the insurgents' determination. Instead, it radicalized them. Every new massacre news that found its way into the world despite censorship further weakened the reputation of the Reich. Over time, the Civil War began to threaten the entire power structure of the empire. In Europe, many wondered whether it made sense to pour endless resources into a continent that could not be subjugated. The occupation, which was once a triumph, turned into an open wound. While the colonies in Africa also rebelled and Japan exerted pressure on the Pacific front, New Germania became a symbol of the limits of imperial power. For the people of New Germania, this war was both hell and hope. Entire cities were destroyed, hundreds of thousands died, families broke up. But at the same time, a sense of togetherness that had been lost since the capitulation of 1947 grew. For the first time in decades, people believed that freedom could be more than just a secret word in dark basements. When the 1990s dawned, New Germania was no longer a colony, but a battlefield that was to help decide the future of the Axis powers. It was unclear whether the Reich could win the war. The only thing that was certain was that America would never return to the role that Berlin had intended for it. The Civil War had unleashed something that could no longer be caught, a fire that would soon spread to Europe, Asia, and space. Chapter 36: High-Tech Dictatorship, Control by Computers. The 1990s marked a new phase in the history of the empire and its colonial order. While a bloody civil war was raging in New Germania and tensions between Berlin and Tokyo continued to escalate in the background, the imperial leadership relied on a new form of exercising power: total surveillance through technology. In an era in which computers no longer existed only in the laboratories of scientists, but gradually found their way into administration, the military and business, the regime saw an opportunity to realize the dream of perfect control. What once had to be secured by the police, secret services, and denunciation was now to be guaranteed by machines, algorithms, and a network of information systems. Berlin understood that the greatest danger to the Reich no longer came from external enemies, but from internal forces: dissidents, underground movements, resistant colonies, and even factional struggles within its own leadership. While the Civil War in America brought the empire to the brink of catastrophe, computers and digital networks promised a new kind of rule. They were able to collect, analyze, and link data faster and more precisely than any human would ever have been able to. In this efficiency lay the hope of actually securing the Millennium Empire against any threat. The first steps have been taken in Europe. In the 1980s, central databases began to be built up in which information about every citizen was collected: place of residence, occupation, family, political attitude, even personal conversations recorded by secretly installed interception systems. In the 1990s, this system was taken to a new level with the mass adoption of computers and early networks. Under the code name Project Panopticon, a digital infrastructure was created that turned every citizen of the Reich into a line of data. In New Germania, however, this technology was not only to be a means of administration, but a weapon. In the face of the Civil War, Berlin wanted to monitor every movement, every communication, and every step of the insurgents. Soon, entire cities were littered with sensors and cameras. On the street corners there were metal columns that were officially used for traffic monitoring, but in reality analyzed voices and recorded faces. Anyone who uttered the wrong sentence in a crowd could be led away minutes later by special units. Particularly feared was the Aquila system, a network of surveillance drones equipped with cameras and thermal imaging technology. They hovered over the streets of New York, Boston, and Philadelphia, looking for suspicious movements and sending their data in real time to central data centers. It had become almost impossible for the rebels to gather undetected. Many of their leaders were eliminated by precise strikes after the system detected their movement patterns. But total control had its price. While Berlin saw technology primarily as an instrument of power, it also changed society. People began to censor their behavior even when there were no soldiers around. They knew that every phone call, every message, even a fleeting meeting on the street could be picked up by machines. The resistance, which had lived underground for decades, had to reinvent itself. Leaflets have been replaced by encrypted digital messages, secret meetings by virtual spaces. Hackers, once a small subculture of technology enthusiasts, became key figures in the underground. For a long time, Berlin underestimated the fact that even the oppressed could learn how to use technology. While the official networks were closely monitored, rebels set up their own improvised systems. In the catacombs of Washington or the basements of Chicago, secret servers were created through which resistance groups communicated with each other. Young people who had never experienced anything other than the Reich developed programs that could deceive or paralyze surveillance systems. The digital struggle became a new front in the Civil War, and often it was just as decisive as the fight with weapons. The introduction of the high-tech dictatorship also led to tensions within the imperial elite. Some functionaries saw the all-encompassing data collection as a gift that secured their positions. Others, however, feared becoming victims of this network themselves. Because the system did not distinguish between ordinary citizens and party officials. Anyone who aroused even the suspicion of not being loyal could be flagged by algorithms. More than once, high-ranking officials or officers disappeared because computers had classified them as a potential risk. The cult of technology took on almost religious features, with propaganda films showing images of gleaming data centers in which endless rows of machines protected the empire. Citizens were promised security, prosperity, and order, but in reality this control stifled any form of individuality. Even children were monitored, their school performance, their conversations, their leisure activities. One wrong word in class could be enough to blacklist an entire family. Despite this overwhelming control, the rebellion remained alive. The more the empire tried to secure absolute power through technology, the greater the ingenuity of the opposition. In the 1990s, they began to turn the enemy's technology against himself. Drones were hijacked and directed to German bases, surveillance cameras were manipulated, central databases were hacked and made public. One attack in 1995 was particularly spectacular, when hackers paralyzed New York's entire infrastructure for 2 days. Power outages, traffic chaos, and panic exposed the weakness of the empire. The more it relied on computers, the more vulnerable it became to those who controlled these machines. For the common people, the high-tech dictatorship was a paradoxical experience. On the one hand, life was organized more efficiently than ever before. Rations were managed digitally, transport routes were optimized, and even the allocation of apartments was done via algorithms. On the other hand, fear was omnipresent. No one knew when a system made a mistake and declared innocent citizens suspects. Entire families disappeared because an algorithm linked them to rebels. Countless stories circulated in the camps of people who were simply erased because a machine had wrongly marked them. The civil war in New Germania further exacerbated this situation. Berlin hoped to achieve a quick victory through technology, but the reality was a spiral of violence, control, and increasingly sophisticated resistance. The dream of a millennium empire, secured by computers and machines, began to disintegrate even before it had really become reality. Meanwhile, Tokyo watched the developments with great attention. For Japan, it was clear that Berlin's obsession with digital control was a weakness in the long term. In the Pacific, Japanese researchers also experimented with computers, but they relied more on flexibility and decentralization. Unlike the rigid network of the empire, their systems were supposed to be adaptable. This different approach was a mirror of the two powers, the empire, which relied on absolute control, and Japan, which relied on tactical mobility. By the end of the 1990s, the high-tech dictatorship had become a symbol, not of the regime's strength, but of its fear. The more it relied on machines, the more it became alienated from the people it wanted to control. And the more it tried to suppress resistance, the stronger the urge for freedom became. The Reich had believed that it could rule the world with computers. But in reality, it had only created a new arena in which the battle for the future was to be fought even more fiercely, an arena in which the human mind opposed the cold logic of the machines. Chapter 37: Nuclear Deterrence as a Permanent State. The last years of the 20th century were marked by a new reality that determined life on the entire planet: the permanent presence of nuclear deterrence. After securing its power through brutal campaigns and invasions in the 1940s, the empire developed a military infrastructure in the decades that followed that relied not only on conventional strength, but increasingly on the fear of nuclear annihilation. What had begun as a secret research project in the 1950s had become the defining element of global politics by the 1980s and 1990s, a nuclear shadow that hung over everything and crushed any hope of a return to normality. The confrontation with Japan was the catalyst for this development. Both superpowers had laid claim to the world after the victory over the Allies. While Berlin dominated Europe, large parts of Africa, and much of the Americas, Tokyo had taken control of the Pacific, Australia, Southeast Asia, and the west coast of the former United States. The ideological differences, Germanic racial politics on the one hand, imperial hierarchy and cultural homogenization on the other, were not only theoretical questions, but tangible power conflicts that led to dangerous confrontations in the 1960s and 1970s. The Alaska missile crisis in the 1970s in particular showed how fragile the balance was. When Japanese forces began to establish missile sites along the Bering Strait, the empire responded by stationing its most modern nuclear missiles in Canada. For weeks, the world was on the brink of catastrophe. Every step, Every movement of ships or planes was interpreted by both sides as a possible start of an attack. Only through secret negotiations, ironically mediated by neutral Scandinavian states that were formally part of the empire but unofficially pursued their own interests, could an escalation be prevented. But the message was clear: from now on, the world lived in a state of permanent nuclear threat. Within the empire, this threat became a tool for exercising power. Propaganda promised citizens that German science and technology would be able to ward off any danger. But between the lines, fear was always nourished. A single mistake, a single weakness, and the entire civilization would go up in flames. Children learned rules of conduct for emergencies at school, cities were crisscrossed with bunkers, sirens wailed during exercises that simulated the scenario of a Japanese first strike. Posters were emblazoned on the streets that conveyed both pride and terror, the image of a gigantic rocket, underneath the words "Our guarantee for peace." But it was not peace in the true sense of the word. It was a standstill, forced by the fear of mutual annihilation. Neither the Empire nor Japan could dare to attack the other directly without running the risk of being wiped out themselves. Instead, both powers waged a Cold War, which was fought over proxy wars in South America, Africa, and Asia. Tanks and soldiers clashed in distant lands, but above all there was the certainty that nuclear warheads lurked behind every confrontation, ready to turn the Earth into a field of rubble. The technology itself had become an actor in its own right. Missiles, silos, mobile launch pads, submarines with nuclear warheads, all this created a dense network of threats and countermeasures. Every new invention was immediately answered by the other side. When the Empire began developing laser weapons and missile defense systems in the 1980s, Tokyo responded by building stealth aircraft to bypass these systems. The race was endless, a cycle of escalation and paranoia that devoured more and more resources. For the common people, this condition meant a life in the shadows. Many lived with the constant fear that a wrong signal or a technical error could mean the end of the world. Stories circulated of computer systems falsely reporting an attack and almost triggering a chain reaction. Officially, such incidents were never confirmed, but everyone knew that they were happening. And the more technology got into the hands of the military, the greater the danger that machines instead of humans would decide on life and death. At the same time, a new form of culture developed, characterized by the omnipresence of the nuclear threat. Art, literature, and music, insofar as they were allowed to exist within the strict limits of the imperial censorship, reflected the fear of the apocalypse. Films showed heroes who survived in nuclear fire. Propaganda posters invoked the purity of the German people, which would supposedly continue to exist even in a nuclear-contaminated world. In the underground movements, on the other hand, dark works were created that told of the senselessness of this permanent state, of the longing for a world without the sword of Damocles of annihilation. But nuclear deterrence was not only a political and cultural phenomenon, it also changed the psyche of entire generations. Anyone born in the 1980s or 1990s knew no world without the constant state of alarm. People lived in a paradoxical state of normality and panic. They worked, started families, built houses, and yet they knew that everything could be wiped out within minutes. Some surrendered to apathy, others rebelled all the more strongly against a system that held their future hostage. A split also arose within the leadership of the empire. There were those who were convinced that power could only be maintained through constant escalation, through ever new weapons and threatening gestures. Others, however, warned that this strategy meant self-destruction in the long run. Especially after the death of the leader in the 1980s, these debates became more fierce. The successors, who fought for control, used nuclear deterrence not only against Japan, but also against each other. Threats with the button became a political tool within the empire itself. In New Germania, where the civil war continued to rage, the nuclear threat also played a role. Berlin used the threat of tactical nuclear weapons to intimidate rebel movements. More than once, entire regions have been declared irradiated, despite the fact that no warhead ever detonated. The claim alone was enough to depopulate cities and stifle insurgencies. But here, too, the dark side of the strategy became apparent. The more often the Reich threatened nuclear force, the more habituation effects occurred. Rebels began to see through the propaganda and expose the empty threats. In the course of the 1990s, the situation became increasingly acute. New technologies such as computers, satellite networks, and automated weapons systems made the nuclear threat even more unpredictable. A single software error could trigger the start command. A hacker attack could drag entire systems into the abyss. The world had become a powder chamber, the fuse of which was in the hands of politicians, generals, and machines, and no one knew how long it would remain unscathed. Thus, nuclear deterrence had become a permanent state, a kind of new normality that no one really accepted and yet no one could escape. The Reich had believed that the fear of nuclear annihilation would secure unchallenged power. In truth, however, it itself lived in permanent fear. The Cold War with Japan was not just a geopolitical struggle, but a global trauma that shaped generations and held the entire civilization hostage. By the end of the century, it was clear that neither side could ever win. The world had fallen into a kind of eternal standstill, in which progress was measured only in the form of weapons, in which hope was repeatedly suffocated by fear. The dream of a millennium empire, backed by atomic bombs, had turned into a nightmare in which humanity stood day after day on the edge of the abyss, without ever being able to take a step forward or backward. Chapter 38. Berlin versus Tokyo, Proxy Wars. After the world was divided into two gigantic power blocks in the second half of the 20th century, a conflict developed between Berlin and Tokyo that never escalated into a direct military confrontation, but was instead fought through proxy wars. The Empire and the Empire of Japan, once brothers in arms, had long since become rivals, fighting out their ideological and territorial claims in distant lands and on the backs of countless people. It was a war in the shadows, a struggle for spheres of influence, resources, and loyalties that shook the world to its core in the 1980s and 1990s. The front lines of these proxy wars hardly ran in Europe or in Japan itself, but in the border and emerging regions of the world. South America, Africa, the Middle East and Southeast Asia became the decisive battlefields on which the two superpowers demonstrated their power. Where raw materials such as oil, uranium, or rare metals needed for the continued arms race could be found, civil wars broke out, fueled by Berlin or Tokyo. In each of these conflicts, local groups supported by either the Empire or the Empire were pitted against each other. Officially, they spoke of regional unrest, but in reality they were battles in a global chess game. South America was particularly hard hit. After the USA had capitulated and large parts of North America were under German control, the Empire felt compelled to firmly integrate the south of the continent into its sphere of influence. But Japan, which already had strong economic contacts in the Pacific states, also wanted to secure its influence there. In Brazil, for example, a bloody civil war broke out in the 1980s, in which military regimes loyal to the Reich fought against Tokyo-backed guerrilla groups. The jungle turned into a battlefield, crisscrossed by secret bases, arms deliveries, and covert operations. For the local population, it was an endless nightmare. Villages were burned down, millions of people fled, while Berlin and Tokyo pulled the strings from a safe distance. Africa also became the plaything of imperial ambitions again. After colonization by the Reich in the 1950s, the continent seemed firmly in German hands. But Japan saw an opportunity to undermine the control of the empire by supporting local liberation movements. In countries such as Angola, Kenya, and Nigeria, uprisings flared up, which were logistically and financially supported by Tokyo. Berlin reacted with brutal severity. Mass deportations, extermination actions against villages, the use of state-of-the-art weapons technology against largely unarmed rebels. But the stronger the empire struck, the more fertile ground the Japanese propagandists, who presented themselves as protectors of the oppressed. In the Middle East, rich in oil and strategically important between the power blocks, the rivalry became even more pronounced. While the empire tried to keep the production facilities under control with dictatorial puppet regimes, Japan pushed for a stronger presence in the region. Representative of this conflict was the Persian Gulf, where proxy armies repeatedly clashed. The fighting was not only military, but also religious and cultural. The empire propagated its Germanic superiority, while Tokyo touted traditional hierarchies and a new kind of Pan-Asian solidarity. For the peoples of the Middle East, however, it was little more than a game in which their homeland sank into ruins. The role of the secret services was particularly perfidious. Both the Reich and Japan had built up entire networks of spies, assassins, and saboteurs who played a central role in the proxy wars. Berlin relied on the successors of the SS, which had long since been expanded into a globally operating security apparatus. Tokyo, on the other hand, relied on a mixture of military intelligence services and civilian organizations that operated covertly. Assassination attempts on presidents, bomb attacks in ports, the disappearance of opposition leaders, all this was part of everyday life during the Cold War. In the shadows of these operations, myths and legends arose about invisible hands directing governments and triggering wars. But it was not only the periphery that suffered. In the former United States, too, long since divided into New Germania and Japanese West Coast areas, proxy wars raged on a small scale. Resistance groups in the Appalachian Mountains, for example, were manipulated by both Tokyo and Berlin, depending on which side wanted to gain short-term advantages. In the ghettos of the big cities, underground movements arose that received weapons and money from the respective secret services. Thus, Americans often unwittingly fought not only for their own freedom, but also in the name of one of the two superpowers. The media played a crucial role in justifying these conflicts. Reich propaganda presented every uprising, every unrest as proof of the Asiatic danger that supposedly wanted to plunge the world into chaos. Tokyo, on the other hand, painted the picture of the gruesome imperial eagle that enslaved entire peoples and destroyed their cultures. Each theater of war was portrayed in the official news in such a way as to underpin the legitimacy of its own policies. It was hardly possible for people to separate truth from lies, as both sides systematically manipulated information. Technologically, proxy wars led to a new dimension of warfare. Drones, satellite surveillance, biological warfare agents, and covert nuclear weapons experiments were tested in these conflicts. Entire regions served as test fields for new weapon systems, the use of which was always officially denied. Many historians of later generations saw in these proxy wars the origin of the technologies that would ultimately endanger control over the entire globe in the 21st century. While Berlin and Tokyo played out their power over distant countries, resistance also grew in the shadows of these wars. Rebels in South America, insurgents in Africa, dissidents in the United States, and underground groups in Europe began to realize the absurdity of this global conflict. Some sought support from the opposing superpower, but others networked independently and dreamed of a third force, a world beyond empire and empire. These movements remained weak at first, but they planted the seeds for what would become a conflagration at the end of the century. But the proxy wars had another, deeper effect. They wore down both superpowers from within. For Berlin, the military operations became a gigantic financial burden. Resources had to be constantly shifted to distant regions, while the local population suffered from growing shortages. Tokyo, on the other hand, got caught up in the maelstrom of permanent expansion, which attracted ever new conflicts and divided its society. Both systems held on to their claim to absolute strength to the outside world, but behind the facades the decay began. At the end of the 1990s, the world was shaped by these proxy wars as never before. There was hardly a country that was not involved in one way or another in the struggle between Berlin and Tokyo. Some historians referred to this era as the Invisible World War because, although it was never officially declared, it was fought everywhere. For the people in the affected regions, it was a struggle without end, a conflict that robbed them of their future. For the superpowers, however, it was the only way to continue their confrontation without taking the ultimate step of direct nuclear confrontation. So the world remained trapped in a state of permanent unrest, a mosaic of battlefields, spy networks, and propaganda wars. Berlin and Tokyo had turned the earth into a chessboard on which millions of people were nothing more than pawns who were moved, sacrificed, and forgotten. But the longer this state of affairs lasted, the more the realization grew. A system that could only secure its power through endless proxy wars was ultimately unstable. The world was on the eve of a new epoch, and the seeds for the final collapse of the Axis powers had long since been planted. Chapter 39: Propaganda and Media Control. If the proxy wars of the 1980s and 1990s were the visible stage of the conflict between Berlin and Tokyo, propaganda formed the invisible substructure that determined the thinking, feeling, and acting of entire generations. No bomb, no rocket, no assassination attempt could unfold its effect without being accompanied by an orchestrated media machine. Both superpowers had long since recognized that power did not result from weapons alone, but from the ability to define reality itself. People should not only obey, but believe in the infallibility of the system, in the rightness of wars, in the impossibility of any alternative. In the Reich, the propaganda machine had its roots in the 1930s, but it reached a new level of perfection in the decades after the victory over the Allies. With the capital Germania as the center of information policy, a global network was built up that strictly controlled every news, every representation, every image. Newspapers, radio, television, and later digital media existed only in state hands. Their content was edited by specially created ministries. Officially, it was called truth-keeping, but in fact it was systematic manipulation. News from war zones was filtered, statistics were falsified, casualty figures were swapped. Every victory was inflated, every defeat concealed or blamed on the traitors. A central component of this control was the creation of its own language. Terms such as freedom, equality, or democracy disappeared from public discourse or were perverted. Freedom no longer meant individual self-determination, but freedom through obedience to the Reich. Democracy was defamed as a chaotic relic of a bygone era, while the Führer state was presented as the only logical, ordering structure. This linguistic control subtly shaped people's thinking by blocking the possibility of alternative ideas from the outset. In Japan, on the other hand, a separate form of propaganda developed, which was strongly based on traditional values. Tokyo staged its empire as the guardian of harmony and as the antithesis to the supposedly brutal rule of the empire. Where Berlin relied on toughness and superiority, Tokyo worked with the rhetoric of unity, honor, and cultural purity. In the Japanese-controlled areas of America, for example, it was emphasized that the population there was part of a large Pacific community protected by the wisdom of the emperor. But behind this facade were equally strict censorship and merciless repression. With the rise of television in the 1960s and global networking in the 1980s, propaganda became a global tool. News programs ran synchronously in all Reich territories, daily at the same time, with identical speakers and identical visual language. Repetitions, slogans, heroic myths shaped the minds. Each program followed a strict dramaturgical pattern, first the successes of the Reich, then the crimes of the enemies, finally a message of strength and hope. Children learned early on to recite these programs by heart, and anyone who deviated from them was suspected of a lack of loyalty. The handling of art and culture was particularly perfidious. Writers, musicians, painters, they were all harnessed into the propaganda machine. Novels told of heroic soldiers, plays glorified sacrifice, songs praised the Führer or the purity of the nation. Something similar happened in Japan. Manga, films, and even traditional art forms such as kabuki were reinterpreted to convey the ideology of the state. The line between entertainment and political indoctrination was blurred. Those who resisted this appropriation often disappeared without a trace or were publicly branded as traitors. With digitization in the 1980s and 1990s, propaganda experienced another leap. Berlin developed gigantic computer networks that could monitor and manipulate every communication. Emails, chats, even early forms of social media were not only censored, but actively used to spread disinformation. Tokyo responded with its own projects, which focused more on psychological warfare. Rumors were spread in forums and networks, forged documents were published, fabricated eyewitness accounts were spread. Entire populations were pitted against each other by being presented with different versions of the same events. The effect of this media control was enormous. In the core areas of the Reich, a generation grew up that hardly knew that there had ever been anything other than the Führer state. The same was true in the Japanese zones, where awareness of democracy and individual rights was systematically erased. People believed that the world outside their own borders was sinking into chaos and that only their own system offered stability. This information prison was perhaps the greatest weapon that both powers possessed, invisible, silent, but omnipresent. But propaganda is never omnipotent. In the interstices, in the gray areas of the information flows, there have always been small islands of truth. Resistance groups used smuggling channels to distribute leaflets, secret recordings, and reports from other parts of the world. Underground newspapers circulated in the USA, secret radio stations in Europe, illegal videocassettes in Africa. In Japan, too, dissident networks emerged that passed on old books and documents to keep alive the memory of another world. These scraps of information were often not enough to overthrow the system directly, but they fueled doubt, raised questions, and kept the idea of an alternative alive. Berlin and Tokyo reacted to this threat with increasing repression. In both power blocs, Entire ministries were created that dealt exclusively with media hygiene. Specialists developed algorithms that automatically filtered out suspicious terms. Schools became centers of ideological training, where children learned not only to read and write, but above all how to recognize fake news, where false was anything that did not conform to the official line. Anyone who nevertheless expressed doubts ran the risk of social isolation or even arrest. It is interesting to note that, despite their differences, both systems proceeded surprisingly similarly in practice. Both Berlin and Tokyo understood the media not as a mirror of reality, but as a tool for creating a desired reality. Truth was no longer what had happened, but what those in power claimed. In this respect, propaganda was not a side effect of politics, but its core. The media created a world in which people lived, a world that was full of contradictions from the outside, but seemed closed and coherent from the inside. The price for this total control was high. Creativity was suffocated, innovations failed to materialize, and intellectual life atrophied. Science only served to fulfill military or propaganda goals. Literature, music, and art became impoverished because they were no longer allowed to ask questions. Many people lived in a kind of double reality. In public they spoke the phrases of propaganda, but in private they harbored doubts that they shared only with their closest confidants. This disintegration between the official and internal worlds led to a climate of hypocrisy that permanently undermined the foundations of the systems. By the end of the 1990s, propaganda was so ubiquitous that many observers referred to it as the second skin of society. But under this skin it seethed. With the advent of digital networking, information could no longer be fully controlled. Small cracks appeared in the monolithic block of official truth. Young people who were familiar with computers and satellites found ways to network across borders. They exchanged files, images, and ideas that had not passed through the filters of the propaganda machines. They were still small streams, but they heralded the information storm that was to break out in the 21st century. So it remains to be said, the propaganda and media control of the Axis powers was perhaps the most powerful weapon of its time. It kept peoples docile, justified wars, erased memories, and created new realities. But at the same time, it sowed the seeds of doubt by widening the gap between what had been experienced and what had been claimed. A system that maintained its power only through the permanent manipulation of the truth was ultimately fragile. And it was precisely this rupture that was to become visible at the beginning of the 21st century, when people began to free themselves from the information prison and tear down the facade of control. Chapter 40: Hope for Freedom. In the late 1990s, when Berlin and Tokyo were embroiled in proxy wars and the world lived in a permanent tension between nuclear threat and technological control, something that both systems feared most began to stir: the hope of freedom. It was not a sudden flare-up, not a clear uprising, but rather a quiet, steady glow that spread through the hearts of the people, nourished by the cracks in the monolithic edifice of total domination. For decades, the empire had tried to eradicate this hope, but it was precisely in their relentlessness that they created the conditions under which the desire for change became indestructible. It often started on a small scale. In the cities of Europe, whose streets were lined with parades and flags, young people secretly met in basements, read forbidden books, or listened to old tapes with voices from another time. In the Appalachian Mountains of America, where the resistance had been living its invisible life since the 1960s, stories of freedom were told around the fire that were passed down from generation to generation. In Africa, where the uprisings against the colonial rule of the imperial eagle were bloodily suppressed, new movements grew that not only turned against oppression, but also believed in a world beyond the Axis powers. Digital networking, which was originally intended by those in power as the perfect surveillance tool, paradoxically proved to be the catalyst for this hope. Computers and communication networks, strictly controlled and monitored, nevertheless offered loopholes. Young programmers in Berlin, Tokyo, New Germania, or San Francisco found ways to send hidden messages, build encrypted networks, and smuggle information from the outside world. What began as a technical game soon turned into a political tool. Images of oppression, eyewitness accounts of massacres, but also fragments of music, poems, and manifestos that painted a picture of a different, freer world spread through secret channels. This hope was by no means homogeneous. In Europe, it took different forms than in America or Asia. While many Germans longed for an end to the constant war economy and a life without omnipresent control, The people in the occupied USA struggled to regain their national identity, which had been taken away from them by decades of germanization. In Japanese-controlled areas such as California or Hawaii, hope was combined with a return to old, suppressed traditions and growing resistance to Tokyo's cultural enforced conformity. It was remarkable how these sparks of hope fueled each other. A leaflet secretly distributed in Warsaw was able to turn up in the hands of workers in Buenos Aires a few weeks later. A poem written in the mountains of the Appalachian Mountains found its way to Tokyo via secret radio frequencies, where dissidents took it up as a symbol of their own longing. In a world that seemed to be strictly divided, invisible bridges were created, built not by tanks or missiles, but by words, images, and ideas. Of course, those in power reacted with increasing severity. Berlin tightened its censorship measures and introduced new laws that could punish the possession of certain books or listening to illicit music with death. Tokyo set up entire departments dedicated to psychological warfare to spread rumors of alleged traitors, thus sowing distrust in the ranks of the resistance. But the more pressure was exerted, the stronger the desire for freedom seemed to grow. People learned to read between the lines, to understand insinuations, to interpret gestures. In a world of lies, seeking truth itself became a form of resistance. The role of young people in this context should not be underestimated. Those born in the 1980s and 1990s had grown up in a thoroughly propagandized society, but at the same time they were familiar with a new technology that had remained alien to the ancients. This generation was able to use the digital tools that were actually intended for monitoring them faster, more flexibly, and more creatively. They developed encryption keys, designed invisible communication channels, and created virtual spaces in which they could speak freely. For them, the lie of the official systems was less convincing because they constantly discovered small contradictions, small discrepancies between what they were told and what they themselves saw. The hope for freedom was not only evident in political activities, but also in culture. In music, for example, new currents emerged that eluded official control. In Berlin's smoky basements, bands played forbidden rhythms, whose lyrics seemed harmless on the surface, but subliminally transported messages of rebellion. In California, secret film circles were created in which old Hollywood classics were shown that had long been banned. In the deserts of Africa, women sang old songs that told of freedom, keeping alive a memory that no power could erase. It was as if a second life was developing under the hard crust of dictatorships, invisible but pulsating, quiet but unstoppable. This life was not yet strong enough to change the world, but it showed that total control was never complete. Even in the hardest prison, the mind finds a way to dream, and sometimes that dream is enough to shake entire systems. The hope for freedom was also nourished by the visible weakness of the systems. The death of the Führer in the 1980s had shown that even the seemingly immortal rule in Berlin was vulnerable. The power struggles that followed revealed cracks in the system. It was similar in Tokyo, where internal conflicts over the direction of the empire made it clear that there was no absolute unity there either. It was these cracks that gave people the courage to continue to believe in the possibility of change. The proxy wars also played a paradoxical role. Although they showed the military strength of the superpowers, they also made their vulnerability visible. Every war cost resources, every war brought new victims, every war revealed the limits of power. People realized that the giants who ruled over them were not invincible. This thought, small as it was, acted as a seed from which hope could develop. It is significant that the hope for freedom in those years was less a concrete political movement than an omnipresent feeling, an underlying current that permeated all areas of life. It was diffuse, disorganized, hardly tangible, and precisely for that reason so dangerous for the rulers. Because it could not simply be extinguished by smashing individual groups, it lived on in the thoughts and dreams of countless people. As the new millennium approached, this hope seemed to become more tangible. The first large digital networks of resistance emerged, connecting across continents. In secret manifestos, young people in Berlin, Tokyo, New York, and Cape Town spoke of a common future without Axis powers. These texts were still full of contradictions and naivety, but they showed that a new generation was no longer willing to accept the lies of their fathers and grandfathers. The hope of freedom was like a soft wind that could hardly be felt, but which swept inexorably through the cracks of the walls that Berlin and Tokyo had built around the world. It was not a revolution, not an open rebellion, but a slow awakening. And this awakening was perhaps more dangerous than any bomb or army, because it called into question the very basis of rule, the people's conviction that there was no alternative. At the end of the 1990s, it was clear that the Axis powers still ruled, and that their armies, their media, and their symbols still dominated world events. But somewhere, deep in the hearts of the people, a spark had ignited. And this spark would not go out, no matter how much the rulers tried to stifle it. The hope for freedom was alive, and with it the possibility that the world could one day be a different place. Chapter 41. New Generations, Living Without Memory of Democracy. When the 21st century began, several generations were already living in a world that was completely shaped by the Axis powers. For the young people born after the 1980s and 1990s, there was no living memory of parliaments, free elections, or open societies. Democracy was not a concrete model, but a nebulous word that was portrayed in the history books of the victors as weakness, chaos, and danger. The empire and the empire had spent decades not only conquering countries but also rewriting the past, and it seemed that they had succeeded in this mission. But in the hearts of these new generations there was also a vague longing for something that they could not name because they lacked the terms for it. Children who grew up in the shadow of the monumental buildings of Germania experienced their youth in a society steeped in symbols of power. Flags with swastikas fluttered at schools, portraits of the leader or his successors hung in the classrooms, and every lesson began with the recitation of loyalty formulas. History was taught like a religious revelation. The victory over Moscow, the conquest of London, the surrender of America, all this was presented as proof of the superiority of the Germanic race. At the same time, the defeats of the past, the resistance and sacrifices, were erased or turned into the opposite. The children learned that there had never been any other order than that of the Axis powers. In the Japanese-controlled areas, the situation was similar, albeit with a different cultural imprint. In California, young people grew up in an atmosphere of imperial worship, where Shinto rituals merged with military ceremonies. Tokyo had developed its own form of historical distortion, which mocked democracy as Western decadence and preached obedience to the emperor as the highest virtue. Schools taught children that freedom is nothing but anarchy, that equality only leads to weakness, and that the world only maintains its order through discipline and subordination. And yet there were cracks in the foundation of this upbringing. The more the systems tried to control history, the stronger the questions of the youth became. Some students came across old relics, a forgotten book, a crumpled photo, a song that was secretly passed on by the elders. These fragments of another world aroused a curiosity that could not be satisfied by propaganda. Some wondered why so much energy was spent on erasing the past when it was supposedly worthless. The new generations lived in a paradoxical world. On the one hand, they knew nothing but the authoritarian system, and on the other hand, they were the first to grow up in a time of technological networking. Computers, networks, satellite communications, all of this was ubiquitous and tightly controlled by governments. But this was precisely where the weakness of the systems lay. The young people intuitively knew how to use these tools to cross borders. They experimented with hidden messages, encrypted files, and secret chat rooms where they spoke openly in a way that was not possible anywhere else. Without knowing that they were discovering the language of democracy, they practiced in the digital underground exactly those freedoms that were forbidden to them in the real world. Most of them no longer had grandparents who could tell firsthand about the old order. The generations that had been born in democracies had long since died or been silenced. What remained were legends and myths. Some told of a president who was supposed to have elected the people. Others spoke of assemblies in which people could freely express their opinions. For many young people, this sounded like a fairy tale, fascinating and scary at the same time. Was it possible for people to say what they thought without fear of punishment? Was it conceivable that governments would be elected from the bottom up and not the other way around? The Reich had gone to great lengths to ensure that such thoughts were considered dangerous. In schools, students who asked too many questions were publicly humiliated. In the cities, there were so-called youth guards who were supposed to monitor the behavior of their peers, a perfidious strategy to exercise control through mistrust within the generation itself. But the stricter the control, the greater the fascination with the forbidden became. It was significant that the new generations often took their first steps towards freedom unconsciously. A band playing in a Berlin basement may not have known that their lyrics were reminiscent of old freedom poems. A hacker in San Francisco who tricked the Japanese police's surveillance system may have seen himself as a gambler rather than a political activist. And yet, unconsciously, they laid the foundations for a rediscovery of what had been lost. The absence of remembrance of democracy also led many young people to seek their own path. They had no concrete role models to refer to, so they developed new forms of resistance. These were often more creative, more playful, less influenced by classical ideologies. Some rebelled through fashion by wearing symbols that were officially banned. Others created secret works of art in which they drew alternative worlds. Still others formed communities that helped each other, circumvented rules, and developed a sense of solidarity that was essential for survival under conditions of constant surveillance. In this respect, the new generation was both weaker and stronger than its ancestors. Weaker because they lacked the clear language with which freedom, equality, and human rights had once been discussed. Stronger because they were forced to reinvent everything themselves, and because their longing was nourished not by nostalgic memories, but by a real, immediate experience of oppression. In New Germania, the former America, this tension was particularly strong. Young people grew up there in a world in which German culture and language had been brutally imposed, while old American traditions were systematically erased. Many hardly spoke English anymore, and yet beneath the surface there was a fascination with the forgotten. Young people secretly listened to old blues recordings or read English poems that were passed on forbidden data carriers. For them, it was an act of rebellion to speak a language that their rulers had taken away from them. In Africa, too, new generations were formed, born in the midst of colonial exploitation. They knew the horrors of forced labor and the brutality of the German colonial masters, and they developed a deep aversion to the system in which they lived. Their hope was not tied to the restoration of an old order, but to the desire for self-determination, for a life without foreign rule. Their youth movements combined ancient songs, myths, and rituals with modern technologies, so that a new, hybrid form of resistance developed there as well. In the Japanese-controlled Pacific region, the development was similar. The young generation grew up in a culture that was characterized by a mixture of tradition and technocratic austerity. Many young people began to question this mix, not necessarily for political reasons, but out of an instinctive desire for individuality. They experimented with new styles of music, mixing Western and Eastern influences, creating something that defied official norms. The regimes reacted with their characteristic brutality. They tried to force the youth into paramilitary organizations, to make them docile through rituals and discipline. But it was precisely these attempts that led many young people to look for alternatives. If official life offered only obedience and uniformity, then the search for deviation itself became an expression of freedom. So a generation grew up that had no memory of democracy, but still felt that something was missing. She couldn't put it into words, she had no historical examples to hold on to, and yet she felt that life had to be more than obedience and control. This vague feeling was dangerous for the rulers because it was not so easily suppressed. You can ban a word, you can burn a book, you can erase a language, but you can't prevent people from feeling when their world is incomplete. The new generation was at the beginning of a new century, marked by control and lies, but also full of possibilities. It had no clear plan, no unified leader, no common ideology. But she had something more powerful than all the structures of domination, the ability to ask questions. And these questions, as small as they began, would one day shake the walls of dictatorships. Chapter 42. The Resistance Awakens Digitally. The dawn of the digital age in the 21st century brought with it a change that neither the Empire nor the Empire of Japan had foreseen in this form. For decades, both systems had built their power on control, surveillance, and fear. But the technology that was originally intended to perfect this control became the gateway for something that eluded direct control, the free exchange of thoughts. The resistance, which had previously flashed in the cellars of New Germania or in the mountains of the Appalachian Mountains, now found a new home in the invisible, in the networks of data and codes that spanned the entire globe. The first to recognize these possibilities were young people who had no memory of democracy, but felt that the world in which they lived was not complete. They did not use the technologies that were available to them in the way the rulers had intended. What was a tool for surveillance for some became a door to unknown rooms for others. Encrypted messages, disguised chats, secret forums. It was a digital shadow world in which questions could be asked that were taboo in public. The resistance did not begin with grand political programs or clear manifestos. He began with fragments, an old speech that someone posted on the internet as an audio file, a picture showing the Statue of Liberty in a context in which it had long since been obliterated, a music recording that was once banned and could now be shared again. These fragments had a stronger effect than any conscious propaganda. They reminded people that there was something beyond the world order of the empire and Japan. The rulers reacted with all severity. New agencies were established with the sole purpose of monitoring digital networks. In Germania, the Office for Digital Purity was created, which tried to control the data flows with artificial intelligence and thousands of sensors. In Tokyo, the Imperial Cyber Guard was created, whose agents tried to follow the traces of the dissidents. But the more energy they put into this control, the more sophisticated the methods of resistance became. Young programmers developed codes that worked like invisible ink. Messages were hidden in harmless files, in photos, in pieces of music, even in the lines of a digital comic. Any attempt to stop this communication only led to new ways being found. The digital resistance was like water. It could be stopped, but it always found a crack through which it flowed. Especially in New Germania, the former America, the movement picked up speed. Here, German racial policy, cultural oppression, and forced germanization met a youth that had long been bilingual on the internet. They began to rediscover the old terms that their parents were no longer allowed to pronounce: freedom, equality, human rights. For them, these words were not political slogans, but symbols of a forbidden world. By reviving them digitally, they created a common language of resistance. Something similar happened in Japan. There, censorship may have been even stricter, but here, too, young people found ways to network. Their inspiration lay less in Western traditions and more in a synthesis of ancient Asian philosophies and modern ideas. They spoke of harmony, not as subordination, but as a balance that had been destroyed by the dictatorship. Their forums were full of poems, drawings, and short manifestos that dreamed of a different order. The resistance awakened not only digitally, it networked digitally. For the first time since the division of the world between empire and empire, a movement emerged that transcended both blocs. German young people communicate with Japanese peers, Africans with South Americans. It was a network that knew no boundaries because it was made up of pure data. These connections were weak and fragile, constantly threatened by surveillance and censorship. But they existed, and that alone was revolutionary. The reaction of the rulers was not long in coming. Trials against digital terrorists were staged. Entire families disappeared when their children were caught participating in such networks. But instead of spreading fear, these measures often achieved the opposite. Martyrs of the digital resistance became symbols. Their last news spread thousands of copies. Their names lived on the nets. Particularly dangerous for the rulers was the fact that the digital resistance was not centrally organized. There were no leaders, no headquarters to destroy. The movement consisted of countless small cells that worked independently of each other and yet inspired each other. This decentralization made them intangible. Where previously a resistance fighter could be arrested underground and the entire movement could be smashed, hundreds of invisible voices were now left behind to continue working. It was only a matter of time before the digital rebellion had a concrete impact on the real world. In Berlin, the first protest actions took place, which were coordinated via the internet. Suddenly graffiti appeared that had not been organized by individuals, but by entire groups. In California, data leaks were published documenting the brutality of the Japanese occupation. In Africa, young resistance groups used digital communication channels to coordinate their uprisings. The rulers recognized the danger and relied on total control. New laws stipulated that every device had to contain government surveillance software. Cameras in homes, microphones in schools, chips in the bodies of newborns. Nothing seemed too far to stifle digital resistance. But it was precisely these measures that led to even greater radicalization. If life was constantly monitored anyway, then there was no longer any reason to be careful. The new generations found strength in the realization that they were not alone. For the first time in decades, they felt part of a worldwide community. In secret chats, they read from each other, realizing that the same questions were asked in the Appalachian Mountains as in Tokyo or Cape Town. This realization was perhaps the most powerful tool of the resistance. The the knowledge that oppression was not a fate to be endured in isolation, but that there were people living everywhere who felt the same way. So the resistance awoke digitally, not as a sudden explosion, but as a quiet, steady noise that became louder and louder. The rulers could hear this noise, even if they could not fully control it. It was like a heartbeat beneath the surface of the world order, a sign that the dictatorships were powerful, but not invincible. The 21st century began with the illusion of total control. But in the invisible networks of data and codes, a new kind of freedom emerged that could no longer be extinguished. The young people who had no memory of democracy recreated it, out of curiosity, out of longing, and out of the simple fact that people always find ways to talk to each other. Digital resistance was born, and with it the hope that one day the world could change again. Chapter 43: Wars in Space, Empire versus Japan. The step into space was inevitable as soon as the Empire and the Empire of Japan could no longer carry out their rivalry only on Earth. For decades, both powers had maintained their military and economic superiority through nuclear threats, conventional arms races, and proxy wars. But in the age of computer technology and digital networking, the sky was no longer seen as just a border, but as a battlefield. As early as the 1980s, strategists in Berlin and Tokyo dreamed of orbital weapons. But it was not until the early 21st century, when technologies for missile defense, laser cannons, and space stations became available, that war in space took shape. The first confrontations began invisibly. Satellites were disrupted, communication networks were manipulated, and spy systems suddenly disappeared from their orbits. Officially, both sides denied any involvement, but in the shadow of the propaganda, the people knew that a new war was raging here. It was hard for the population to imagine that battles were no longer fought only in trenches or cities, but in a vacuum, where no screams, no fire, and no blood were visible. But the consequences on Earth were noticeable: power outages, interrupted navigation systems, blocked financial markets. The Reich began with the establishment of the Space Fleet Germania, a military division that relied on orbital stations and armed shuttles. Spaceships were built in gigantic shipyards in New Berlin, Cape Hohenzollern on the American East Coast, and in North Africa, whose task was not so much to explore space as to dominate orbits. Japan responded with the Celestial Shield, a network of satellites equipped with energy weapons to ward off any approach by German ships. The conflicts came to a head when both sides set their sights on the moon. For the Empire, it was a symbol: whoever controlled the moon could dominate the Earth from above. For Japan, on the other hand, the moon was the bridge to further expansions in the solar system. In 2005, the first open confrontation occurred when a German transport module was destroyed by a laser beam on approach to a Japanese lunar station. The Reich government spoke of an act of aggression, while Tokyo spoke of necessary defense. In both camps, the media rejoiced that their nation had fired the first shot in the space war. In the years that followed, the moon turned into a battlefield. Underground bases were built, dug into the grey dust like termite mounds. Robotic drones patrolled the surface, while minefields were laid in a vacuum to prevent enemy landings. Soon, the former landscape of longing for humanity, the goal of pioneers and dreamers, had become a fortress of both empires, crisscrossed by tunnels, bunkers, and missile emplacements. But the war in space was not limited to the moon. Orbital stations became strategic hubs. They served not only for surveillance, but also as platforms for weapons that could reach any target on Earth within minutes. Particularly feared were the so-called rods of the gods, massive metal rods that were dropped from orbit and hit with such speed that they reached the destructive power of small atomic bombs without leaving behind radioactive residues. Both sides experimented with this technology, but only a few deployments were reported. Entire cities allegedly disappeared in South America and Central Africa, victims of these silent attacks from the sky. The population on Earth experienced these battles like a distant, eerie thunderstorm. They saw no front lines, no marching armies, but only the consequences: a sudden disappearance of the internet, an exploding power generator, a fireball in the sky when a satellite was destroyed. The propaganda of the two great powers used the invisibility of the war to create myths. In the Empire, it was said that the new knights of the universe fought heroically for the supremacy of the Aryan race. In Japan, on the other hand, the astronauts were stylized as samurai of the cosmos, who carried the legacy of the Tenno into the stars. But while the government spoke of honor and victory, the everyday life of the astronauts and space warriors was characterized by loneliness, fear, and technical coldness. Those who were sent into orbit knew that a single malfunction meant the end. The battles were short and brutal. One hit, and a ship turned into a deadly field of debris that drifted through weightlessness for hours. Often the bodies of the crews were never recovered, but floated like silent memorials between the Earth and the Moon. The Resistance, which had already awakened digitally, also found new possibilities in space. Hacker groups manipulated satellites, briefly took control of orbital stations, and sent messages that were seen by millions of people before they were deleted again. "This is not your war," was written one day in glowing letters in the sky over New Berlin, projected by a hacked Reich satellite. A short time later, the message appeared in Tokyo: "The stars belong to all of us." Such actions undermined the moral justification of space war and reminded people that technology did not belong to the rulers alone. The escalation reached its peak in 2015, when both powers began to set their sights on Mars. For Berlin, it was a question of prestige; for Tokyo, a question of resources. Expeditions were sent out, equipped with huge colonial ships. But already on the way there were attacks and battles. Ships disappeared into space without a trace. Some were later cited as burning wrecks, others never again. On Earth, people began to talk about the invisible war, a conflict that took place beyond the field of vision and yet decided the fate of humanity. With the expansion into space, propaganda also shifted. Both powers began to swear their populations to a cosmic final battle. Schools in the Reich showed films in which children were heroized as future space travelers, while Japanese universities founded entire faculties dedicated solely to celestial warfare. War in space was no longer just a military reality, but a cultural narrative that shaped the next generation. But behind the facade of strength, the systems crumbled. Space war was expensive, unimaginably expensive. Entire industries had to be converted. Raw materials were consumed in unprecedented quantities. The Earth suffered from this gigantic arms race: famines in Africa, energy crises in South America, protests in New Germania. The more resources were channeled into the sky, the emptier the plates on Earth became. The first cracks in the Reich appeared when a group of officers unofficially protested that the space programs were neglecting the Wehrmacht on land and at sea. Something similar happened in Japan, where conservative military leaders argued that it was necessary to concentrate on the Pacific sphere instead of investing billions in distant planets. These tensions undermined the unity of the empires and gave the resistance hope that the war in space would not last forever. For the population, heaven remained an ambivalent place. On the one hand, he was full of fear; an attack from orbit could take place at any time. On the other hand, he was full of hope. The stars that had awakened dreams for thousands of years were taken over by the dictatorship, but not completely. Many people continued to see them as a symbol of freedom, of the unknown that lay beyond the control of the rulers. By the end of the 2010s, it was clear that the war in space could not be decided. Neither the Empire nor Japan had achieved complete dominance. Instead, a fragile balance emerged, a cosmic stalemate. But in this balance there was also the danger. Every incident, every mistake could lead to a global inferno. And so humanity lived under a new sword of Damocles, no longer the atomic bomb, but the silence of space, in which battles were fought, of which only debris and myths returned to Earth. The war in space was more than a military conflict. He was a mirror of the hubris that had driven both empires for decades. Instead of seeing the stars as an opportunity for cooperation and joint growth, they had turned them into a battlefield. But the stars cannot be monopolized forever. In the digital shadows, in the hearts of young people, in the dreams of freedom, the longing for a different path remained alive. The war in space was the culmination of the rivalry, and at the same time the beginning of the end, because the resources that were devoured there accelerated the collapse of the ideologies that had characterized the 20th century. Chapter 44: The Collapse of Racial Ideology. The ideologies that were laid over the world in the 20th century as iron dogmas had gained their strength from a mixture of fear, lust for power, and the promise of a better future. In the Empire, it was the idea of a pure race that served as a justification for expansion, oppression, and systematic violence. In Japan, it was the vision of a divine order that elevated the empire of the rising sun as the center of an Asian and later global hierarchy. But the longer time passed, the more this ideology proved to be a prison that imprisoned not only the oppressed, but also the rulers. The collapse of racial ideology in the Reich was not a sudden act, but a decades-long process accompanied by contradictions, crises, and resistance. As early as the 1980s, when the death of the leader sparked power struggles in Berlin, the first cracks began to become visible. The old slogans that had been repeated for generations in schools, media, and rituals lost traction because they collided with reality. Millions of people in Europe, Africa, and America have long lived in a world intertwined by migration, cultural exchange, and underground networks. The attempt to maintain rigid categories of pure and impure became increasingly ridiculous. But the bureaucracies held on, breeding programs continued, and entire departments of the administration were busy checking bloodlines and ancestry. For the people in everyday life, this was an absurd spectacle that had less and less relevance for their survival. A pivotal moment was the advent of digital communication. In the 1990s, the government had tried to tightly control computers and networks in order to transfer the old order into the new era. But as soon as the population gained access to worldwide information, the ideological foundation was shaken. Young people could see that outside the empire there were other cultures, languages, and ways of life that were not inferior, but often even richer and freer. Even in schools, where teachers were still trying to inculcate the old doctrine, students began to ask questions that no longer allowed for easy answers. Science played a central role in the disintegration. For decades, the empire had forced biologists and geneticists to confirm theories that had long since been refuted. But modern research could no longer be completely suppressed. International data flows, smuggling of literature, and even critical voices within the system made it clear that the genetic diversity of humanity was not a sign of weakness, but of strength. When it became known in the early 2000s that even high-ranking members of the empire had ancestries that were considered impure according to their own rules, the credibility of the ideology began to erode irreversibly. Meanwhile, the contradiction between ideology and necessity intensified. The war in space had devoured resources that could only be obtained through international and intercultural cooperation. Technicians from Africa, scientists from America, engineers from Asia, they were all needed to keep the machines running. Officially, they were inferior, but indispensable in practice. This discrepancy was not only felt in factories and research institutions, but also in the military. Soldiers fought side by side, regardless of origin or skin color, while at the same time preaching to them that they were not equal to each other. The population began to express the contradictions openly. Graffiti appeared in the cities of Europe that made a mockery of the old slogans. "Blood is not a color" was written on walls in Hamburg, New and Paris, Germania. In the ghettos of New Germania in America, movements formed that no longer understood their identity as a weakness, but as a force of resistance. Music, literature, and art broke the boundaries drawn by the bureaucrats. While propaganda continued to try to portray a homogeneous culture, a multicultural reality had long lived in the underground clubs, at secret concerts, and in digital networks. The final collapse began when the economic basis of the ideology collapsed. Racial policy had systematically excluded entire population groups from education, work, and co-determination. This led to inefficiency, corruption, and a lack of innovation. While Japan had long since begun to use talent from all social classes, the empire held on to its rigid structures. As the digital revolution became increasingly important in the 21st century, the empire proved to be backward, unable to reach the full potential of its population. The dogma that once suggested strength became a weakness that paralyzed the empire in global competition. A symbol of the disintegration of the ideology was the trial in 2018 of high-ranking party members accused of corruption and abuse of power. For the first time, a court dared to publicly declare that the racial hierarchy was no longer enforceable because it contradicted reality. This process, initially hushed up by the media, spread like wildfire via digital channels. Millions of people read the protocols, discussed on forums, and realized that even the elites no longer believed in their own doctrine. At the same time, the resistance formed in a new dimension. While armed groups fought underground in the 1960s and 70s, the new generation used the power of information. Hackers uncovered archives in which the crimes of the past were documented in detail. Photos, databases, personal accounts, all this showed that the racial ideology had not only been wrong, but murderous. Millions of people confronted their parents and grandparents with the question of why they had remained silent. This intergenerational confrontation weakened the ideological foundation more than any bomb. Religion also played a role. For decades, the empire had tried to suppress faiths or integrate them into its ideology. But in the underground, spiritual traditions that preached a different view of humanity, equality, dignity, and mutual recognition, survived. With digital networking, these messages could suddenly reach millions. Sermons, songs, and rituals found their way into living rooms and minds. The empire, which had once brutally punished every deviation, could no longer cope with the flood of ideas. The last bastion of ideology was the army. But even there, cracks appeared. Young officers refused to carry out orders based on the old racial policy. They saw no point in discriminating against comrades who had proven to be equal in battle. The first open mutinies were brutally suppressed, but the signal was clear: even at the core of power, people no longer believed in the lies. In 2020, as the space front began to falter and resources became scarce, a circle of high-ranking generals declared that the racial ideology had to be officially abandoned in order to save the empire. The declaration was not sold as a moral insight, but as a pragmatic necessity. But for the population, it was an admission that the century of lies was over. On the streets, people who had been oppressed for decades celebrated. For them, the collapse was not only a political turning point, but an act of liberation. But the path to a new world was not easy. With the collapse of ideology came chaos. Old structures dissolved, while new ones were not yet stable. Conflicts erupted in many regions as groups that had long been oppressed insisted on their rights. Some regions of Europe and America plunged into civil wars because the old elites did not want to give up their power without a fight. But despite all these difficulties, it was clear that racial ideology could no longer return. She did not die in a heroic struggle, but from her own absurdity, from her contradictions, from the reality of a networked, globalized humanity. Generations had suffered under its yoke, millions had lost their lives. But history showed that even the most powerful lies cannot last forever. The collapse of racial ideology was the signal that a new epoch was beginning, uncertain, chaotic, but full of possibilities. The stars, which until recently had been battlefields, once again became symbols of longing. And on Earth people began to dream, no longer of purity and domination, but of diversity and freedom. Chapter 45: Civil War in Europe. Europe, the heart of the empire, had been considered a seemingly unshakable center of power for decades. From Germania, the gigantic capital, which displayed the greatness of the Millennium Empire with triumphal arches, marble-paved streets, and enormous monuments, the fate of millions had been determined. But behind the facade of order, things had been fermenting for a long time. The ideology had worn out, people were tired of the endless slogans, and the collapse of racial ideology had triggered a process that could no longer be stopped. The civil war in Europe was not the outbreak of a sudden rebellion, but the result of a decades-long backlog of suppressed anger, political manipulation, and economic decline. The collapse began gradually. Initially, there were strikes in the industrial centers against the harsh labor discipline and the deteriorating living conditions. For decades, the population had felt that the sacrifices were necessary to build the future. But when it became clear that the future only served a small elite in Berlin and a few big industrialists, the mood changed. In the factories of Hamburg, in the steel mills of the Ruhr area, in the shipyards of Marseille, workers raised their voices. Initially, it was only demands for better wages and shorter working hours. But it quickly turned into a call for freedom, for a say, for the end of party control. The Reich reacted with the well-known harshness. Security forces crushed demonstrations, carried out raids and abducted leaders to camps that officially no longer existed but had long since been back in operation. But this violence no longer brought the desired intimidation. On the contrary, it fueled the resistance. The people who lived in a world of digital networks filmed, documented, and disseminated every atrocity. This created a new narrative, no longer that of the invincible empire, but that of an aging, desperate power fighting against its own people. The first major escalation occurred in France. There, the resistance had never completely stopped, even if he had operated in the shadows. With the disintegration of ideology, old symbols of freedom found resonance again. In Paris, flags that had long been banned flew again, and groups organized themselves in the catacombs to hoard weapons and prepare for open uprising. When the Reich tried to hold down Paris with tanks and troops, a street war broke out that shook all of Europe. Images of burning boulevards, barricades and fighters defying the occupiers with improvised weapons spread at lightning speed. The civil war had come to the surface from the underground. Soon the fire spread to other regions. In Spain, which had been marginalized for decades by harsh germanization and economic exploitation, workers, peasants, and students rose up together. In Italy, where the memory of old national identities had never been completely extinguished, people stormed town halls and police stations. Even in Scandinavia, which had long been considered the model region of the empire because the racist ideology had met with little resistance, there was turmoil. Young people refused to carry on the old dream of the Nordic ideal. Berlin was faced with a situation that had never been seen before. The party leadership was divided. Some called for an uncompromising approach, the use of all military means, including the threat of nuclear weapons. Others realized that the time of total control was over and wanted to start negotiations to save at least parts of the power. This disunity weakened the center, while in the periphery the rebellion grew stronger. In addition, the army, which had been considered the most loyal pillar of power for decades, no longer stood united behind the leadership. Many soldiers refused to take action against their own compatriots. Entire units defected to the insurgents or deserted. In Eastern Europe, which had already suffered particularly from the brutal Germanization policy, army officers entered into open alliances with resistance groups. In Warsaw and Prague, old songs were heard again, conjuring up the downfall of the empire. The international situation further exacerbated the crisis. Japan, which was dealing with its own internal conflicts in Asia, officially remained neutral, but took advantage of the situation to strengthen its influence in the former colonies of Africa and the Middle East. In America, too, voices were raised declaring that the hour had come to overthrow the empire once and for all. Smuggling of weapons, money, and information flowed to Europe via secret networks. For the Berlin leadership, this was nothing more than a new stab in the back, but for the rebels it was the beginning of global solidarity. The fighting escalated into a conflagration. Cities such as Rome, Madrid, and Amsterdam became battlefields. Entire neighborhoods were destroyed, while paramilitary groups and Reich troops fought street battles. In some regions, the state order collapsed completely. Local councils took over the administration, improvised schools and hospitals were built, and people organized their lives without instructions from Berlin. These islands of autonomy became symbols of hope, but also targets of the imperial troops, who tried with all their might to restore the old order. In Germania itself, the monumental capital, there was a climax of the civil war. Hundreds of thousands marched through the streets, despite the presence of the police, secret service, and military. They tore down symbols of the Führer cult, occupied squares, and erected barricades. The party reacted with all its might. Shots were fired, tanks rolled across the wide boulevards, but the people did not retreat. For the world public, this was proof that even in the heart of the empire the belief in the sanctity of power had been broken. The civil war in Europe dragged on for years. Fronts hardened, alliances disintegrated, and some regions experienced several changes of power in a short period of time. But despite the chaos, there was a clear trend: the empire lost ground. Any attempt to impose the old order by force only led to further radicalization. The people who had been silent for decades now spoke loudly, and they could no longer be silenced. The economic consequences were devastating. Trade routes collapsed, factories stood still, and the massive structures that were once supposed to symbolize the triumph of the empire fell into chaos. But at the same time, new forms of cooperation emerged. Networks of cities, regions, and resistance groups created a parallel structure that functioned despite all its shortcomings. This new order was improvised, contradictory, and often chaotic, but it was alive as the old empire sank into its own torpor. When the Civil War reached its peak in the late 2020s, it was clear that Europe would never return to the state the empire had once promised. Too much blood had flowed, too many illusions had been shattered. The Civil War was painful and destructive, but it also marked the beginning of a new era. It was no longer monuments and parades that determined the future, but the will of the people to take their fate into their own hands. Europe was in flames, but out of these flames arose a new consciousness. The time of oppression was over, even if the price was immeasurable. The Civil War had shown that no empire, no matter how powerful it might seem, could last forever if it had the people it ruled against it. And with this in mind, Europe, despite all the destruction, began to dream anew, this time not of a millennium empire, but of freedom, diversity, and self-determination. Chapter 46. Revolution in America. Since its capitulation in the 1940s, America has been a country that has never fully resigned itself to its new role. As New Germania in the east and under Japanese control on the west coast, it was divided between two empires, both of which sought to erase national identity. But in the valleys of the Appalachian Mountains, in the swamps of Florida, in the forests of Canada, and even in the street canyons of New York, resistance had been smoldering for decades. People whispered stories of an old republic whose stars and stripes had long since been banned, but still existed in secret rooms on scraps of fabric and yellowed photos. When Europe sank into civil war and the empire appeared weakened, the Americans realized that their hour had come. The revolution in America was not a sudden outbreak, but the discharge of a rage that had been pent up for decades. At first, there were small acts of sabotage, power lines that were cut to paralyze the propaganda stations of the Reich, sabotage in factories that produced weapons for the occupiers, secret leaflets that told of the freedom that had been taken from the people. But soon it grew into a movement that could no longer be stopped. In the universities of Chicago and Boston, student groups formed to preserve knowledge about ancient America in digital archives and disseminate it underground. Farmers in Texas and Pennsylvania refused to hand over their crops to the Reich administration and resorted to weapons smuggled into the country from South America via secret networks. The German administration in New Germania was ill-prepared for this development. For decades, it had relied on fear and propaganda. The young people had been sent to germanization camps, where they were supposed to forget the language, culture, and history of their old homeland. But it was precisely this oppression that had nourished the core of the resistance. Children who had secretly heard stories of George Washington or Abraham Lincoln grew up feeling that one day they would have to continue the legacy of these heroes. As adults, they took up arms and organized networks that spread the revolutionary spark. The revolution visibly began in New York. There, in the heart of New Germania, an uprising broke out when workers burned the flag of the empire in the harbor and hoisted an old, tattered star-spangled banner that had been hidden for decades. The reaction of the Reich was brutal. Tanks rolled through Brooklyn, machine guns rattled, and hundreds of people died. But the image of the re-erected star-spangled banner spread like wildfire across the country. For many, it was the symbol that America had never really died. At the same time, a guerrilla movement was forming in the southern states, blowing up railroads and raiding military depots. Especially in the Appalachian Mountains, a veritable liberation zone was created, which could hardly be entered by imperial troops. People of all skin colors and religions came together there, united in the common goal of driving the empire out of their country. Old tensions between white and black communities receded because the common oppression had created a new solidarity. On the West Coast, the situation was different. Under Japanese rule, millions of Americans lived in a tightly monitored system that was economically efficient but culturally repressive. But here, too, resistance arose. In San Francisco, mass demonstrations erupted as students took to the streets and sang old American songs. Japanese troops fired into the crowd, but instead of stifling the movement, they ignited the flames. Within a few months, the revolution spread from coast to coast. The German and Japanese leaders were forced to re-coordinate. For decades, they had viewed the United States as a divided territory that could no longer become a threat. Now they had to realize that America, even if it was occupied, had never lost its spirit. Reich and Japan sent additional troops, but the country was too large, the population too determined, and the communication networks of the revolution too decentralized to be completely destroyed. Digital technologies play a decisive role. Young revolutionaries used secret networks, encrypted communications, and improvised satellite connections to coordinate their actions. While the occupiers still relied on classic censorship and propaganda channels, the resistance had long since discovered the means of the 21st century for itself. News was spread from secret underground studios that informed people about the true situation, reported victories, and gave courage. The Reich could control television stations, but they were powerless against the flood of information that ran through portable devices and secret networks. The fighting in the cities escalated quickly. In Washington, which had been a fortress of the empire since the capitulation, a decisive battle took place. The uprising began with a general strike that paralyzed the entire administration. Then armed groups stormed the government district. Street fighting raged between rebels and Reich troops, the capital was severely damaged, and in an act of symbolic significance, the Statue of Liberty in New York, which had been converted by the Reich as a propaganda symbol, was blown up by insurgents. Its collapse was broadcast worldwide, not as a sign of defeat, but as the beginning of a new struggle for true freedom. The revolutionaries formed a provisional government based on old constitutional documents. In a secret ceremony, a new Congress was formed, which met underground and claimed to represent the Real America. This government was fragile, full of contradictions and without fixed institutions, but it provided a clear political framework for the resistance. The Reich reacted with all its might. The use of poison gas in insurgency areas, mass arrests and public executions were intended to deter people. But it was precisely this brutality that broke the last remnant of loyalty that the population had still had towards the occupiers. In many cities, police units defected to the rebels, and mutinies broke out even in the ranks of the German army in America. Soldiers refused to fight civilians, and some officers secretly made contact with the insurgents. At the same time, the civil war in Europe weakened Berlin's ability to crush the revolution. Resources, troops, and political attention were needed on the old continent. Japan, which also had internal conflicts in Asia, could also intervene only to a limited extent. Thus, the Americans faced two empires, but both were too weakened to enforce their rule permanently. The decisive turning point came when the revolutionaries in the southern states surrounded an entire garrison of the Reich and forced it to surrender. For the first time, an entire unit, including weapons and equipment, was on the side of the insurgents. This victory gave the movement not only military strength, but also moral superiority. The message was clear: the empire could be defeated, even on American soil. From then on, the revolution grew like an avalanche. Liberation zones expanded, cities such as Boston, Philadelphia, and Atlanta declared themselves free. In California, rebels took over entire stretches of coastline and hoisted the stars and stripes there again. The Japanese occupation began to falter when parts of the Asian American population openly joined the resistance. The revolution in America was not only a military struggle, but also a cultural one. Old symbols that had been forbidden returned: the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, songs that told of freedom. Churches, universities, and communities became centers of the new movement. Even children painted stars on walls, as a secret sign of hope. This cultural rebirth gave the revolution a power far beyond what weapons alone could do. In the end, there was no quick victory, but a bloody fight that lasted for years. Cities changed hands several times, millions of people died or fled. But the empire lost control step by step. When the Axis powers themselves finally got caught up in the maelstrom of collapse in Europe, the way was clear for America to finally free itself from its chains. The revolution had changed America. It was no longer the same country as it was before the capitulation. Decades of oppression had left deep marks, and people had learned to live with distrust of any form of power. But at the same time, a new generation had grown up that not only wanted to reclaim freedom, but also to redefine it. So the revolution did not simply end with the expulsion of the occupiers. It marked the beginning of a long, difficult road in which America had to reinvent itself as a country that had internalized the lessons of tyranny and was now given the chance to shape a future that was no longer defined by the shadows of the past. Chapter 47: Japanese Civil War. Japan had experienced unprecedented expansion after its victory in World War II. The so-called Japanese Pacific Sphere stretched from the islands of the Pacific to large parts of China, Southeast Asia, and the west coast of America. But what began as a triumphant rise was burdened with internal tensions from the beginning. Behind the gleaming facade of discipline, technological progress, and a strictly hierarchical order, contradictions that had accumulated over decades were looming. The people in the colonies suffered from forced labor and cultural oppression, while in Japan itself, tensions grew between conservative military, reform-oriented politicians, and a young generation of intellectuals longing for a different future. When the revolution broke out in America in the West and plunged Europe into chaos, a power vacuum opened up in Asia. For the first time in generations, the peoples of the Pacific saw that the empire was not invincible. Small uprisings in Korea, the Philippines, and Indonesia became the fuse that shook the entire structure of the Japanese ruling apparatus. In Tokyo itself, the split began. The old Tenno, long since a symbolic figure, was crushed between the fronts. While the conservative generals clung to the dream of eternal expansion, younger officers and civilian politicians demanded an opening of the empire, a renunciation of militarism and recognition of the growing unrest in the colonies. The Civil War did not begin with a big blow, but with a series of assassinations. In Osaka, a reformist governor was assassinated by nationalists. In Nagasaki, rebels blew up an ammunition depot, and in Yokohama there were mass demonstrations that were brutally suppressed by the army. These acts of violence solidified the fronts. Soon the country was divided into two camps: the imperial nationals, led by ultra-conservative generals, and the reformists, supported by a coalition of young officers, students, and civilian intellectuals. The colonies became the battlefield of this conflict. In Korea, underground fighters declared their support for the reformists and began to attack garrisons of the imperial nationalists. In the Philippines, peasant armies rose up that had suffered under Japanese rule for decades. In China, where the Japanese presence had only been maintained with iron force anyway, local warlords and nationalist groups took advantage of the chaos to reconquer territory. Thus, Japan's civil war immediately became a regional conflagration. The nationalists relied on brutal harshness. They controlled the large sections of the Navy and Air Force and bombed not only insurgents, but also cities suspected of supporting the reformists. Tokyo, once a symbol of order and power, became a besieged city. Street battles raged between military units, students, and workers' brigades, which erected barricades. Entire neighborhoods went up in flames, and the images of burning Tokyo shocked the world. The reformists tried to create a new order. They proclaimed a provisional government in Kyoto, which promised to release the colonies into self-determination and to democratically renew Japan. Her appeal to the peoples of the Pacific met with a broad response. In Hawaii, rebels once again hoisted the American flag. In Indonesia, the colors of independence flew, and in California, insurgents declared their solidarity with the resistance in the Appalachian Mountains. For the first time in decades, the Japanese Pacific sphere was no longer a solid empire, but a crumbling entity threatened with dissolution on all fronts. But the Civil War was not only a political or military conflict, but also a struggle for Japan's cultural identity. The nationalists invoked the spirit of the samurai and the myth of a divine nation destined to rule Asia. The reformists, on the other hand, accused this myth of having led millions of people to their deaths and demanded a renunciation of imperial arrogance. This ideological division went right through families, schools, and villages. Brothers fought each other, neighbors denounced each other, and the entire country sank into a maelstrom of mistrust and hatred. The world did not stand idly by and watch this chaos. The empire in Europe initially hoped to benefit from Japan's weakness. But Berlin was too busy with its own crises to intervene directly. The American revolutionaries, on the other hand, saw their great opportunity. Weapons, propaganda materials, and advisors were smuggled across the Pacific to support the reformists. Thus, the revolution in America combined with the Civil War in Japan to form a global struggle for a new order. The decisive turning point came when parts of the Japanese Navy changed sides. Admiral Tanaka, a high-ranking officer, publicly declared his support for the reformists and led much of the fleet to Yokosuka, which he declared a free port city. As a result, the nationalists lost not only their naval superiority, but also their moral legitimacy. For a long time, the Navy was considered the backbone of the Japanese Empire. The nationalists reacted with fanatical resistance. They entrenched themselves in Hokkaido and declared the island the fortress of the old spirit. There they gathered the last remnants of their troops and swore never to surrender. The Civil War dragged on, turned into a war of attrition that destroyed cities, paralyzed factories, and cost the lives of millions of people. Meanwhile, the mood abroad changed. Countries that had been under Japanese control for decades declared their independence. Korea, the Philippines, and large parts of China escaped Tokyo's control and established provisional governments. The reformists promised to officially recognize this independence, but in reality they struggled with the fear that the disintegration of the empire could tear Japan itself to pieces. In the end, it was not a single battle that decided the Civil War, but the exhaustion of the population. Millions of Japanese were tired of the war. Famines were spreading, diseases were rampant, and even the most fanatical nationalists could not prevent their ranks from disintegrating. When Kyoto and Tokyo finally fell into the hands of the reformists, the resistance of the nationalists was broken. Only in remote regions, especially in Hokkaido, did small groups hold out for years, but the empire as it had once existed was no more. The Civil War left behind a torn Japan. Cities lay in ruins, entire generations were lost, and the old ideology of expansionism was finally discredited. It was replaced by a fragile new order that sought to build democracy, self-determination, and cooperation with neighboring states. But the wounds were deep, and the danger of new conflicts remained. For the world, however, the Japanese Civil War had enormous significance. He marked the end of the Axis powers as untouchable superpowers. While the empire in Europe suffered from its own civil wars and uprisings, Japan broke up from within. The way was clear for a new world order in which it was no longer the old empires but the peoples themselves who determined how they wanted to live. And so the Japanese Civil War was not only the end of an empire, but also the beginning of a new epoch, an epoch in which the dreams of freedom, self-determination, and democracy, suppressed for so long, now had a chance to shape the world again. Chapter 48. Collapse of the Axis powers. The collapse of the Axis powers began not with a single event, but with a long, inexorable disintegration that grew over years until it culminated in a global implosion. After decades of dominance, in which the empire and Japan had oppressed, shaped, and recreated the world in their own image, the facade of their power finally collapsed. As with any great empire, it was not the external enemy alone that triggered this process, but the internal contradictions that had been ignored for generations. The dream of a millennium and an eternal empire proved to be an illusion, shattered by uprisings, civil wars, hunger, and the people's longing for freedom. Europe, the heart of the empire, had already been shaken by power struggles since the death of the leader. Various factions within the party elite, the SS and the Wehrmacht fought for supremacy. Everyone claimed the true inheritance of the leader, but in reality no one was able to impose a coherent line. The new capital Germania, once planned as a symbol of eternal rule, became the scene of fierce street battles between rival groups. While pompous buildings went up in flames, the people, who had been fed propaganda for decades, began to doubt the invincibility of the system. The colonies of Africa, which had been bled dry and exploited for generations, became one of the decisive scenes of collapse. From Nigeria to South Africa, movements arose that were no longer willing to serve under the imperial eagle. Guerrilla wars spread, and soon entire regions were effectively ungovernable. Even state-of-the-art weapons technology and brutal punitive actions could no longer break the resistance. With the weakening of the imperial administration, Africa became the cradle of new nation-states, which declared their independence in the midst of global chaos and began to forge their own alliances. At the same time, America, which had once been divided into the east as New Germania and the Japanese sphere into the west, disintegrated into open insurrection. In the Appalachian Mountains, the southern states and the Midwest, underground movements that had long operated in secret now fought openly against the occupying forces. The propaganda promise of a Germanized America had never been fulfilled. Instead, millions of people lived in oppression, forced labor, and racist laws. As Berlin's strength waned, the revolution flared up, fueled by a new generation that no longer remembered the era of democracy, but fought all the more passionately for freedom. The crisis also escalated in Japan. The Civil War had already brought the empire of the rising sun to the brink of collapse. Entire provinces had become ungovernable, and the colonies in China, Korea, and Southeast Asia had taken the opportunity to declare their independence. What remained of the Japanese Pacific sphere was a patchwork of rival governments, warlords, and nationalist remnants who exhausted each other in bitter battles. The dream of the divine nation had been lost in blood and ruins. The Cold War between the Reich and Japan, which had defined the second half of the 20th century, ended with both powers disintegrating at the same time. For decades, they had kept the world in suspense with nuclear weapons, espionage, and proxy wars. But when the systems collapsed, they no longer needed external opponents, they corroded themselves. Secret projects that had once been celebrated as miracle weapons were plundered by marauding troops or fell into the hands of the insurgents. Nuclear threats, which had spread terror for decades, became dangerous relics of an era that was self-destructing. In South America, which had long been a shadow war scene between the two superpowers, a new dawn was now breaking out. Without the interference of the Axis powers, independent movements could emerge there that tried to build a different kind of society. The continent, which had been crushed for decades, became the hotbed of new ideologies and experiments that promised to create a world beyond fascism and imperial control. The collapse of the Axis powers was particularly dramatic in propaganda. For decades, people had heard nothing but slogans about invincibility, purity, and eternal victory. But when the systems began to falter, the media's world of lies crumbled as well. Pirate radio stations spread news of uprisings, leaflets were dropped on cities, and digital networks that emerged underground made it impossible to hide the truth any longer. People suddenly saw that they were not alone, that there was resistance everywhere, and that gave them courage. In Berlin itself, the heart of the Reich, open civil war finally broke out. Rival SS groups, Wehrmacht generals, and party functionaries no longer fought only for power, but for survival. Entire streets were reduced to rubble, while the once proud capital turned into a field of rubble. The population fled en masse, and the vision of Germania, the glorious world capital, ended up as a symbol of doom. At the same time, revolutions shook Europe. In France, Poland, Italy, and Scandinavia, resistance groups that had existed underground for decades arose. Now that the imperial troops were weakened, they dared to revolt openly. The idea of a Germanized Europe shattered like glass, and instead national movements called for self-determination formed. The Germanic racial policy, which had cost millions of lives, had finally failed, and even within the German population there was growing rejection of a system that had plunged them into eternal wars. Religion also played a role in the collapse. For decades, the empire had tried to replace every form of faith with the cult of the Führer. But in the hour of crisis, many people returned to old religions, to spirituality, and to new faiths that offered hope and orientation. Churches, mosques, synagogues, and temples, which had long practiced underground, resurfaced and became gathering places of resistance. The spiritual void left by the ideology of the Axis powers was now filled by a variety of new voices. The final collapse came when the economic systems collapsed. For decades, they had been built on exploitation, war production, and forced labor. When these structures collapsed, supply chains also collapsed. Factories came to a standstill, power grids failed, famine spread. The peoples who had been oppressed for so long had nothing left to lose and threw themselves into insurrection. Even in the core areas of the empire and Japan, hunger riots broke out, destroying the last trust in the rulers. Thus, the era of the Axis powers ended not with a glorious victory of their enemies, but with their own internal disintegration. It was the price of decades of oppression, violence, and megalomania. What they didn't understand was that no empire lasts forever if it rules against people's longing for freedom and dignity. When the systems finally collapsed, the world was at a crossroads. Millions of people died in the chaos, millions more fled, and entire countries lay in ruins. But at the same time, in the midst of this downfall, something new emerged: the possibility of building a world order that was no longer based on oppression but on cooperation. The revolutions in America, Europe, Africa, and Asia combined to form a global network of movements that began to think beyond the old power blocks. The collapse of the Axis powers was therefore not only the end of two empires, but also the end of an era. The world they left behind was destroyed and traumatized, but it was also free from the burden of the dictatorships that had captivated them for so long. In the ruins, humanity began to carefully build a new future, a future that was no longer dictated by Berlin or Tokyo, but by the peoples themselves. Chapter 49: The Rise of a New World Order. The fall of the Axis powers left a vacuum that plunged the world into a new phase of uncertainty. For decades, the Reich and Japan had held the globe in an iron hand, dividing it into occupation zones and shaping it with ideologies that had taken away all freedom from the people. When their structures collapsed, large parts of the earth lay in ruins, not only physically, but also morally and socially. Factories had been destroyed, cities depopulated, entire generations had been brought up in fear and submission. And yet it was precisely this vacuum that opened up the possibility of creating something new, an order that was no longer based on coercion, but on the recognition that cooperation and freedom had become essential for survival. In Europe, the heart of the former imperial power, a wave of self-liberation began immediately after the collapse. Countries that had been Germanized for decades declared their independence and formed provisional governments. France, Italy, Poland, and the Scandinavian countries were faced with the mammoth task of creating new structures while the ruins of the past were still smoking. The return to democracy was not an easy path, because many people only knew it from stories told by their grandparents. Nevertheless, the longing for co-determination and freedom spread like wildfire. Resistance fighters who had been active underground for decades now came forward openly and became architects of the new states. Germany itself was torn apart as never before. Decades of indoctrination had left behind a people who were both perpetrators and victims. Some had profited and borne the terror, others had suffered and secretly resisted. With the collapse of the dictatorship, German society was faced with the question of whether it wanted to face up to the past or suppress it. Tribunals and courts began to hold those responsible for war crimes and repression accountable. But it was just as important to build a new identity that was no longer based on superiority and racial fanaticism. Young people born in the 1970s and 1980s carried this task into the future by trying to build a Germany that could no longer be the master of others, but a partner in a world community. In America, an equally dramatic change took place at the same time. The East, controlled by Berlin for decades as New Germania, was exhausted by constant resistance. As empire structures collapsed, cities such as New York, Philadelphia, and Chicago rose in a tremendous revolution. Flags of the empire were torn from government buildings, while improvised councils took control. The West, long in Japanese hands, went through a similar process, with the division between old collaborators and new freedom movements leading to bloody conflicts. In the end, however, the movements united, inspired by the common idea that the United States could be reborn. The re-establishment of democracy on American soil became a symbol for the world, proof that freedom could return even after decades of oppression. Africa, long abused as a resource by the Empire and Japan, experienced an equally profound change. After the withdrawal of the occupying troops, new nation-states were founded in quick succession, shedding their colonial past. But the journey was not without conflict. Ethnic tensions, artificial borders, and the legacy of violence led to civil wars and power struggles. Nevertheless, the spirit of independence could no longer be broken. Pan-African movements gained in importance, and the first alliances were formed to transform decades of foreign rule into a future of their own. Africa was no longer just the object of imperial powers, but began to see itself as an active part of the new world order. In Asia, the situation was similarly chaotic. Japan, which was hardly a contiguous empire after the Civil War, withdrew its last troops from the former colonies. China declared its rebirth as a sovereign nation and began to come to terms with decades of exploitation by Tokyo. Korea and Southeast Asia developed their own paths, often accompanied by internal conflicts, but liberation from the Japanese yoke gave them a new energy. It was particularly remarkable how quickly old cultural traditions were revived after decades of suppression. As the world was getting sorted, the question arose as to what a new global structure should look like. The danger was that the Earth would plunge into a new age of chaos in which nation-states would once again wage war against each other. But the memory of decades of oppression by the Axis powers was so strong that many nations sought an alternative. The first conferences took place, at which representatives from Europe, America, Africa, and Asia came together to draft a new order. These meetings were chaotic, full of mistrust and conflict, but they laid the foundation for a kind of world community that was no longer based on power blocks but on cooperation. Technologically, digital networking played a decisive role in the rise of this new order. For decades, the Axis powers had tried to control information, but underground networks had formed that were now coming to light. These digital structures enabled movements to communicate with each other across continents, exchange experiences, and develop joint strategies. Resistance, once locally isolated, suddenly became global. This network, which emerged from the rubble of the old control, became the foundation of a new political culture in which transparency and participation played a central role. But the rise of a new world order was not free of violence. In many regions, there were bloody transitional phases. Old elites refused to give up their power, and in some countries, military dictatorships emerged that rose out of chaos. But the big picture showed a clear tendency. Humanity had had enough of totalitarian rule. Movements that demanded freedom and justice gradually prevailed, even if it cost victims. Culture also played a decisive role in the reconstruction. For decades, propaganda, censorship, and conformity had determined people's thinking. Now doors opened to an explosion of art, literature, and music that had long been suppressed. Artists took up the trauma of oppression, but also the hope for a new future. This cultural renaissance helped people to come to terms with the past and develop new identities that were no longer characterized by hatred and violence. Another central aspect was the question of justice. After the collapse of the Axis powers, new tribunals were established, comparable to Nuremberg 2.0, but this time global. Not only the leading figures, but also collaborators and those responsible in the occupied territories had to answer for themselves. These trials were often controversial because they fluctuated between revenge and justice. But they were necessary to give people the feeling that the injustice would not go unpunished. At the same time, it was important to find ways of reconciliation so that societies did not fall into endless feuds again. Over time, new international structures emerged. Organizations that went beyond national borders were established to promote trade, security, and cultural exchanges. Even though these institutions began weakly and were often shaken by crises, they developed over the years into a backbone of the New World Order. It was particularly remarkable that they were no longer dominated by one or two superpowers, but were multipolar. The era of blocs was over, and instead a world began in which many voices were heard. The rise of this new order was therefore not a linear process, but a struggle full of setbacks and triumphs. It was marked by the attempt to learn from the mistakes of the past. The 21st century began not in a world that was perfect and free of conflict, but in one that was painstakingly trying to reinvent itself. People had understood that the danger of new dictatorships would always exist as long as freedom and justice were not actively defended. The change was most evident in the attitudes of the new generations. Young people born after the collapse knew the world of the Axis powers only from stories, from pictures of the rubble and from the stories of their parents. For them, freedom was not a nostalgic ideal, but a reality that they could shape themselves. This generation drove the cultural, political, and technological change that formed the basis for the New World Order. Thus humanity rose from the ruins of dictatorships. The rise of a New World Order was not a sudden victory, but the result of countless small struggles, compromises, and visions. It was carried by the realization that no people and no state should ever again oppress the whole world. Pain, loss, and hope gave rise to a new chapter in history, one that had not yet been written, but which offered the chance to shape the future differently from the dark past. Chapter 50, Resonance: What the World Would Look Like in 2025. The year 2025 marks not only the end of a century marked by war, tyranny, and resistance, but also the beginning of a new era that is still under the shadows of the past. The collapse of the Axis powers is now several decades ago, but the scars left by their rule are still visible everywhere. Entire generations have grown up under dictatorships in which freedom was a forbidden word, and although the world has freed itself from this darkness, it has by no means passed into a perfect order. Rather, humanity today lives in a time of transition, in which the past and the future are incessantly wrestling with each other. In 2025, Europe is a continent of contrasts. The former core areas of the Reich, above all Germany, have painstakingly renewed themselves democratically, but reconstruction was not only a material but also a moral challenge. The capital Germania, once a monument to megalomania, is now a memorial whose buildings house archives, museums, and international institutions that remind us of the horrors of the old rule. Berlin has regained its function, but the ghosts of the past have not disappeared. Young Europeans view the empire as a distant nightmare, while the elders who lived under its rule look at the present with an ambivalent sense of shame and relief. Europe is democratically networked, economically closely connected, but the deep cultural rifts between West and East, between old collaborators and resistance heirs, have not yet fully healed. America has reinvented itself in these decades, but it still bears the burden of its division. The East Coast, once the center of New Germania, is now characterized by a dense culture of remembrance. Everywhere there are monuments, memorials, and archives documenting the time of oppression. The West, which had been under Japanese control for decades, also looks back on a difficult legacy. Today, California, Seattle, and San Francisco are vibrant metropolises where Asian and Western cultures have merged. But behind this cultural diversity lies a trauma, decades of oppression, the mixing of collaboration and resistance, of betrayal and loyalty. Washington, once destroyed and then expanded into the seat of the imperial administration, is today the capital of a reunited USA that is trying to regain its old self-image as a democracy. But many wonder whether it is possible to return to a true ideal of freedom after such a long period of dictatorship, or whether the wounds are too deep to ever heal completely. Africa has changed at breathtaking speed since the end of the colonies under the imperial eagle. States that for decades had been treated by Europe and Japan only as suppliers of raw materials have emancipated themselves and are seeking their place in the New World Order. Young democracies have emerged in many regions, but they are plagued by corruption, ethnic tensions, and economic inequality. At the same time, however, Africa has also learned to rely on its own resources. In 2025, the continent is considered one of the fastest-growing economic zones on Earth, driven by technology, renewable energy, and a young population that has not personally experienced the traumas of the past. Nevertheless, the memory of the oppression by the Empire and Japan remains present, and the demand for justice and compensation is still in the air. Asia, torn apart for decades under Japanese control, regrouped in the second half of the 20th century. Japan itself, after its civil war, is now a democratic society that has painfully grappled with its imperial past. China, which once served as a pawn between Tokyo and Berlin, is a superpower in 2025 that exerts great influence on global politics. But here, too, the memory of the occupation remains alive. People have learned that self-sufficiency and self-assertion are the only guarantee for their future. In Southeast Asia, India, and Korea, a new self-confidence has emerged, making the region a center of economic and cultural dynamism. The global politics of 2025 are radically different from the world left behind by the Axis powers. The old dictatorships have not been replaced by a new bloc order, but by a multipolar world in which different powers compete with each other, but also work together. The idea that a single nation or alliance could dominate the world has been definitively discredited by the memory of the millennial empire. Instead, it relies on international institutions that try to moderate conflicts, even if they are not always successful. The dream of a fully united world is still a long way off, but the willingness to tackle global problems together is stronger than ever. Technologically, humanity has made a huge leap. The computer and communication systems that once served as tools of control in the 1980s are now instruments of networking and resistance. In 2025, the Internet is not only a place of information, but also a space of global democracy where people debate, organize, and protest across borders. This digital networking has strengthened resistance to the remnants of old authoritarian structures and allows movements to exert influence worldwide. But it also harbors dangers. Fake news, manipulation, and digital surveillance are constant companions of a society that has only just learned to deal with freedom. In 2025, space travel is another field that has emerged from the rivalry of the old powers. Once a symbol of power between the Reich and Japan, the conquest of space is now a joint project that brings together states and private companies. Space stations orbit the Earth. Plans for a colonization of the Moon and Mars are being seriously pursued. The war in space, which was once a real threat, has turned into a vision of cooperation, even if the military use of space has never completely disappeared. Culturally, the world of the year 2025 shows itself in a fascinating field of tension. The generation born after the collapse only knows the dictatorships from history books, films, and stories. For them, terms such as empire or Japanese empire are no longer reality, but symbols of a past that they do not forget, but also no longer perceive as determining. This generation is characterized by a new self-confidence that values diversity and freedom more than national superiority. Art, literature, and music reflect this attitude. They celebrate the mixing of cultures, the breaking down of old boundaries, and the idea that identity is not something fixed, but something movable. And yet the past remains present. Memorials, museums, and archives will play a central role in 2025. Humanity has learned that forgetting is the greatest enemy of freedom. That is why cities such as Berlin, Tokyo, Washington, and Moscow commemorate the time of oppression with haunting monuments. Textbooks teach history not only as a sequence of dates, but as a warning of how quickly freedom can be lost. This culture of remembrance is not always without controversy, but it forms the foundation of a new world that is trying to learn from its mistakes. In everyday life, The world of 2025 shows itself to be one that oscillates between hope and uncertainty. People enjoy freedoms that would have been unthinkable for their parents and grandparents, but they also know that these freedoms are fragile. Economic inequality, political instability, and climate change are challenges that remain unresolved. But unlike in the time of dictatorships, humanity is not powerless in the face of these problems, but with the conviction that it can find solutions together. Thus, the world of 2025 presents itself as a world of transition. It is not completely free, not perfectly united, and yet it is farther from the darkness of the old tyrannies than ever before. Humanity has learned that the future is not determined by gods, leaders, or empires, but by the ability of humans to take responsibility for each other. The echoes of the 20th century still reverberate, but it sounds quieter, and in its place comes a new melody,